Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay. Because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast, on time and fully edged edition. Joining me tonight is Random 11.
Hello.
Green Line.
Fully edged. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I finished.
It's because I used the Yi intro, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh yeah, baby. But it did it for me.
ASMR edition. You will get the AIDS through the mic. And Footnome.
Yeah, that Yi intro caught me off guard.
Yeah.
Hey guys.
Cut off the today part of this.
I am your host, the frequent flyer miles collector. Now I will explain all the absence. Shut up, dog! In a minute. Anyway, so if you would like to support us, consider subscribing and leaving a like. Also, if you want to slide into our DMs, you could start by giving us some of your wallet contents first with the OCA Podcast Patreon. Or you could get on my good side in name only by doing the Anime Collector Patreon. Also, there's more ways to do it. Over on the
donate
OCA
$5
Podcast
to your super
website.
chats, and only $5 an hour. You too can support our sick Shoda.
Yeah, please. He really needs it. Anyway,
cool
so
to you. $2 stick per sticker.
There we go. A super sticker. I wish I could see what it is. That's not built into StreamYard yet. So, jumping right in.
Stickers? Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
super stickers is a thing on YouTube. Let us discuss.
It is a thumbs up.
Let us discuss from ProfessorSpeak.com. Botched! What Mignogna v. Funimation teaches us about the danger of attempting to rehabilitate a public image by suing for defamation. So this guy is going to tell you why Vic Mignogna suing women who falsely Me Too'd him is a bad thing. And naturally, even though it's going to be the tiniest fucking image ever, it is exactly the face you expect. That's as big as it gets.
That's just a picture the size of a postage stamp.
A picture as big as his micro penis. Wouldn't it be funny if he sued me for defamation?
Your Honor, we have
Your Honor.
We would need him.
He's trying to rehabilitate his image of having a micro penis by suing me for defamation. All right, jumping right in. So the Johnny Depp defamation trial in the spring of 2022 enthralled most everyone, including my students. Yeah, sounds about right. Like many undergrad law professors that semester, I grudgingly fielded questions from students about the latest developments in the Depp trial. For my part, I wasn't much interested in Depp v. Heard. The Depp case might be studied in the future as an example of public outreach, image rehabilitation, and trial strategy. Sure. But in the spring and summer of 22, I was more interested to see the results in the appeal of a different defamation case. Mignogna v. Funimation. So Monica Rial qualifies as a woman in the Me Too movement. Yikes. So where Dep v. Heard exemplifies a highly effective, organized, and tactical use of defamation litigation to rehabilitate an image, Mignogna is the opposite. Disorganized, poorly planned, and poorly executed. Now look, I will agree with some aspects of this, naturally speaking, right? But the problem here is that we aren't dealing with the same problem. Right? When it came to Depp v. Heard, there was abuse happening from Amber Heard to Johnny Depp for a long period of time, which he intelligently recorded, right? And actually managed to bring up evidence because he took the time to document this stuff. With Mignogna, it wasn't like that. These people saw an opportunity to throw him under the bus for public brownie points and did so. And he had no evidence because he didn't need any at that point, right? When he was experiencing this public canceling from everybody in the industry, he didn't need, it wasn't like a building thing like it was with Johnny Depp, where he would think, oh, I see the writing on the wall. It's probably time for me to start collating and documenting all the shit that they're doing because it's pretty obvious that they hate my guts, right? It wasn't like that for him, of course. You know, it was pretty obvious to him who his friends were and enemies were until it turned out that most of his friends decided to join his enemies, right? So anyway, Mignogna is the opposite. Disorganized, agree. Poorly planned, somewhat agree. And poorly executed, definitely agree. It has left the plaintiff significantly worse off than if he had not brought the suit. Hard disagree. It is widely known that defamation suits are not easy to win, but Mignogna teaches us why they're also dangerous to bring lightly. No, my friend, William Biggs, yeah, that's the name of this guy for sure. William Biggs, it is costly for you to bring it. Mignogna isn't a law professor. Mr. Mignogna's leap into litigation cost him close to $500,000 in fees paid to his accusers. I don't believe they've been paid yet. On top of the hundreds of thousands of dollars his own attorneys cost. That money seems only to have bought him an appeals court opinion detailing why calling him a sex predator is not defamatory. Mignogna is likely to become an object lesson for why it is wise to counsel clients against litigation as a first response to a PR crisis. So here's the background. Most people don't think Texas when they think Japanese cartoons. Dear Lord, do I really have to read this? So it might surprise you that Funimation, the largest English language dubbing studio headquarters, is in the suburbs of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Indeed, many of the biggest names in that industry live in the surrounding area. No surprise, then, that when the relationship between Mignogna, his employer, and his colleague soured, he filed in a Texas district court. Oh, amazing. What? I'm so glad you gave me the background. Wow. For most, the name Vic Mignogna probably doesn't ring any bells. Oh, are you saying he's not a public figure? Damn, what a revelation. However, Mr. Mignogna has racked up more than 400 credits on IMDb, making him perhaps the most prolific male English language dubbing artist working. Almost as critically, he was a looming presence in the lucrative anime convention circuit. Just saying, English language dubbing artist working. Mark Hamill, Vin Diesel. I mean, there's a lot of people I think would come to mind to most people before Mignogna. But if we're saying anime, I mean, I would say he's probably in the top 5 or 10. Almost as critically, he was a looming presence in the lucrative anime convention circuit. Due to non-union VoiceWorks' low pay scale, the bulk of an anime voice actor's income comes from appearances, personal photo sessions, and autographs at conventions. The Me Too moment. Let's see. Mr. Mignogna historically made a handsome living on the convention circuit. That ended, though, when Mr. Mignogna met his Me Too moment in January 2019. Fans started tweeting negative experiences with Mignogna. I didn't even open this link. Oh, what do you know?
I'm shocked.
I was gonna say I didn't even open this link. I haven't read this yet. What could that be? What would this one be? Another Anime News Network article. This is the face of the average reader of Anime News Network, I think. So, fans started tweeting negative experiences with Mignogna, alleging varying degrees of misconduct. This culminated with two of his colleagues, Jamie Markey and Monica Rial, as well as Rial's fiance, Ronald Toye, sharing their opinions that Mignogna was a predator who had hurt them and people they knew. The reaction was swift. Is this another Anime News Network? Anime Trolls. The Verge. Okay. Funimation promptly announced that they were cutting ties with Mignogna following an internal investigation. Conventions rescinded invitations, and other employers canceled Mignogna's contracts. Equally swift, though, was the reaction from Mignogna's legion of avid fans. First of all, I just want to point out here. They said, quote, fans started tweeting negative experiences with Mignogna. I don't think any fans did that. I think a lot of people tweeted on behalf of stories they'd heard, and other people. I don't think anybody was a self-proclaimed fan. Maybe somebody who said, "I used to like him, but then he touched me in an elevator," or something of that effect. And then also, equally swift though was the reaction from Mignogna's legion of avid fans. The most tangible example of support came in the form of a GoFundMe campaign to fund litigation against Mignogna's accusers. To date, the fund has raised $291,597 for the benefit of Mr. Mignogna's lawyers. Mr. Mignogna's lawyers leapt into action, issuing a series of letters demanding the accusers rescind their statement or face lawsuits. When the accusers failed to do so, Mr. Mignogna's lawyers followed through on their threats, initiating Mignogna v. Funimation et al. Nearly $300,000 should be an ample war chest for a minor celebrity to rehabilitate his public image. What happened next, though, illustrates quite clearly why a litigation-first approach is almost always an error. Truth and Consequences, New Mexico. Modern defamation practice has two essential first principles, truth and consequences. Truth. The First Amendment to the Constitution prohibits Congress from making laws abridging the freedom of speech. And if Congress doesn't have the legislative power to curtail speech, the courts don't have any authority to do so either. The consequences of this are numerous, but the most important in this context is this: not every injury to your ego or your reputation is a valid defamation claim. So, injury to your wallet, torts that cause you to not make money are a valid claim.
Yeah.
Because the First Amendment limits the court's power to punish speech, and as we will note in a moment, state laws that support free speech, the standards to bring a valid defamation claim are quite high. First, you will have to prove that the statements at issue were false, not merely opinions or feelings, but actual false statements of fact. This is our principle of truth. Only statements which can be proven false can ever be defamatory. Consequences. Legislatures have grown leery of wealthy or motivated individuals using courts as a truncheon against those who speak out against them. So-called strategic litigation against public participation, or SLAPs, many legislatures, Texas included, have adopted anti-SLAP measures to end meritless defamation suits quickly. The Texas Citizens Participation Act, the TCPA, is a Texas's version of anti-SLAP law, and it is vicious, requiring defamation plaintiffs to show their claim has merit or face early dismissal of their lawsuit and an obligation to pay the defendant's attorney's fees. This is our principle of consequences. The financial consequences of failure for such a lawsuit are enormous and come surprisingly swiftly. So how does someone who feels they have been wronged get justice? Learn from Mignogna. Well, tell me, Peter Griffin. Sorry. Damn it. Tell me, Peter Griffin. How does Mignogna get back at them? Mistake 1. Have your facts in order before you file. Discovery is the process through which litigants can seek information from other parties. Pardon me while I stuff my face with more orange chicken. Actually, I am going to step out for just a second because I need to... do you guys remember the URL for StreamYard to upload the rest of your recording?
Nope.
No.
StreamYard.com/upload or something like that? It is! Okay. I'm going to step out for just a second and let that upload. I should be only a minute, and then I'm going to clear my cache because it's having trouble recording. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Address the chat. I'll be back.
All right. Who we got here? So Monica Real, not Monica Real, qualifies as a woman in the Me Too movement.
What
Japanese
is a
companies.
Sorry.
What
I had
is
to.
an Angelomon? Japanese companies should have made what works in Japan and their fans, made copies, and shipped the said copies to Japanese stores and U.S. stores for the fans. Easy. Can you repeat that with your mic connected?
That delay.
I said connected, not unmuted. Oh, it's working now.
Japanese companies should have made what works and their fans made copies and shipped the said copies to Japanese stores and U.S. stores for the fans. Easy. Well, I don't think it's that easy when it comes to the distribution. What do you call that? What's the word I'm thinking of? Logistics. I was going to say linguistics. No, logistics. I think the logistics of that are probably far more difficult than you would imagine. And any problems will be handled in English, not in Japanese. I don't think it's that easy. In a perfect world, yeah, maybe. The Vic only get the money because he sued. Yeah, I think you mean Vic would only get the money because he sued. Really? I don't understand what you're saying here.
You're talking about the GoFundMe money?
Yeah, true. That as well. Yeah. The world saw Johnny Depp proving from the videos that he was abused by Amber Heard and he won the case. The Me Too movement is dying. Agreed. The movies based around the movement have been rejected. Oh, you mean like movies that were made as a like, oh, women are in power now. All the men are, blah, blah, blah. In Hollywood, referring to that. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Fans were complaining or other employees and or co-workers of his? T. Greg Doucette would actually be inspired by R. Kelly. There is no DNA evidence on the anime fans. That means Vic is a victim. Okay. I think it would be the nail in the coffin if a fan came up with a Bill Clinton style stained dress. Like Monica Real has been dodging questions about Illich Guardiola. Yep, she was so proud to have dated him. It is already too late for her. No kid will ever take jelly beans from her. You hear that, kids?
Don't take jelly beans from
Monica Real. She'll bring you up in a internal investigation at your work where you don't work with her,
and send anything about you to her attorneys and law enforcement.
The Cool 2T says the court limits speech all the time, so I don't think necessarily that's what they mean. Like, you can limit your own speech by agreeing in a contract to like a non-disclosure agreement, right? But it's not a remedy of the court. The court cannot say the court issues you a fine of $10 million and your tongue get cut out. Like, like that's not how that works. you could come to an agreement in a civil suit with the opposing party that would be, preferable to both of you, that would include non-disclosure or something of that matter. But it's not specifically punishment can be handed down by the court themselves, is what I think they're saying. So in Texas, you're fucked. Okay, Luigi, chill. Oh. Are you talking about Luigi Mail 64? Yeah. I also didn't quite understand.
Right.
Oh, I'm not screen sharing anymore because I left.
No, you're not, because you left.
But you notice how the recording thing says 1 now instead of 2? Because one of those idiots cleared his cache.
Well, it still says you're low on disk space.
Yes, but I have significantly more disk space than I did previously. Now it's you. No. Oh, that's me. Damn it.
We just have the same avatar on here.
Have the same
Dumb shit.
Now it's Greenline.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It was you and Greenline even before you left.
Yeah, anyway. So, mistake. Have your facts in order before you file. Discovery is the process through which litigants can seek information from other parties. In almost any state, you would expect to begin this process by issuing evidence preservation letters, he did, demanding that any potential witness keep relevant records. But Texas law goes farther, incorporating some of the most robust pre-litigation discovery available, including pre-litigation deposition. This is critical in a defamation suit, where the time to conduct discovery after filing will be limited. So perhaps Peter Griffin here isn't aware of what happened in this case, where Vic attempted to depose right away, and they were given the runaround constantly. Monica and Ron's lawyers attempted to contact Vic instead of going through his legal counsel, and all of these sort of things. Don't talk bad about Texas. What? Why are you besmirching me? Why? Why is this so funny to you?
Don't talk about Texas about.
Oh, okay. Don't talk about okay.
About Texas about.
I'm sorry. Gotcha. Okay. Now I totally lost my train of thought. Thanks to you. So anyway, don't hate Texas. Okay. Hate the player, not the state. What did you? So in Texas, you're fucked. Yeah. In my office, you spill things on your keyboard. All right, enough. Jesus. We are off to a horrible start to get through one fucking article. Okay, so yeah, in Vic's case, it was a little different because he actually attempted to depose them right away. And again, they were given the runaround. Their lawyer started to do some underhanded tactics, which back then was Casey Eric, not Lemoyne. Remember this. Actually, I don't know that. Maybe you don't need to remember. It's not that important, but just get it straight, damn it. So anyway, so yeah, they were given the runaround, and then they dodged the process server when it came to Jamie Markey. They did not produce anything when it came to their requests for discovery, except for what was shown in legal documents. In deposition, they claimed they handed everything over to their lawyers, but their lawyers did not hand it over to Mignogna's team. So, I mean, this was shoddy up the wazoo, and to just treat it like, well, you'd think you'd do this. It's like all of that was done, Peter Griffin. You clearly aren't paying close attention. If someone falsely accuses you, you should not wait to initiate a lawsuit to begin pursuing the facts in your favor. Indeed, doing so would be foolish. And this was Mignogna's first of many mistakes. If Mr. Mignogna's lawyers availed themselves of pre-litigation fact-finding mechanisms at all, my examination of the record does not show it. Well, you sure didn't look hard enough, did ya? And again, the other issue is that in order for him to get the information required regarding like why were you let go of this con versus that con and all that would require him to request something that would not be like a legally subpoenaed thing. So they would have no obligation to provide it at the beginning. And then he also would he wouldn't have the ability to compel it from he would not have the ability to compel it from the con people, the what do you call them, the con runner, Jesus, number one. And number two, they would be hesitant to give him that information because it would show their involvement in civil conspiracy and tortious interference, and he could then sue them for dropping him and breaching his contract. Like, this wasn't that hard to understand. Anyway, so where did he here? Okay. Mistake number 2, demand that the accuser retract only false facts, not opinions. A well-crafted demand letter can win your case for you by setting out your legal position clearly and unequivocally. A bad demand letter does more harm than good, exposing your weaknesses. Mr. Mignogna's demand letters were bad. Agreed. Courts can only punish false statements of fact. Opinions are protected speech under the First Amendment. Every attorney who handles defamation cases knows this, which is why it was frankly embarrassing when Mr. Mignogna's attorneys sent demand letters to the defendants detailing such defamation as calling Mr. Mignogna a piece of shit. Because I swear, this is verbatim, quote, Mr. Mignogna is not a piece of shit. That is another name for feces. Thus, it is impossible for him to be a piece of shit. I mean, if he came out of an animal's body through their anus, I think it wouldn't be impossible. It's very unlikely, though. So, if I recall correctly, when Rekieta went over this, he talked about something to the effect of when going through each line item, so to speak, of everything, you are actually required to do it's better to do more, even if it's ridiculous, than less, because that gives you stuff will get struck and that's fine, but you wouldn't want to have not exhausted every option or something like that. Even a non-attorney ought to be able to tell that Mignogna's demand letters were unserious. Indeed, they now circulate among legal circles as the butt of jokes. No rational person thinks that being called a piece of shit is literal, no doubt. And no court does either. Such a demand letter says only one thing to the defendant: the emperor has no clothes. Mistake number 3, draft the complaint narrowly. Standard Texas litigation practice is to file every claim you think you might have at the start, then narrow it down if some of them don't stick, which is kind of what I was just saying. That would be near malpractice when you are dealing with a defamation case. For all practical purposes, the discovery phase of a defamation case will end once the defendants file an anti-slap motion. Unless the court grants a motion for limited discovery into specific issues, you are done looking for new facts, and it is time to prepare for the TCPA hearing, where you will have to prove that you have at least some evidence for every element of every claim. If you fail, your case will be dismissed and you will owe the defendants their attorney's fees. Perhaps the most difficult needle to thread in the pleadings is the question of whether you are a public figure. Let me refer you back to this one. Nobody knows who Mignogna probably is. So, yeah. Damn, I should have scrolled up. I can't find it. What was I, right here? Yeah. This was where I was, right? Where you have to prove at least some evidence for a claim. If you fail, the case will be dismissed and you will owe the defense their attorney's fees. Perhaps the most difficult needle thread in the pleadings is the question of whether or not you're a public figure. Public figures have a far higher bar to meet in defamation cases. Under New York Times v. Sullivan, they must prove actual malice, that the defendants knew they were lying, or at least had reckless disregard for the truth. If I had been handling this, I would have thrown additional people into the lawsuit, like Samantha Inoue Hart, because you could prove that malice easy. But the problem is you can't prove damages on her part because she's kind of a nobody that nobody gives a shit about, and was just kind of a blip on the radar, so to speak. But I think I don't think anybody would argue that there wasn't actual malice in the straight up axe murdering of a friend for many years, right? Ultimately, Mr. Mignogna's own pleadings sunk him. His complaint was little better than his demand letters. As the appeals court decision explained in detail, his allegations were either unprovable, example, opinion statements calling him a sex predator, or simply unproven. I mean, I'm pretty sure Ron Toye had a bunch of statements that went beyond simply calling him a sex predator. Didn't he say, like, they came forward and that he will be in prison and like that? I think that kind of implies more.
Yeah, he claimed that there were like hundreds of
women, right?
Yeah.
Furthermore, although he claimed not to be a public figure, his own petition pleaded damages from lost public appearances, a clear indicator that he was a public figure, subject to the higher bar of New York Times v. Sullivan. A more carefully drawn complaint, one using only facts on which he had defendants dead to rights, might have survived an anti-slap motion. Mistake 4, take the anti-slap hearing seriously. It may be your last chance. So I think this is very unfair because of how it went down with Chup. But Mr. Mignogna's lawyers do not appear to have taken the threat of the anti-slap hearing very seriously. Again, has absolutely no idea what happened in this case whatsoever. Now, look, I don't expect somebody who's not in, the know on this to have looked at, Rekida's channel and actually seen Ty Beard show up there. If you're going to be doing your research on this, you're only really going to be looking at the public filings. I get that. But the anti-slap was on their mind from the get-go, right? Like they talked about that extremely early on as the first thing they wrote on the board of what the other side will come to, right? So Mr. Mignogna's lawyers do not appear to have taken the threat of the anti-slap hearing very seriously. The response filed by the due date was insufficient to prove the facts necessary and filled with errors like missing citations. Their final error, though, was attempting to rectify their earlier errors too late. In a display of either bewildering strategy or profound incompetence, Mr. Mignogna's lawyers filed a last-minute amended petition. However, because that amendment came after the critical deadline to respond to the anti-slap motion, both the trial court and the Court of Appeals agreed that it should not be considered at all. So this is actually wrong. According to the language used in the Texas Rules of Civil Procedure, it says it has a deadline relating to a trial, not a hearing, like not the what do you call it? Like the motion hearing or whatever. So that was an area where it's like, depending on your interpretation, could go one way or the other. And in this case, Chup did it, or Chup didn't even rule on it. Actually, they waited until the appeals finally had a statement on it before somebody even had something to say about it. So the court granted the defendant's anti-slap motions after the TCPA hearing, dismissing all 17 of Mr. Mignogna's claims. Despite the numerous fatal mistakes made in the case, Mr. Mignogna continued to appeal, and on December 30th was summarily denied by the Texas Supreme Court. He will now return to the trial court in Tarrant County on one issue and one issue only. How much more does he owe the defendants for subjecting them to this suit? So I'll be honest, do not think that he did a very good job laying this out in here, because I think the case was way more nuanced than this guy is making it out to be. And I still disagree that I think Mignogna is doing far better now because he filed the suit, because it among his fans and, his sort of standing in the anime community made a very loud statement that and also everything else, the fallout with Funimation, the fact that Sony eventually bought Crunchyroll for literally 10 times the amount that they bought Funimation for, in order to roll Funimation into it, just to try to get some of the bad PR and bad faith that the company had kind of wiped under the rug, so to speak. Do you guys have any thoughts?
Nope.
Not really. I mean, we've covered this a bunch, except for maybe like the end portion where you mentioned like they had to roll into Crunchyroll, because everybody, that's working on current shows is all from Funimation. I haven't heard or seen actors, directors. They all seem like they're from fucking like Funimation, except for legacy shows like Berserk that they're doing now, the Memorial Edition, where it's like NYV Post, where it's like okay, but that's a legacy show. That's like the previous cast,
right?
I see what you did there. They rolled into Crunchyroll.
Got him.
So JT says 2023 Crunchyroll Anime Awards voting is open. Fuck award shows. I don't give a shit.
I was going to say that's like saying Oscars are out. Make
In
your
other
vote count.
news, move over, Monica. No name bitch 84. She's gunning for your roles here. MarzGurl is credited as Imagined Woman in Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun.
I'm going to
a
puke.
2019 TV show. You don't say.
Who is JT
Well, it
talking?
could be season 3.
Are we not seeing comments? Who's JT talking to? Like
Himself?
amusements? I think he was like.
I think he was talking to us.
No. He said, where was it? Right there. Where's amusements at?
Is he just
I think
having
he's making a
psychotic breakdown?
satirical comment about.
Well, he's making a whole bunch of comments. Like sounds like he's talking to somebody.
I'm pulling up the chat on over here.
I think he's talking to us as you're speaking.
I'm
And
pretty sure that's
then-
what's happening.
And then Hello Amusements is a dig at amusements.
Yeah, that's
He's
kind of a
just
dick
saying-
move, bro. Yeah, that does say that. Okay, Stink Meaner and Moment says, Mirage, I've been rewatching Boondocks. Also, I have a new Riley emote. Wow. Also, a long time no see. Is this are you telling me that this is Mirage Leonardo?
I don't know.
That's probably Mirage Leonardo saying, "Hey, it's me, Mirage."
Yeah.
Oh, I thought for a second that we had
Yeah.
a second Twitch viewer. Rip.
Yes. Okay.
Mirage
anyway.
Leonardo shout out, single-handedly keeping
You,
our Twitch
hello,
channel
chat,
alive.
I'm talking to everyone. All right. So anyway, let's.
Why did he change his name?
Because he's watching Boondocks. That's why he's Boondocks character. Did you run that through Stable Diffusion or something? Is he like the claymation one on the picture? That looks fucking great. Anyway, all right. So enough with MarzGurl. I don't give a shit anyway. Oh, god damn it. Oh, fuck. I haven't sent I haven't sent the link to freaking Ronan Jaw. He's gonna fucking kill me. He rips my ear off if I don't give him a heads up when the show is.
We did
Oh,
that.
the bot didn't alert people.
Did it not?
I don't see it in the channel update.
All right, I'm putting it in now. I have the link in my.
Or am I just looking the wrong?
That's annoying. All right, well now everybody's. Oh fuck! I didn't tag everyone. Let me delete. Let me ping everyone. It means nothing if I haven't pinged you. Yes, send now. All right, cool. All right, let's jump in here. Let's talk about this. You guys remember? Do you guys remember we covered Bleach former VA addressing Kenpachi's new casting? He deleted all the tweets. Remember we talked about this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So our take on it, to refresh your memory, was David Lodge seems like a dickbag because although he was great as Kenpachi and I really liked that character when he voiced him, he left the show because he wasn't making enough money. This is our take on the situation, remember? He left the show because he wasn't making enough money. Somebody else took over. Then the show blew up. And now he wants back in, is the way that I read the situation.
Yeah.
He's upset that he was.
Even
they
though
didn't even
the
ask
replacements
me.
available.
Right? It's like, why the fuck would they? They replaced you a long time ago.
And the guy they replaced him with is still
They
working.
asked the guy who didn't walk out on them, bitch. That's been our take on it, right? So he responded to this in 3 separate things, dragging comic book. What is it? Comic book revolution. What is this website called? Just comicbook.com.
Comic book resource.
He dragged them
.com.
through the mud about this. So we're gonna listen to these videos and commentate on them. So let me I've got them loaded into StreamYard. So here you go.
Hey there, it's me, David Lodge, professional voice actor. Hey, I just got this in the news from CBR.
Professional voice
It says Bleach Kenpachi's original actor slams studio for ignoring fans. This is ridiculous. I mean, this is really unprofessional reporting, in my opinion. They take
ready to cringe.
Tweets, they twisted it, sensationalized it, and it's irresponsible, in my opinion. I'm not in the slamming business. I'm in the
nut sucking business.
Maybe you know me on some little small anime show called Naruto. Yeah, one of the biggest shows ever, and I play one of the most popular characters, Lord Jiraiya, the perfect toad sage. So thanks, Viz Media. Don't pay attention to everything you read, kids. Okay, get ready for part 2 where I set the record straight.
Was that a humble
Maybe you
brag?
noticed I'm in one of the most popular anime
Right,
ever,
yeah,
and
just
just want to get
humble
back
brag,
into
yeah.
one of the other most popular anime ever. Here's part 2.
Hey there, it's David Lodge, professional voice actor, with part 2 of responding to I'm slamming Viz Studios. That's not true. I'm not in the slamming business. I'm in the gratitude business. I'm an actor. I want to keep working, as do all actors. And I'm on a great show called Naruto. Maybe you heard of it. But let's state the facts. I left Bleach like 10 years ago. They, didn't want to give me a raise. I had young kids and I had better offers for more money. So I went and took it, and they released me, and they hired my friend, Patrick Seitz. And he is great as the voice of Kenpachi. He's a good friend of mine. So I support the show. And then also please know that it's on Hulu, Netflix, and Disney+. I have other friends in the show, Johnny Young Bosch, Michelle Ruff, Pat Seitz, Richard Epper.
I'm glad you had to read them off the fucking
It's a great show, watch Bleach. And, is it unwise to listen to your fans? Maybe. I don't know, but it's their choice. Viz has no obligation to hire me, okay? So I wish them luck at Bleach. Stay tuned for part 3.
I love it. He had to read their names off of the sheet.
Right, yeah. It's like
It sounds
just
like
pick
he was
them off
slamming
off the top of
Viz
your
there.
head, like.
Here's part 3.
Hey, yeah, it's David Lodge, professional voice actor. Act 3 of defending myself against this article that I'm slamming Viz Media. Now, I have nothing but gratitude. I met the guys in New York. I was in their Rice Bowl. I've done some commercials for Viz Media, and I love the guys. It's all good. One of my big problems is placating all my millions of fans that love me and want me back at Bleach. It didn't go that way, but that's just fine. Watch the show, 1,000 Year Blood War. Patrick Seitz is great. He's a friend of mine. Tune in and watch the show. I support it. The other thing is, if you love my work, just watch the older episodes of Bleach, or watch me on River City Girls 2, which was just released. And I play Sabu, one of the main bad guys. Ghostbusters, Ghost in the Shell. I'm on Blizzard, Hearthstone, some new roles on Genshin Impact. So there you go. CBR, I just spoke. You must listen. Rewrite your article and set the record straight. You had 3 things here that I've posted. I love 1,000 Years Blood War for Bleach. I'm very happy for them. So don't write that stuff. Correct it, please. Thanks.
I'm sorry, but it sounded like he was slamming Viz in the second part.
I love how he had to read all that shit off of his notes.
Right,
You can
couldn't
see
have just
me in.
done an impromptu, like, hey, like.
By the way, I'm Jiraiya. Did you know I'm Jiraiya? Have you
really
noticed my
passionate
shirt?
about
What about my Funko
Naruto.
Yeah.
Hello, hajime mashite, fellow weebs. Right?
Right.
So honestly, my opinion has only gotten worse of him, actually. Because he seems kind of like even more of a dickbag, trying to being manipulative and whatnot, So anyway, I covered it. You're welcome, Ronan. All right. Oh shit! I didn't grab it. Reese, did you find that? You sent it to me. Hold on. Let me end this. I have a story to tell. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have a new job. It has been so long since rooms, suites. It's been so long since our last podcast that I have flown to Atlanta twice. That is how long it's been. let's see. I'm trying to see. This is way nicer than the room I stayed in.
I didn't get that voicemail until after we started talking.
Right. But no, you sent me the thing before I got home.
No, that was FTM.
Well, whoever sent it. Thank you.
I'm not taking FTM.
So I'll tell you guys a little story about my first trip.
I identify as Reese. No.
Was it a grant? It's definitely not this one.
And all the perks that imply.
All right, hold on. Wow, this sure is a great website you got there, Lowe's. Almost as good as your service. Okay, so you see this couch here?
That's the couch.
Do you see the couch here, everyone?
Yes.
That's not where it was in the room I was in.
They had to make a bigger orgy area space.
Orgy area.
I cannot believe there. Okay, maybe this will work. I don't even know how this is. God help me. Why are these images so fucking bad? Holy shit. Okay. So anyway, all right, this will help actually. This is not how it was laid out when I stayed there. But do you see how this wall is inset into the wall and then it comes out and then it goes back in? Do you see that? Everybody following what I'm putting down?
It goes out and goes back in, it comes back out again.
You see that?
I know.
Okay. So when I went to this event I was working, the hotel was like, this is Martin Luther King weekend, right? And the hotel was completely booked. So we actually didn't have any rooms for our staff. And so they had to get suites that we had to share. So my friend who got me the job and we stayed in a suite together. And so I let him have the bed and I took the pull-out.
Scandalous.
Okay. Because I snore and I also, because part of my job was to finalize all the PowerPoints that were going to be used during the presentations, I figured I would be up late and it would be better for me to be in the common area, right? In this area with the pull-out couch, instead of in the room so he's trying to sleep and I'm out in the common area working, so that's just how it worked out. Right now it's like 3 a.m. Atlanta time. And my friend has gone to bed, like 2 hours ago, and I'm finally getting ready to go to bed. And so in the actual layout, this is not how it was. This thing I'm talking about, this is just for you to visually see kind of what I'm talking about. Imagine you took this photo. Behind you is where this sort of system with the wall is, and the couch is up against this, okay? And the couch is longer than the wall is. So there's about 6 inches or so overhang, right? You hear what I'm putting down? Okay. So there's a lamp stand right here, and I'm trying to go to bed. So I need to turn off the lamp. And because the lamp is there, I think to myself, okay, that's probably going to be a good spot to plug in my phone charger. So I go behind the couch to plug in my phone charger, and I shit you not, I find the packaging for a 9-inch long dildo.
What? So did you call out to your friend? What's your friend's name?
So I would just like to point out that I was sleeping on
the couch.
What very likely was a couch formerly used in a porn shoot, possibly even a casting couch. The only reason I didn't sleep on the floor is because I pulled the couch out, right? It was a futon, and I figured there's no way they used the pull-out bed in the porno. That just doesn't seem practical.
Well, yeah. Yeah, why would they pull out?
I know we had the conversation about what color it was, but you reminded me of that it was MLK weekend, and I was like, okay, that was the color.
Anyway, so that was my experience. My first day in Atlanta. I sent the picture to our group chat with Lance, because Lance lives in Georgia, and I said, "You want to explain to me what the fuck is going on in Georgia?" He responds with, "Welcome to Georgia, motherfucker." Anyway, so you guys have any pickups? Hold on, wait, I want to address some chat.
Yeah, I do. Just
thank you. Oh, okay, actually, I do want to kind of finish this out too. That's some good chats here. Congrats. Okay, yeah. So let me just wind this back before we go through chats and say my new job is fucking cool. It is the easiest job I have ever had, and it pays more. It pays really fucking good, except for the part where they somehow have gotten it they're under the impression that I am the back end coding guy for their websites. Not sure how that happened, but that's going to be stressful tomorrow. But yeah, it's been a really awesome job. I fly all the time, and I get paid for it. Like I get paid to go to other places and eat free room service and all that. So that's fucking cool. And I don't have to go to bed at 9 anymore to get up for my 5 a.m. wake up call on my other job. I can stay up late, ma. So podcasts are going to be a little easier. So there is a lot of flying, which has made it difficult to get a show in here, because my old job, I worked the last day yesterday. I was taking on Saturdays when I was in town, but I'm putting an end to that. And then my wife is going to quit her job. So we're going to have, things are going to get rebalanced at home. And that honestly should improve things dramatically for my whole life in general. So I'm very, I'm hashtag blessed. Anyway, so,
all right, Bertrude.
Anyway, so let's go through it. Ronan Joss says, "Thank you, bro. You're very welcome." All right. JT says, "You're late, Ronan," but that was kind of on me. I didn't even send it to the Discord. Apparently, the automatic poster didn't work. Anyway, Elite Nectar says, "Hey, y'all."
Mine.
What's up?
It probably saw my post from yesterday, and then just didn't want to.
They were committed. Well, also the fact that it's just said for like several days now, the Anime Collector scheduled a thing on.
Yeah.
Like that. Hulu in the USA only. Oh, man, fuck, man.
From
fact checking David Lodge. Yeah. It's almost like he did his research and wrote it all down. It was still wrong. This is awful, man. Who calls Jiraiya Lord? God, turn him on. Turn him on. What?
What?
Oh.
Turn him on.
Wow. Turn him on, turn him off. Which one is
Freudian
it?
flip there.
Flip the switch.
So Ronan says, question. Why is voice director Ryan Johnson so butt-ass lazy with double and triple casting for Bleach? So here is my theory as to what's going on there. Because Bleach is hiring union actors, right?
I don't know.
I think it is.
I believe so. I wouldn't
they're
surprise
hiring
me.
LA
but...
just like John
and they
Bosch
literally had like the biggest friggin' cast on the Japanese side that was causing problems with other productions.
Right. So here's what they're doing. If I had to guess, the voice acting union stuff has a guaranteed minimum of hours you're going to work in the studio. So what they do is they'll cast you as more than one character, so that it's easier to fill up those blocks week to week for the episodes when they're coming out. You know, when they're trying to do simulcasting and whatnot, so to speak. So that I'm pretty sure that's why. I mean, I know it seems like, oh, it's lazy. Get more variety in there, and I agree. in a perfect world, you'd have more variety.
But then they'd have to
we don't live in a perfect world.
charge
We
a
live
lot
in a
more.
world with socialists and unions, and that's why our anime suffers. Anyway, River City Girls, Dr. Stone. Okay. MarzGurl supports Sony. Japan should reject her as an imperial girl.
What?
Japan loves the imperialism, my friend.
Isn't Sony Japanese apparently?
Yeah. Everybody supports Sony. Fuck no. Sony can eat a dick.
I think what is it? MarzGurl supporting Sony is the least of our reasons to not want her.
I thought it was Sony 4K player.
She's probably doubling as their armed security.
Reese is a imperial.
She works remotely for that.
I'm
JT says he's going to be in Corpus Christi, anime Corpus Christi in February. Well, that's good for you. I'm going to be in Dallas next week. Also, when Jiraiya said, "Looking back, my life has been nothing but failure," was the VA what? Over what Jiraiya said? I thought you were talking about David Lodge. I'm like, I must have tuned that part out. I wish I hadn't. All right. I haven't been watching any new anime, but I did finish Sonic Prime Season 1 on Netflix, and I'm watching Star Wars The Bad Batch Season 2. Oh, well, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, so I would just say I'm looking for suggestions of what I can do on these 5-hour plane trips. Because watching Berserk doesn't seem like a great idea on a plane. Although, do they censor the movies that they have, like, you know, the one that are like region coded for planes? Because I saw some very steamy lesbian makeout scenes happening on whatever movie the girl a couple rows in front of me was watching. Like, I was like, damn, oh my God. I was like analyzing it. I'm like, where's the cut gonna happen? What part did they cut out? And I don't think they cut anything out. I think that they got cock blocked or whatever. Anyway, JT says, I would have shined a black light to find fresh semen stains. The joke in the suite was that line from The Office where he goes, "Oh my God, what is all that?" Well, it's either blood, urine, or semen. God, I hope it's urine, right? Well, shit. Now that explains a lot about the picture I saw on Discord. Yeah, was it based on MLK? The room, the porno, no, the hotel, the seminar. No, Monocle Day Markey probably did casting couches during Funimation before. Damin Mills had fun. I very much doubt that that's a thing. There is no literal casting couch. What there is, at worst, I would argue, is quid pro quo between people who were dating staff at Okratron, getting more roles, being taken care of, and if you broke up, you lost roles. They made it more difficult on you. They badmouthed you. I think that's probably what it is. All right. Let's see. Sailor Moon Cosmos is coming up this June. Netflix might steal it. No. Also, Batman Ninja really jumped the shark in the second act, but thanks for recommending it. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And yes, it did jump the shark, which is probably the best part. All right. So pickups. Let's talk about my Reese stuff. Oh God, I'm dead. All right. First of all, I got full screen me, bitch. Farewell to Nostradamus, also known as Farewell to Straight slip covers that don't show the backs at all. Fuck. You see that white? You see that part right there? And I also picked up the other thing I was holding, Lupin Third Part 6 from Sentai, RIP slip covers. And I have a knife in here somewhere. There it is.
Why are you gonna perform your self-harm now?
Yes.
Over the slipcover.
Over the slipcover. Please, oh please, Footnum, save me from my misery. Everybody, stay tuned in the custom art box / slipcover channel on Discord.
Believe me, I'm waiting with bated breath.
All right. So, oh, what's this? Contraband.
What?
What? So, thank you, Reese, for thinking I'm an extra large.
What, are you not an extra large?
What?
Vinegar syndrome sucks. I'm gonna wear this to work tomorrow.
I think are you an extra large or not?
My wife thinks I am, but I am reluctant.
Oh, I think I could have sworn I asked you at one point, which is why
I was just joking. Okay, so Sherlock Hound, thank you. Very interested to watch it again. I think we should do it for a watch though. What do you think? At some point.
I've already seen it, so
perfect. I've seen it on Genion's DVDs. And then what? This looks like a bunch of stuff that fell off the back of a train. How did this get here?
That's the hell out of me.
So yeah, I got. It pays to be a retard. It also pays to be friends with one. So yeah, if you haven't,
I'm glad you enjoyed that.
Watch that video. Anyway, so that's my pickups.
Did you find the movie gift card? Is that in there?
Yes. Sorry.
Okay.
Cool. Put it aside. I saw it as I was lifting up the thing, and it was going to ruin my joke. Oh, here. And a
just show us the code real quick.
No. Anyway, who's next?
If
Discord
isn't green,
I just need to know, Greenline, before you enable your camera, have you placed a towel around your new mistress?
A towel? I'm not showing her. I'm only showing her in the Final Things Club.
Is she behind you on the view of the camera?
No,
that's a Discord exclusive.
They are Discord exclusive.
Yeah, you'll have to all join. Everyone join our Discord if you want to see his extracurricular pickups, if you will.
Yeah. And so I'm just saying,
it's the same.
It looks like you had taken the picture next to a bookcase, and in my brain I was thinking it was one of those, but it's clearly not. This is clearly for your special room.
So it's not a pickup, but the first thing I have to show for is a ticket for that time I got reincarnated as a slime film that I went to go see day before yesterday. Yeah, day before yesterday.
All right, now, because none of us are going to see it, spoil it right now.
I'm going to see it on Wednesday. Do not spoil it.
And then I
You
have
spoiled it for me.
For physical pickups, I have.
You did
the Code Geass film. The extra scenes they added, so the like the drawings and I forget what the word is. AC would know.
Genga
for the film.
The Genga
pencil sketch.
Yeah, the Genga for the
pencil test
for the films. Pencil test for the film. So
I have a stable diffusion model to make those.
I was gonna say the same thing, but I didn't want to seem like a douche.
Wow.
I took the brunt for you. Don't worry.
I don't think you.
So there's like an example.
Nice.
So there's that.
So what does one of those things cost?
This cost me like 25 from VA. Oh. And
They're just prints, though, right? They're not originals.
They're not originals. No, they're just prints.
Yeah.
These glasses. So here's a Lelouch from Not Only in Wonderland glass. If you can make that out. Shut up, phone.
That was
vaguely. We got it. We got the idea.
So there's that. And then here is the Colin one that I was able to. And of course, they're smaller than what you'd think. You can hardly put any drink in here. But no matter. I have it, so it's whatever.
I mean, you don't want to use a collectible anyway, right?
I mean, I kind of did. And then finally, to finish out, because I'm not collecting any more of this, I picked up the final volume, volume 14 of Sailor Moon from ADV. So this is the final of the Deke dub.
Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Of the good Deke dub, you said?
Yeah, oh yeah, the good dub. Sure, that's what we'll call it. And then finally, paid $20 extra than I had to for Combatants Will Be Dispatched limited edition.
Now we're twinsies.
Now we're twinsies. So
pedophile confirmed.
Watch Club when.
Whoa.
Pedophile, excuse me. Excuse me, sir. What?
I was like,
what?
He was willing to pay $20 more? It must be for nefarious reasons. I also bought it. Shut up.
I know. I was like, wait, what? That doesn't make any sense.
Who's next?
He's just projecting. Don't worry.
Yeah. And then I also got a wall scroll, but I didn't think that was appropriate for
yeah, I saw
Discord.
The
so I was like,
yeah, join the Discord to see that.
Yeah, it's borderline. So join our Discord and enter the
nothing
things
borderline about it. I think YouTube would definitely consider that full blown.
Oh, the red one.
Yeah,
the redhead one.
I mean, everything is covered.
What's that one from?
Yes, but it's intended to be sexual in nature.
True.
Like it is intended to elicit a sexual response, which is what the rules are. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm not
so
fucking
my
logged in.
pickups are on the Discord, so you don't have to put me in the spotlight.
Oh. Well, fine. But this
Hey, how do God damn it. How do I pull up the Discord QR code reader thing?
Just open up your camera.
No, it says to do this with the Discord mobile app.
Yeah, just pull up your camera, and it'll automatically read the QR code.
You're lying.
And it'll pull open the Discord app for you.
Oh. Yes, log me in. These new fancy things. All right, you can put my pickups back up, my screen share. All right, skipping past every comment just because I don't have time now. Podcast 212. Here we go. Oh, did I fuck this up? Should this say 213?
Nope, you're good. This is it. You're good.
Is that how we do this now? I guess so.
We're on 212 now, so yes.
Oh, we are on 212. You're right. You screwed me up. You screwed me up, effing anime addict. After I post my pickups, you podcast 213. Footnum, tell us about how your cuckening is completed. You finished through your cuckening.
Yeah, so so for the Star of the Lord, the Amazon
your family of rocks, your new pet rock collection is going.
I pre-ordered this on Amazon back when it first listed, and after the release date, it still wasn't shipping out, and it's just like out of stock, and I'm like, what the hell's going on? So then I found my local retailer was selling it for less, and so I'm like, okay, I'll just get it from here because they had it in stock, and lo and behold, I got this. And needless to say, because Amazon didn't have it in stock, I couldn't do the trick. But I honestly don't care at this point. Like, this isn't an art box; it's a piece of cardboard. Okay, it is just a vessel to hold the rocks, of which I've now completed my rock collection. Kill me, please, quickly.
Is there more rock DLC?
This is the final rock DLC pack.
You know, I can understand why you like the show. You probably feel very at home with your neck.
Oh, that's it. Wait, I haven't seen it yet.
Wow.
Oh, and then I got the 5 centimeters per second steelbook. That was made with my UK order, but they shipped it separately later.
I thought you didn't like 5 wallpapers per second.
I don't, but the version I have is Japanese raw, like it's the Japanese release. So I'm like, okay. I mean, this was £8 too, because every other
Why is he letting
instance
her
of
get
it
so
has been
far
like,
away?
I don't know. What was it? Like all the domestic releases have been way too expensive on Amazon and all that stuff, like more than I want to pay. But this was £8. So that's like 13 bucks converted. And it's a steelbook, like, and it comes with a soundtrack. Oh, and that's what the spine looks like in the collection.
Wow, it's actually very readable for a steelbook. Oftentimes they make the logos way too small. Sweet blue flowers and heads. Oh, okay, cool. So they didn't even notice until we talked about their their image. This sweet blue flowers was in there. That's funny. Oh, I went too far. Lance picked up Pompo the Cinephile. Cucked on that sticker, huh? Yeah. And Sailor Moon.
From Walmart.
Oh,
Cucked
man.
on that sticker, huh?
And Black Bullet. Trojan Bullet. Brunhilde in the Darkness. Oh. I also like girls bleeding
which
from
apparently
their
hasn't
heads.
been re-released.
The anime.
That's from the person that made Elfin Lead.
It says
as
right here
on
from the creator of Elfin Lead.
I'm glad you both can read.
PS4 Tales of Arise. Lance finally got it so that he can be right.
He caved into the pressure of wanting to play it.
I played it, motherfucker. You're wrong.
The retroactive.
I like that he's not here so we can throw him under the bus.
Anime fan 007 picked up Food Wars. Is it wrong to pick up Girls in a Dungeon 3, Kakegurui, and Kakegurui
And Kakegurui.
XX.
What? They already put out the second one?
There's two of them. Season
this
1,
one
season
says
2.
PS5. What does that say?
What?
Is there Persona
says
5 sitting
Blu-ray.
underneath it, or what's going on?
It says Blu-ray.
And Burn the Witch. Is this already out?
Limited
Yeah.
edition?
That's the
I
limited
know.
edition.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah,
Overpriced
we did
limited
talk about that. Looks good though. Black Butler, Book of Circus. I can't remember if I watched. Is this the season 3 one, right?
Yeah, that's season 3.
Yeah, this
That's probably the UK
fucking-
release.
No, that's no. This is the Funimation limited edition one.
I really hate to say
What makes you say that? I think they look
how
the
big it
same.
is.
Yeah.
It's based on the fact that it's
What?
like almost DVD height.
Mm-hmm. And also it's got Funimation on the bottom.
Yep. So anyway, I'll just say this is a very strange show, because it's like, how can you describe this? Like imagine trying to convince somebody to watch like Big Bang Theory, but it's also like Big Bang Theory meets Queer Eye for the straight guy.
Yeah,
right. So like
it's very-
take the cast of Queer Eye and put them in Big Bang Theory, just make something completely insufferable and not made for you. But you got to convince them, look, I know it's Fujoshi queer baiting, like pederastic Fujoshi bait, but season 3 is fucking lit.
Right. Yeah, you got to just wait for season.
I'm just saying it's good. Like this show, fucking trash. But this season was damn amazing.
Yeah, I enjoyed season 3 as well.
Pretty close. I
Oh, hey,
linked
that's
in
me.
chat. Reese.
I also picked up Lupin the Third Part 3 and Bakano.
That says part 6.
Part
bitch.
3.
Whatever. I'm sick. My brain
Who
is
can't read
addled.
now? No.
My brain is addled. I'm sorry.
Lance isn't
And-
here. I need another anus to rape.
Oh shit! I'm gonna leave. And Bakano, 1935C, The Grateful Dead, I think, and then I think that's like book 21.
Nice.
So
They're on a slot machine.
yep. The last one was like a roulette table. Next one's gonna be a pack of cards.
R.I.P. us with our fancy missing slip covers.
Yep.
Just gotta stick out there like a fat sore thumb, huh?
Slip covers when?
Yeah.
Is he like sucking up the buttons?
No, he's getting jewelry and shit.
He's vacuuming
Oh, that's
jewelry.
jewelry. I thought that was a command console or whatever.
What?
I thought that was buttons at like a. I don't know.
He thought it was like
right?
why are like a few of them staying behind?
Those
are just pictures of them. Anyways, Seb picked up Ping Pong, the animation.
Yep,
which isn't bad, but the live action movie is so good. Like the soundtrack for it is goddamn amazing.
I like the anime series a lot.
I think the anime series is okay, but I like the live action movie more.
I hated the.
And then there's another anime
for it
called the Ping Pong Club.
I think that's a difference.
That is for another time. That's for your late night anime viewing.
I think that's based on a different.
That's for
series.
It is based on. That's for when you know how like there's the AC's law of anime is that it is completely wholesome until somebody walks in the room. Well, there's some shit in Ping Pong Club that if somebody walked in the room, you might get arrested. He's clearly a danger to himself and others. Effing Anime Addict picked up Dragons Forever from Jackie Chan. Sammo Hung, I think, right there. Nice. Now I don't know if that's Sammo Hung. I don't know. I feel like the modern day would call this kind of racist. I like his powdered wig. Giving away the whole thing here, man. Like, wow. I don't have to buy it. And then My Villain Academia for season 5, part 2 of My Hero Academia.
Mm-hmm.
How not to summon a demon lord. Good. You got it before the Australians came.
No, this is season 1. Season 2, Australia banned season 2.
It's called foreshadowing. Don't ruin it. Data Live 3 and 2.
Season 2 hasn't come out over here yet.
Reese got us covered here on that. Thank you, Reese. Okay. Cell anime rules. Better colors and shades and frame-by-frame animation.
So,
if you mean hand-drawn animation, sure.
There's other reasons you can say that, like, why you'd think that you like Cell more, but the colors thing, you can literally choose any color digitally. I'm sorry, but that's one thing.
I think he means that when you have to come up with it ahead of time, your color theory is put to better use than changing it on the fly because you can. I think is what he means.
Well, I'm just saying in theory, you could take like something from the 90s, recreate it, and have the identical colors or even enhance them. I don't know.
All right. Everybody else is done with pickups, yeah?
Yeah.
I'm not going to steamroll over anybody. Cool. So Japan's standing in the global stage with its further inching towards war continues. Japan's prime minister should kill himself by seppuku, says Russian politician. YouTube, that wasn't me saying that. That was Medvedev, Dmitry Medvedev, who said that. All right. Also, I thought this was fucking hilarious. South Korea announces a plan to compensate victims of Japan's forced labor during World War II. So the 3 of them who are still alive are going to get a gift certificate to like KFC or something. Korean fried chicken.
A gift certificate to Six Flags.
Yeah. So no, but seriously, the funniest thing about this is not only are they going to compensate the victims of Japan's forced labor, but they're doing it with other Koreans' tax dollars instead of forcing the Japanese to do it. So, yeah, tensions are quite high. They fucking hate Japan that much. And in Belarus, piracy is being condoned by the government for enemy countries, including Japan. So as long as you're not pirating that sweet, sweet Russian porn, they're okay. So the government of the country of Belarus has explicitly condoned piracy of audiovisual materials from enemy countries. So Hollywood movies, via a passed law that will be in effect until December 2024, including countries like Japan and its political allies like the US and the UK. So I love this idea that you're in court and it's like you illegally downloaded the Russian anthem, right, or something, and it's like, but wait, everything else I downloaded was Dojin. Oh, we'll let it slide. You've done Eastern Europe proud.
Be sure to set your VPN to Belarus.
I wonder if that would work. That's fucking amazing. So the law was passed in response to the sanctions against Belarus due to its alliance with Russia and the ongoing situation in Ukraine. It covers audiovisual media such as anime or films or software, including games. Quote, import of goods without the rights owner's permission will be considered legal if these goods are included in the list of products essential for a domestic market. Anime, of course, right? Essential. This will give an opportunity to import original goods.
Literally in the name, Anime Essentials.
This will give an opportunity to import original goods not only to copyright holders of the object of intellectual property or their official distributors, but to any importers. This temporary measure is aimed at preventing a shortage of imported goods and saturating the consumer market. So basically, they're saying that in order for you to have money left over to support our country, because we're weakened by the conflict with Ukraine. By the way, Belarus is a neighboring Ukraine, right? It's Poland on the west, Russia on the east, Ukraine to the south. Okay. So they're saying, like, in order for us to ride out this little storm that's going on, please pirate and hurt the countries we hate right now for sanctioning us, for being neighbors to Russia and Ukraine. And in exchange, you'll have more money left over to buy sandwiches from your local grocery store.
Buy your bread and eggs, even though they cost a lot right now.
Anyway. Also, Mark Hamill, who famously has been voicing Joker, is saying that he is done playing the Joker now that Kevin Conroy has died, saying, quote, there doesn't seem to be a Batman for me. So his gay crush, damn it, this would have been a great time. Shit. To bring up the other article. Fuck. Damn it. Now I have to cover it. Shit. Okay, it's coming up.
God damn it.
I was going to put these here to save it for later. But
now that he's pregnant, he's done.
Yeah, so the Joker became pregnant in a new issue of Joker, the Man Who Stopped Laughing. In the following chapter, the man who entered menopause. So yeah,
the man who owes child support.
Yeah, he eats for some reason eats a chunk of Clayface, becomes pregnant, and then vomits up this monstrosity, and then it forms into him. And they both look at each other and think he's so handsome, and then have a gay orgy. That part might not happen. I haven't read it.
Now, you said he was vomited out, so I don't know. It's like staring at his sphincter in the chair over there.
That's what. That's
because he's pregnant.
Yeah, he was thinking he was going to come out pregnant. The pee hole.
Look,
he was thinking
we have a good.
You gotta check.
GYN. I think you're pregnant. Yeah, so Atomic Skull takes a look at his front hole to determine how it dilated his anus.
That's just your dickhead.
It's crowning. It's crowning. Why is it so round? It stinks like shit. Anyway, okay, so the guy who wrote the thing said it was just a joke, brah. Yeah. So, God, why are you calling me a disgusting, degenerate liberal Democrat? It was just a joke, bro.
How did you know who
Anyway, yeah, I don't really care. I just thought it was fucking funny. So, yeah, this is his OBGYN, and that's the face he made because he saw Joker's anus. It's not his normal face. There he is throwing up. Barf. And given without context, the green aura from the rainbow creature has turned us into two-dimensional people. I can't wait till they adapt this comic. That'd be a great live action movie. Anyway, so wow, there's more to say. Okay, cool. Moving on. Well, I'm glad that we were able to get that out of the way. All right, let's talk about Kickstarter news. Hold on, let me read these. Mirage Leonardo says, oh, that is one thing I forgot to post in Discord. If you know where I can get the Magic Knight Ray Earth Blu-ray that doesn't cost an arm and a leg, please let me know.
When was the last time you checked Right Stuff?
Yeah, I'll have to look on.
You could theoretically get the UK complete edition that just came out.
Rayearth, Rayearth. That's it. Rayearth is an isekai, right? Or is it not? Yeah, it is. It's on weekly special for $60.
There you go. Is that an arm and a leg?
Fuck no. I mean, how long is it? 49 episodes for...
Send me that link in the private chat so I can send him the affiliate link.
Copy.
Oh, God.
Private chat.
Luigi the Meadow 64 says, Mark Hamill calls people non-human for disagreeing with his politics. Look, man, if the worst insult I get called is you're non-human, it's like, that's right,
fucking
bitch, I'm an
cool.
animal. Get ready for me, right?
That means if I'm non-human, I can't be held liable in a court of law.
Brave has like gotten rid of the bookmark tab. I cannot fucking. You have to go to the fucking manager to find it now.
Yeah. What did I do? I did not mean to click Sizzle. Get out of here.
Un momento, por favor.
It's even part of the weekly special right now.
You had better not fucking buy it yet, Louis or Mirage Leonardo.
Oh, fuck. See, we grift hard here.
I had to log in first. Give me a second. Okay. God damn it. Links. Get a link / banner. For fuck's sake. Why did you have to change anything? Bookmark me. Affiliates in there. Give me. Thank you. Create a custom link. All right. Yay. I did it. Get a short link. Holy. Okay. Mirage Leonardo. Here you go, buddy.
Anybody else who might be interested in
yeah, everybody on Facebook or Twitch. Or I guess I would have to Twitch. That's where he is. There you go.
Hold on. On Right Stuff, are you sure you want him to buy it from there? Because last time we actually had affiliate sales, we owed them, didn't we? Or something like that.
That was Amazon CA, I think.
Oh, Amazon.
So, Luigi the Meadow 64 says Rumiko Takahashi knows. I already clicked away. What was that guy's name? Oh crap! Augie brought up that guy. Oh god damn it! Something White, the Jera White, the fucking flat Earth guy, who made the Ranma pregnancy thing. I cannot fucking believe I remembered this. Holy shit. Ranma's Declaration of Motherhood. I cannot believe this is coming up again, by the way.
Oh, Jesus.
So if he swaps to...
Okay, let me just ask you something. I've got a very important question for you. All right? I'm gonna let Ranma say it. You need to answer this very important question.
everybody. Want to see how I got knocked up? Can't wait.
Yeah.
No,
not really.
I have to be the black sheep. I'm sorry.
No, I don't.
Does it have to do with her panda father?
For the first time, Ranma's declaration of motherhood is now shown on Patreon in manga form at the $35 per month level. Before you watch the anime, read the manga.
Oh. Brought to you by Augie. Was that like podcast 24?
Why? Why?
So the bigger question is, if he like goes back to his male form, does the baby like auto abort itself, or like does it just get further trapped?
No,
is
the
it
baby
now
just goes
trapped
from being
because there's
female
no...
to male inside of him.
Oh,
so what happens when Rama changes back to male? When Rama's
that's what I just asked.
Nap.
Does it disappear?
It's almost like we didn't just have this exact conversation.
I wasn't paying attention to reading.
Yeah, clearly.
Rip Reese.
Raj Leonardo, I shared you that link in the Help Me Find as well. Luigi the Metal 64 says Damin Mills told the people that the rape comments are a joke. Funimation still failed that victim caring test.
Oh, please tell me there's that Damin Mills quote unquote follow up in this podcast.
What?
Right? The one with Joshua Seth.
No, can you?
You didn't put it in.
I didn't. Please send it again to me.
It shall be done.
You're very welcome. Stink meaner N moment, and you know we know what N stands for.
Oh my god!
Shamey's gonna miss out on that weekly special price, though.
No, he's buying it right now. I won't be able to get it. No. Well, you should get it now because you know weekly special. All right, March is my birthday, so it's a gift from myself to myself. Well, that's the way to do it.
Get yourself an early gift to yourself.
All right, I am making a horrible time on this podcast. I do have work in the morning, after all. Future Kid Takara, original animation film by Studio 4C.
No digital tiers and no physical tier.
Looks like shit. Studio 4C is really overrated. I mean, they've done a couple good-ish things, but it's really just insufferable to watch most of the rest of everything that they do in let me give it to you this way. Motherfuckers.
Best
MFKZ,
thing they ever did was Detroit Mel City.
MFKZ had amazing backgrounds, but the story and everything else was trash. So yeah, there's only digital tiers. There's no physical media.
There's not even a digital tier. There's no digital copy whatsoever. Like you don't get anything.
Oh, you're just helping them make it?
Other than helping them make it, basically. There's no copy of
in other words,
whatsoever.
don't bother.
Give you an email hand job or something?
Basically.
Just make the next Berserk. Keep making more Berserk.
Well, I don't even want to show nothing.
No, keep making more Detroit Metal City. That's my proposition.
So do you guys remember when we covered the Kickstarter for Thin Blue Line?
Vaguely.
Which, by the way, I never got.
Ooh.
Has that gotten released yet? Or
check your Kickstarter.
So a longtime Punisher writer Mike Barron is raising a legal war chest to sue Daily Kos for publishing malicious lies about graphic novels Thin Blue Line and Private American. So he started Kickstarters and a thing called Crowdfunder, which I had never heard of before I read this article. I thought it was a misspelling until I clicked the link and saw it for my own eyes. Sorry, I saw your gift card, Reese. I looked at this upside down and thought you gave me $1,000 gift card. I was like, holy shit! No, it's $50. And here's the thing: I can watch basically every movie on planes now. So, like, I don't even have to go to the theaters most of the time. Anyway, so he did a Kickstarter in this thing called crowdfunding for Thin Blue Line and Private American. This is the one we hadn't covered, Private American, and basically, Daily Kos, this thing, however the fuck you're supposed to pronounce that, they defamed him the way that, for example, Anime News Network defamed Vic and all those other ways, right? Like people lie about you in the media, and then they got Kickstarter to ban his project after it had already been approved by Kickstarter. Okay, so he is suing them now. He's building up a war chest, so to speak, in order to sue them so that he can take them to court for doing that. So, follow up to what we were talking about I guess we never talked about this, but we talked about Thin Blue Line. So that's where that's gone. I thought it would have been really funny if he started a Kickstarter to sue Kickstarter. That would have been really funny. That's
and it got
so
approved.
the Damin Mills update is in private chat.
I'm going to decide if we're going to cover it now. Oh, did that ever go anywhere? Let's wait till streaming news. We'll cover that after the stuff that's currently in.
Yeah, do it whenever you feel.
We'll put this at the top of streaming news. Okay. So Anime Expo discontinues the Premier Fan Badge. So just saying, word might have got out that the ADA, Americans with Disability Act, stipulates that you cannot ask a person what their disability is. And when you use that as an excuse to get a free badge, you kind of have the Premier Fan Badge. So I guess word might have gotten out about that.
Oh, geez. Damn it, Lance. We told you not to abuse that.
I mean, I haven't released any of my 2019 first impressions videos, of which I filmed 7. But you may notice a certain ADA badge on mine and Dan's persons. So yeah.
Whoopsie.
I learned it from Augie. No, when Augie went to Anime Expo, the person he was with needed a disability badge because she had just had like surgery on her hip or something, right? And they give you a disability pass, and then they also give the person you're with an assistant pass. And because our entire party, so to speak, was me, my wife, Augie, and this woman who didn't even go into the convention, they also gave my wife and I a disability pass where I was the assistant and she was the disabled or whatever. Maybe it was vice versa. So that we would not be separated from our group, so to speak, as they saw. It's very kind of them. Anime Expo staff, fucking legends. I love you guys. But yeah, you taught me that it was easy to cheat the system. So yeah, it happens all the time. It definitely wasn't me. Anyway, so the registration is going to begin on January 24th, so on Tuesday. The most expensive badge for 4-day access is going to be $145. So the prices are going up from what they were. It used to be you could get them for like $45, 4-day pass on July 5th, the day after the convention ended. Has not been that way lately. So anyway, moving on. The Spoke Kishibe Rohan is getting a live action movie based on the Louvre story.
Mm-hmm.
Have anything to say about this, Reese?
I mean, this is basically, there's been the live action TV series. Everybody's reprising the role. I have read this manga. This is the one JoJo's thing that has not been released by Viz, but by a different publisher over here. It's really weird.
And
wait, a different publisher released this?
Is that apparently the Japanese way to write Louvre is to write lube. It's the lube story. No. That's clearly the Louvre behind him right here.
Rohan at the Louvre. This is
Louvre.
Published by MVM Comics, I guess.
Damn.
But yeah, but back in 2012.
I mean, I'm glad someone else licensed it rather than it just not being licensed.
Yeah, but it was released back in 2012. It's like a weird, oversized book. Kind of like
Dude, there's a third one. There's a third one.
I have all three.
Okay, good.
Yeah, it's a weird, oversized book.
Yeah, it's like a not like big, like bigger than comic size almost, like regular comic book size, bigger than that.
Wow.
So.
Plus ultra.
Yeah, so that's the thing.
Further beyond. I may or may not be trying to archive these tweets before somebody deletes them.
That's a good idea. It would have been neat if they like made an animated version of it. To go with the other like those big Rohan Kishibe episodes. They're on Netflix.
Oh, you've got a link to the actual episode. Nice.
Not quite. We'll see. You'll see.
Oh, did he cancel?
Well, I don't know.
We'll come back to this.
We'll have to find out.
All right, cool. Anyway, so now that we're done with this, all right. So the Gran Turismo Hollywood film, they've released what it's going to be out, what it's going to be about. Remember, so we sort of talked before that. What on earth are they going to do? Right? It's a fucking racing game, first-person racing game. Like, how is this going to be? Like, what are they going to fucking do? You know? So it's actually kind of an interesting story idea. The film is actually a dramatization of the real-life story behind a Gran Turismo player who turned into a professional driver named Jan Mardenborough, and his path from competing online, competing in the GT Academy, and then winning and becoming a professional race car driver with Nissan in Europe and Asia, or Europe and Japan specifically. So I think that's kind of a cool twist on it, because the thing about Gran Turismo is that of all games, it's one of the ones that had a commitment to realism. From what I understand, I never played it, but I've seen people play. It's the one where people go out of their way to buy the steering wheel and the pedals and, like, I don't know, gear shift maybe. Yeah, and like they get the huge monitors where they can basically box.
Where you can basically be like one of those arcade car games.
Exactly.
The seat and all that shit.
So it's cool to see that somebody like legitimately played this game to the point and got so good at racing in the game that they bridged the gap and actually went out and tried to do it for real after doing it so successfully in the game for so long. That's pretty cool. Now, Random 11, you with us?
Yes.
I thought you and I would have an interesting conversation. Romeo and Juliet stars Olivia Hussey. What? Why are you talking?
I did have one thing on. It's interesting. It's based on a video game, but also based on true events.
Yeah. So Romeo and Juliet, just like Tetris. No. Romeo, the fall of the Russian oligarchs. Anyway, Romeo and Juliet stars Olivia Hussey and Leonard Whiting file $100 million sexual abuse suit against Paramount Pictures over 54-year-old nude scenes in the film.
Is this the origin of the insult hussy?
I don't think so, but it is an unfortunate name to go to high school with. If that's your stage name, you should change it. I'm stepping on glass. I'm not sure why there's glass here. Anyway,
yeah.
Also, no, sorry, that says alas. Alas, poor Horatio.
hold on. What's the studio? Paramount or
Paramount?
Yeah, Whiting Hussey versus Paramount.
Whiting Hussey v Paramount. I love how it's 54 years. It's like the statute of limitations has got to be. That's got to be right.
How much longer till it's in public domain?
Right. So, alas, poor Horatio. The cycle of Shakespearean tragedy is never ending. Olivia Hussey and Leonard Whiting, stars of the 1968 adaptation of Romeo and Juliet, a much heralded classic that was required viewing in high school English classrooms for decades after. Did anybody see this in their high school?
I remember seeing a version. Well, we saw. I remember we saw the Leonardo DiCaprio.
Yeah, DiCaprio version is the one everybody saw. Nobody gives a fuck about.
And we saw another one. I can't remember what it was. This one or not? It might have been this one.
I don't know if it's this one, but I took when I went to high school. I took honors English in 9th grade, and then in 10th grade. I took 11th grade English, and then in 11th grade I took 12th grade English, right? Because that was how their AP system worked there. And then in 12th grade I took AP, right? Because the way that they handled it to not have to teach extra classes was to just bump you up a year, right? And then that was the year I met my wife at Anime Expo during the summer of 2006, right? So I went back to school. And believe it or not, at Anime Expo, I got strep throat. It has a 6-month incubation period. So it didn't hit me until like seriously exactly 6 months later. And I was super fucking sick. Like the kind of sick where your body is running a fever, where you're sweating constantly. And you'll get up to like go to the bathroom or something, and you'll come back and have to change your sheets because there's just an outline of a body in wet stains on it, you know? And so I ended up taking 10th grade English in my senior year because every other class that I took, I was able to overcome the homework that and schoolwork that I had missed relatively easily. But AP English was like, here's like 12,000 pages you got to read. And I'm just like, fuck that. No. So I just took 10th grade English because it was the only class I hadn't taken yet. So I'm not sure how it ended up, but I guess I missed the class. But in my school, there was famously, this movie has nudity in it, right? And I went to a Christian high school, right? So naturally, they're very against anything that could even be hinted at being pornographic in nature. So famously in my school, there was one teacher who got distracted and the scene came on and they were not paying attention. And the whole classroom is like howling at, like they're making so much fucking noise. And the teacher, I don't know.
Half the guys were humping their desks.
I don't know if she was texting or what, but she's looking at something that she's grading. I don't know. She just yells like everybody shut the hell up. Kind of like, you're just like, quiet down. Stop being so loud. Like it just did not click with her, even though for years this thing has been shown. Like seriously, just get the fucking VHS and tape over that part, like, oh my God. But yeah, so eventually she noticed, and as the story goes, she dove over her desk to get to the TV and blocked it with her whole body and turned, like when they wheel in the Bill Nye the Science Guy TV. Yeah, we still had the big AV equipment that they wheeled in with the cables and stuff, like grabbing it and like, try to turn it around and block it with her body. Anyway, so that's the legend at my high school with this thing. But now we get to learn about how it was actually sexual abuse. Back to the article.
Real quick, what is it?
54 years later.
Anime Back When's in chat. Ironically, my last shift of working 7 days a week ended today.
Oh, nice, dude.
I owe you guys an episode next week.
Awesome, man. That's great to hear. You pulled through. It's funny. I was actually thinking of you when I started my new job because I was still working my old job on the weekends. And then I had... Right as I got my new job, I also got a client from back before COVID started that asked me to make changes to one of the things. So I had that on. So I had Saturdays, I was working my old job, Monday through Friday, and including some weekends, I was working the other job where I'm flying all over the place. And then on Sundays, when I should have my day off, instead I was working that freelance gig and shit. And then, of course, sprinkled in here or there, I had some editing to do for the college. So I have been feeling very similar to you in that regard. Oh, that's an unflattering way to do this. I know they did live action Need for Speed. They did with fucking the guy from Breaking Bad.
Was that based on the video game or just a similar name?
What was his name? What's the actor? Aaron Paul? Is that his name?
Aaron Paul. That sounds familiar.
Is it? Well, you know how I'm talking about Jesse from Breaking
Yeah,
Bad.
it's Aaron
it's
Paul's,
so funny
Aaron Paul sounds familiar.
because the trailer for that dropped the night of the finale for Breaking Bad, and there's a part in Breaking Bad's finale where Jesse's driving and he just goes, "Ah!" and I'm like, Need for Speed. Anyway.
Was that movie was the Need for Speed? Was that based on the video game?
I mean, as much as any, like, you just make up a story, kind of thing. Anyway, back to this. A much heralded classic was required viewing in a high school English classroom for decades later. They're digging up bones of the past. The pair have filed a suit against Paramount Pictures over the film's notorious nude scenes. Now, if this was fucking Sankaku Complex, they'd have been kind enough to give us the omakes, but apparently Downing into Comics thought this was the important image. So the filing in a California court by the two actors states that they were, quote, secretly filmed without their knowledge. Yeah, turns out Olivia Hussey and Leonard Whiting were just getting it on. And they're like, keep the camera rolling. Set. This is good stuff.
Yeah. How did you not notice this until 50 years later?
What probably happened is the director said, okay, so here's what we're gonna do. I know this is a bit awkward for everybody here having to sleep with Romeo here while we're all watching. So we're just gonna leave the cameras off so you can kind of just have a couple of, warm-up sessions. So, get your body's chemistry working together. And then he turns and goes, turn the cameras on. I haven't read this article yet, but if you read it, that's exactly.
Yeah, your canon sounds pretty good. I like it.
So the two actors say they were secretly filmed without their knowledge in violation of the state and federal laws regulating said child sexual abuse and exploitation. Look, as long as the children know they're being filmed having sex, what the fuck is that? Hussey and Whiting, who are today in their 70s, were minors at the time of production in 68, 15 and 16 respectively. Their suit says they suffer ongoing pain and anguish from filming. I shouldn't have fucked that guy on camera. Plaintiffs have suffered and will continue to suffer psychological pain and mental pain, along with extreme and severe mental anguish and emotional distress, unless you give us $100 million.
Canada has a different option.
Okay.
What?
There's you're suffering, just kill yourself.
Oh, Canada has. I thought you said that kid has a different. I'm like, what?
Canada has a.
Canada.
That's the end guy.
According to their Encino-based lawyer Solomon Gresson, the two seek punitive and exemplary damages of over $100 million and compensatory economic and non-economic damages, according to proof, along with disgorgements of the economic benefit to Paramount. So I think what they're saying is, can you believe they got drunk? They had a reunion. They get drunk and they're like, God, can you believe that every fucking kid in California has seen your ass pounding me?
Not even
in English class?
In the United States for the last 20 years.
Okay, sure. You're right.
I didn't get to see
everybody for the last 60 years or whatever has seen us pounding. Damn. Imagine how much royalties they had to pay to Paramount. Wait a minute. Why didn't we get those royalties? And that's
royalties.
That is how this came about, I think. So it's claimed that they were lied to by director Franco Zeffirelli. Oh, come on. It sounds like a porn director about nudity being, quote, filmed or exhibited, and told they, quote, would be wearing flesh-colored undergarments during the bedroom/love scene. However,
I thought they were going to add those garments in post.
However, on the very last days of photography, the minor children plaintiffs were given body makeup and were told by Mr. Zeffirelli that they must act in the nude or the picture would fail. Or my erection will fail. I mean, the picture will fail. That's what it sounds like to me. In turn, Zeffirelli showed them where the cameras would be set so that no nudity would be filmed or photographed for use in Romeo and Juliet or anywhere else. Yeah, see, that hidden one in the wall, that's not going to be in the movie. That's going to my private collection. Believed they had no choice but to act in the nude as demanded. The suit makes a clear and damning claim. However, it contradicts recollection by Hussey in recent years. Tell me. In 2018, upon the release of her memoir, The Black Christmas Star, what? Throw that in there, okay. Recalled that she and Whiting, does he know about Black Christmas? We're young theater actors, but still very aware of what they were called to do. She also said to Fox News that the nudity wasn't that big of a deal. That doesn't sound like something that costs $100 million. And she even spoke in favor of it. Obviously, something changed between then and now. Their manager, Tony Marinozzi, indicated to Deadline the Me Too movement was a factor. What? Can you believe that?
I don't even.
It's almost like it is just like a money grifting movement.
It sounds like a grandkid said, "Hey, Grandma, you should have sued them and get $150 million." And then after the suit,
wow, Granny's hot. No.
Granny hot. No.
It is taking great courage for both Olivia and Leonard. Leonard? Is that his name? It was Leonard. Okay. In my head, it was William. to address the sexploitation / sexualization of minors that occurred then and unfortunately continues to permeate our society today. The Me Too movement provided a platform for Olivia and Leonard to finally hold those accountable regarding these abuses, he said. Boy, if I could be a fly on the wall in those negotiations. It's like, you really think we can get $100 million? It's like, yeah, but you got to start crying about this, not thinking about it and blushing, fondly remembering it, Olivia.
I still say it's the grandkids who set him up to it just to be deep in that inheritance pot.
So Romeo and Juliet was nominated for Academy Awards, winning Best Cinematography and Best Skinematography. No, it's costume design. Hussey and Whiting took home Golden Globes for their performances. Paramount hasn't commented, but profited upwards of a reported $500 million from the film. Director Zeffirelli, no stranger to sexual assault claims, died in 2019. Damn. The suit was filed before California lifted its statute of limitations on sexual abuse of minors. Before they lifted its statute. So does that mean that it's null? Because it was filed before they lifted it?
Would that mean anything? Because it happened probably before they lifted it anyway?
Read the sentence again.
It says, the suit was filed before California lifted its statute of limitations on sexual abuse of minors.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
Does anybody here think that it was actually like an earnest suit? Because I sure fucking don't.
If it was filed beforehand, then obviously it would be in the rules of like the
civil procedure.
Yeah, like it would follow the old rules.
Yeah.
And I mean they could drop the case, I guess, and try and refile, but I don't know.
Anyway, I hope that more, in this era where everybody's looking to just, they're out for themselves, so to speak, in Hollywood. I hope that every woman who has ever shown titty on screen comes out and sues Hollywood people. And I just want to see it all burn to the ground because of, as Dan put it, he who liveth by the woke dieth by the woke, right? I look forward to this world. All right, now let's talk about Joshua Seth. at Otaku Fest soon. Today, I'll be interviewing Damin Mills for the Voiceover Champions podcast. He's known as the voice of Frieza in Dragon Ball. Really? Is he? In the games? Maybe. A little bit. Cherry Blossom in Skate the Infinity. Weiss the Immaculate in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Ogmai in whatever the fuck that is. What should I ask him?
Whoa, don't scroll yet. Don't scroll yet. Go to the next tweets.
Ask if he a pedophile. Ask
the
David
best
if
one.
he was sharing accounts with Duncan and they posted cringe to mess around with each other. Then why did he send a cease and desist to him shortly after the accusations broke?
And then casually attaches the image saying,
Yeah. Jailbait. That's the face he probably made while he was saying that.
imagine being Joshua Seth asking a wholesome, like, what question should I ask?
What should I ask him?
And reading
Next
this.
time he's jizzing on my leg, I can bet money on it, and then I'm gonna go cry a lot. I'll grab your ass and Connor's ass. Well, we need to have somebody needs to update this. It needs to be, and you have to go back and rewatch the podcast where we covered this, but it needs to have your ass and then citation up here, 14 years old, and Connor's ass, 15 years old, and have handfuls of ass and be a happy soul. The face went 6 more months, then my turn, BRB, raping you all. Oh, and then of course this wonderful one.
Yeah.
Yep. So anyway, this segment brought to you by Footnum, famed fan of Digimon and Joshua Seth.
And I mean, you can look at for other spicy comments if you want, but
I'm afraid.
So on the
wait a minute,
the Spotify.
Hold on. Am I not blocked? That's funny.
So if you open his Spotify page,
yeah,
you'll notice
that there is no Damin Mills for
episode yet.
Now,
yet.
How long does it take for him to record them versus when they get released? 'Cause
So
this is January
something.
10th.
So he put this out there, and then after this, sometime he put out a notification saying, "Well, guys, what's his name? Kaiji Tang is the next. Kaiji Tang is the next episode, whatever," and posted the link.
Aaron Dismuke was released the day after the one that he had this tweet, the day after the tweet.
And this one, he said, "Today I'll be interviewing him." So he should have presumably already done it, right?
Yeah, but he could be recording and canning a bunch, because they're only like an hour long. So he could have like 4 people in one day, and now I'm good for the next 4 weeks,
Yeah, exactly. That's why I said yet. Yeah.
You should ask him what happened to this episode on Twitter.
I think we'll wait until next week and just kind of see.
So Kaiji Tang's thing came out after, and what is it? Yeah, they posted some clips of that one, and we haven't heard anything since. So a side note though, the Aaron Dismuke, he had posted a clip, and it sounded like he basically was acknowledging kind of the joke we've made about like, oh, do you feel like you got this role, or that you were like inherited the role or something like that, like in the same way we're saying like, oh, you were a kid and you were playing Alphonse and now we're just keeping you around to pity you or whatever. It wasn't phrased that way. But
Rekka says, wow, I got a copyright strike over a Detective Conan video. Fuck, dude, that sucks. What was it for? Music? It's grind season. I used your trick and put a white piece of sticky note over my skin. Nice. That's awesome. I told them the trick I used when I was working peak at that warehouse. The RF gun had a time on it, like it told you what time it was, even if it wasn't the right time, because it was reset or whatever and it started over, it would show you a passage of time. So what I would do is I would take the system that we had for priority was that you would put sticker dots on the boxes that went down from prep through down to where we were. So I would take stickers off of them and I would stick that shit on the RF gun right over the clock so I couldn't see what time it was. Because if I could see what time it was, it felt like the day just went on forever. So anyway, that's what he's referring to here. I talked to him behind the scenes a little bit. Now, Luigi the Mel 64 makes this allegation that Joshua Seth is now Damin Mills' accomplice. He basically raped those kids with him. It's not even like a prison interview. So because the justice system did not actually imprison Damin Mills, Joshua Seth is now an accomplice.
So to be clear, I think the most generous way you can look at this is that Joshua Seth, he's been a retired voice actor for some time and exclusively came back.
Is he the voice of Agumon? No, Tai. Of course,
Tai.
That's why he's got Tai in the fucking picture.
He exclusively did occasional Digimon projects like Try and Last Evolution.
Does he do cameos?
That's a good question.
Do you think I could get him to ask a question like, "What is an Angelwoman?"
Oh my god! Oh. Now that would be great. Anyway, so he's been retired with that as the exception. However, recently he made a post saying, I just got out of the booth or whatever for my latest role. It's my first non-Digimon role in years or whatever. And he was saying how he's going to get back into the voice acting business, which is how why he launched this podcast, kind of.
Okay. I would be thrilled if these old guard, like Joshua Seth and what's his name from fucking Wolfwood?
Jeff Nimoy.
Jeff Nimoy.
Leonard
Nimoy, yes.
I'd love it if he came back from the dead.
That'd be great.
I would love it if Jeff Nimoy and Joshua Seth got together and just started either joined AM Studios or just started something new. I'd love it if a lot of the old voices that are sort of being kind of forgotten could resurge together. You know what I mean? Like get a bunch of the old Pokemon cast before they got switched over. And all that.
Yeah, let's have a Digimon cast reunion, and it's only Tai and Jeff Nimoy because they're all dead. I mean,
what about Tom Fawn? He's still around.
I'm making an exaggeration that all of them seem to be dropping like flies.
Look at Marshall.
But anyway, so what I'm getting at is that I think it's reasonable to assume that he is just that much of a boomer and out of the loop that he literally did not know. That is my interpretation.
No, I think that's very reasonable. Or that this is going to be a platform for Damin Mills to let me tell my side of the story.
Wouldn't it be so based and hilarious if he actually proposed all the tough questions? Like he trapped him. He's like, yeah, so about those messages. No. And
so this is what I want to ask. If I was, look. I am bound to not say certain things. Give me a moment. Let me figure out how I want to say something.
Yeah.
What I would ask if I was Joshua Seth, I would say, that's an unflattering angle. So I hear that you guys logged into each other's accounts, right? That's right. I didn't post any of the N-word. That was Duncan. Duncan did that. It's like, really? So did he have your login and he did it remotely? That's right. It's like, so the IP address on Facebook's database will show that, right? That's what I would do. I would try to steer the conversation that way. Anyway, so we done with this topic here?
Yeah. So, I mean, we can leave room open that he is trying to be all like, Damon's not such a bad guy.
These people don't know. This is the problem people have. Look, I see a lot of I Stand With Vic people.
I'm saying he could turn that way, and I wouldn't be surprised.
I'm just saying,
way.
To be clear, I see a lot of people on I Stand With Vic who don't seem to understand that the rest of the industry, these people that are siding with one side or the other or whatever, they don't have any fucking clue what's going on. This isn't all in a consuming aspect of their life like it is for a lot of the fans. You know, they have no fucking idea. They don't even know how to send a fax. Most of them. Look at how old he's old as shit. He's got white hairs in his beard. He doesn't
Still sounds like a 10-year-old. No.
Anyway. All right. So moving on from here. Naoki Urasawa's Monster. Oh, great job. Is now on Netflix. What the fuck is this shit? Where'd the goddamn article go?
Great article.
Great article. 10 out of 10.
It's now streaming on Netflix, but only the first 30 episodes, which
And
is
sub
more.
only.
Yeah, but it is more than got released by Viz, right?
Yeah, 15.
Like that's so dumb.
Yep.
Yeah, so I wonder, does it have the song that allegedly Viz decided, fuck this series, we're not going to release the rest of it?
I don't know.
I feel like the song is probably on the dub, which is why I don't have the dub.
What song are we talking about? Are we talking like an opening or ending theme or something?
Yeah.
I think it's the ending, but I'm not sure. It might be the opening. I don't know. But allegedly, what happened is that there was a song that the band did not give them permission to use outside of Japan. And they got into some hot water with it. So they just said, fuck it, just cancel the series.
I wonder if the Australian version has that.
I think the Australian version does, but I'm not sure.
Also
anyway, if
on
you haven't seen it, I'm gonna whet your
it's
appetite
amazing.
a little bit. Fucking awesome show. Naoki
fantastic.
Urasawa, creator Master Keaton, fantastic.
It's a fantastic show.
The premise is that in the first episode, Dr. Tenma he's a surgeon,
Brain surgeon.
and brain surgeon.
He's the top surgeon at the hospital, and then he's also his life's great. He's in with the head of the hospital's daughter, and life's just great.
Life
And
is
then
going very well for him.
And then a young boy comes in.
Let me tell the fucking story. Then a young child is in a car accident or something, and he
got
surgery.
shot in the head.
Something I forget. He needs surgery.
That's
or
why
he'll
I
die.
was explaining it, because you forgot.
God damn it! He needs surgery or he's gonna die. And then a big wig from like the political realm locally there, a politician, is being flown to the hospital and needs surgery immediately. And Dr. Tenma chooses to save the kid instead of the politician. So he makes a noble sacrifice to do something that is going to hurt him. It's going to hurt the hospital. Everything that's going good in his life is going to get hurt by this choice, right? And then the kid grows up to be a serial killer, right? So like the
Good
one
job.
good
You played
deed
yourself.
He does a good deed, and then he's haunted by that good deed for the rest of his life, because the kid becomes a serial killer, and he's like not just like, oh, he goes around killing people, but like he is psychotic and like a psychological cat and mouse game. Right, and he's tormenting these individuals.
But the kid is grateful to Tenma, so he's not as in danger as you'd think. But so the anime I hear is actually like a lot sluggish, way more sluggish than the manga. And in my experience, it's like I didn't think anything was I couldn't pinpoint something I'd cut out. I couldn't pinpoint anything they should cut out, but no, it did feel like it was kind of slow and dragged in some ways. I mean, overall, I did really like it, but the ending was like a huge middle finger. And allegedly, there's a separate manga that like fills in the gap or whatever of the ending. But it's like, why didn't you include that? I mean, it doesn't.
And that
even
never got
necessarily...
licensed over here anyway.
It. Are you sure? I think it might have.
No.
Mirage Leonardo says Sci-Fi Channel had Monster back in like 2008 when they still aired anime. That is true. It did air on TV.
That's where all the dub rips come from that have 75 episodes, all 74
What are you
episodes.
talking about? They probably
there's also the Australian version the release that has it. But yeah, so the show is really good. And if it seems like you're like, where have I feel like I've seen, you might have seen the live action TV series Royal Pains, which has the exact same premise without the serial killer. Anyway, they ripped off the premise for Monster for that show on TNT or whatever that was. Anyway, so let's move on from here. It's a great series. You should check it out. Hopefully it'll get saved by Discotheque and they'll fight for the song.
That'd be awesome.
Fly Me to the Moon or Bust, right? So,
yeah.
All right. Also, Crunchyroll
also Netflix news. Demon Slayer Mugen Train arc went up today.
Why would you do this to me? We
I'm
don't have an
sorry.
article for that. Fuck,
We do.
You've ruined timestamps.
I just thought it was
Cruncher.
Fine, fuck you. I didn't say anything. Nobody heard that.
Crunchyroll streams Berserk, the Golden Age Arc Memorial Edition English dub. So the cast from the original movies, and I think mostly the original show as well, right?
Yeah.
Came back to reprise their roles.
Yes.
Fully
except
redubbing
for Sean Schemmel.
Oh, right.
It's not listed here.
I'm shocked that they
Gaston,
didn't
he's
just
not
chop
in
up
here.
the movies old.
They
dub,
could not do that. They could not do
Sean
that. Because
Sean gave up so much work. That's surprising.
Right.
He's like every other character in that show.
I mean, to
He
be fair, he could
literally
still
is
be in
just
it.
Gaston. He is literally just Gaston, but he's in like every scene as the guy who never gets named and has a face that could just be any background character.
Yeah.
I think the theory is that Crunchyroll couldn't get access to the movie dubs, which they would still have to chop and read and dub the extra scenes that were in there anyway. So they figured it was just cheaper just to redub it from scratch. And like they had all the cast were like the reason they did the cast didn't get back for 2016 was because they wanted Michael Centuriclass to direct it, who had directed them for the movies, but because Crunchyroll went with Bang Zoom or whatever to do 2016-2017.
I fucking hate the 2016 dub so far.
Well, what did I tell you?
But for whatever reason, they decided to go with NYAV posts this time, and so they got all the cast back. And, they did apparently did better, pretty much word for word for script, but slightly better.
I hope they changed a couple of the lines that I didn't like about Casca. That I had shared those tweets about how I thought it was better in the original '97 anime. I hope they improved a couple of those.
Where it just says, "Give me that ass, woman." No.
Rape D's nuts. Anyway.
But
yeah, I'm glad they brought them back. They could have brought back 2016, but that would have been just like a wow.
Oh, that would have been awful.
Well, that's why I'm confused. I was gonna say, well, this is technically still the same company that dubbed 2016 with a different dub, so that's why it's kind of baffling.
I wonder if they still have the files used to produce the CG animation. Because I just wonder, inserting scenes inserting shots into existing scenes would be pretty difficult years later to match the background style if you have to get a new background artist and whatnot. Even if you get the same artist, he's changed over the years. You know what I mean? I think it might be difficult. And I wonder if they still have the old CG, because it would be great if you could uncuck us with it, just render it a little better next time.
Yeah.
Anyways,
what I'm wondering is if they're going to release it physically as a show, or they're going to release it.
I imagine they will. I mean,
actually, that makes a lot of sense, because they don't have the movies. So they want to be like, well, screw you guys.
Technically, nobody has the movies now because Viz doesn't have the license because they're out of print.
Oh. Well, there goes our affiliate links.
Let's roll the dice for Discotech to get the movies along with the original 97 series.
Luigi the Metal 64 has a very compelling argument here. Discotech should release anime.
I agree. The way they've been not releasing anime the last 20 years has really bummed me out.
That's a very game-changing proposition. You should message Discotech about that.
Yeah.
They might consider it.
Let's start a GoFundMe.
Right.
Apparently, Oron High School Host Club has a bad ending in the anime with Haruhi getting slapped.
It's an incomplete ending.
Go back to that
cover
previous
it all.
comment again.
Media changed the dialogue and then burned the witch to say
social justice instead of great society.
It now changes it to 2 with over 9,700. What?
Let's take your word for it. I'm gonna keep moving on
Which
here.
Sailor Moon dub, though?
I don't care. I'm
Are we
moving
talking
on.
about
Toho
the
International acquires 50% ownership stake in Frederator's Bee and Puppycat and Bravest Warriors series. So they're acquiring ownership stake in Western properties. So Toho International, a subsidiary of the Toho Company, alongside the Frederator Network, a subsidiary of Genius Brands International, announced today in a press release that Toho International purchased a 50% stake in two of Frederator series, Bee and Puppycat and Bravest Warriors, as well as the upcoming series Catbug, which is going to be a spin-off of Bravest Warriors. The deal between Toho International and the Frederator Network is set to produce new content based on both series, as well as develop further opportunities in merchandise. So it sounds like they're buying it because they thought Catbug was something they could probably sell in Japan. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it has the face of a cat and the body of a ladybug.
Okay. It's on Netflix. You guys can check it out. I don't care about it. It looks weird.
This is what it is. Anyway. Oh dear Lord. Why does anybody what satanic spell did the founders of Funko Pop put on this world that they actually got people to want this trash? Can't believe it. Anyway, so the new deal aligns with our long-term strategy as we build a more effective system for distribution and licensing of our own IP, said Hiro Matsuoka, president and CEO of the Toho Company. Quote, we have seen the tremendous global popularity of Bravest Warriors and the growth of Bee and Puppycat, as well as the growing popularity of Catbug, along with the overall Western anime genre. Cringe. With our production resources and distribution capabilities across Asia, complementing Genius Brands and Federator's expansive network in key markets around the world, we anticipate these two properties will continue to develop a global fan base as we introduce new content and merchandise. Before I read this article, had you heard of Bee and Puppycat, Bravest Warriors, or Catbug?
No.
Nobody here has, right?
Nope.
So the only reason that I have ever heard of Bravest Warriors and Catbug is because Bernie Burns on the Rooster Teeth podcast in like 2016 talked about it once and had a plushie of Catbug or something and threw it at somebody. And that's the only way I knew what this was. When I saw Catbug, I'm like, oh yeah, that was that thing from Bravest Warriors. That I remember him bringing it up on that one episode. Other than that, never heard of this. Not on my radar whatsoever. Not on my kids' radar at all. I don't know. Maybe not a great purchase. I don't know. Just saying. Anecdotal evidence, but whatever. Moving on. In theater release news. My mouse is disconnected. Great. So one day I came home from work and I realized I left my mouse at work. And that was just the end of my whole life. So I bought a bunch of new computer mice so that I could keep one on my desk downstairs, one upstairs on my night table where I bring my laptop up occasionally. One can stay at work, one can stay in my computer bag, so I take it with me on trips. I'm like, I ain't letting this happen again, right? And then they don't stay connected. Fucking new ones. So it's goddamn, God, kill me. Anyway. So, in theater release news, Legend of Zelda movie in development from Illumination says getting the robot, or giant freaking robot, rather. I mean, there's another article here. See this person in bed in a black leather mini dress. That's an article. I could also see Selma Hayek in a string bikini. Wow. What? How about you just post the fucking image? Don't tell me I can see it by clicking on this thing. Just post the fucking image. You think that see this in a string bikini? What? Like that's better than just post. The image must not be very good if you're not leading with it. Sorry. Back to Zelda. So the greatest hero of Hyrule is finally on his way to the big screen. Our trusted and proven sources tell us Illumination, the same studio behind projects like Despicable Me and the upcoming Mario Brothers movie, is developing an animated Legend of Zelda movie. Now, with that in mind, what is your gut response?
Didn't Random 11 say this was false?
So I was told it was false, and eventually I figured out where that was coming from, and it's just because Giant Freaking Robot is a shit website that often says a bunch of shit that isn't true.
And they also try to get you with these black leather dress things.
Yeah.
So they say
their batting
our
record is not very good.
Our trusted and proven sources. So here are these are all exclusives that we had the scoop, and you heard it here first, folks. We were right? So so anyway, I'm just covering it, but I just want to know, hypothetically, if Illumination was making a Legend of Zelda series, like a movie, how does that make you feel?
Not very good, I'll say.
right?
I mean, Wind Waker is a thing, so maybe if it was more of like a lighthearted Wind Waker type of, but even, I don't know, even then.
So let me take that back. Who would they get to voice the characters? I mean, we've got Jack Black as Bowser, Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong. So who's gonna voice Zelda? Is it gonna be like Sarah Silverman Zelda, Michael Cera Link?
I hope not. I'd prefer like Tom Holland and like fucking I don't know. Like,
fuck, dude, I'd watch a Tom Holland starring live action one if he didn't talk. I'd watch that.
So it's difficult to say if they were gonna make a movie or a series, whether or not he should talk.
It's
the original cartoon.
Actually, the original. It's very easy to say he should not talk.
Well,
but that's not.
I mean that poses a lot of plot challenges. To have a main character
that works for a video game, but not for like
a
film.
The original cartoon, obviously, with the "excuse me, princess," got on a lot of people's nerves. But I think it can be done well. I mean, Mario didn't really have a voice until he did, right? So,
that's right.
We all didn't really have a voice until we did.
Yeah, that's true. So,
Zelda
I
didn't
think
have
it's
a voice
possible
until
that they
he
could
did
pull
in
that through.
the latest games. So,
yeah, they finally did add voice acting to Breath of the Wild. I think if they were going to do it, I think they would focus on their own style. I don't think that they would try and copy like Breath of the Wild or.
I wish they would. But yeah, it's gonna be like the Illumination animation type of. That's why I'm kind of like hesitant. But
yeah, I would.
But that's just Green Line's bias towards a more anime aesthetic Link instead of like the Wind Waker.
Oh man, I mean, like just Link. Even there was that like image going around back when Breath of the Wild first came out of like it was like Studio Ghibli does Breath of the Wild, and everyone was freaking out. I mean, that would have been amazing, but obviously we're not going to get that. The ignoring the voice, ignoring the style. Now we're getting onto plot with how they handled Peach in the Mario movie.
Will she have those lips?
Is Zelda?
Will Zelda have those lips?
Will Link even be the main character? Right? Like it could be possible.
No, will Zelda have those hips? Is what we should be asking. If you remember the.
Oh no!
Breath of the Wild.
They're gonna make Zelda trans because she turns into Sheik. Oh no! No! Absolute worst.
And I mean, Zelda won't get kidnapped by Ganon, obviously, so they'll have to
Link is
find
gonna get
another.
kidnapped. That's
Link,
the plot.
Link would be the one kidnapped, which is why he doesn't talk in the whole movie, because we don't even see him in the whole movie.
I mean, it's already kind of a thing in the games. Like in Breath of the Wild, Zelda wasn't really kidnapped; she was imprisoning herself to,
That's
save
empowering.
off Ganon.
Sounds
So
like fake
maybe they'll
news.
do something similar
I-
to get her out of the story. But
Can I just draw attention to Leonard Nimoy right there?
Oh, what?
Is that not 1,000 Years of Pain?
that does look like 1,000 Years of Pain.
He's
the fuck
ogling
was
some
that?
asshole like, I'm gonna get him.
That wasn't the same scene from Naruto. That was like a different angle and everything.
It was. Yeah, I'm surprised. It's a very impressed. It's the only GIF that would fit, so I didn't use the actual scene. That was this is the HD. Oh, this is the widescreen one from the recent where they reanimated it. Studio Pierrot did. Remember we covered and Mr. Beast was like, how much to get the whole series done like this or whatever.
This
That
is
must be
from
what
the
this is.
anniversary.
It's got to be because it's widescreen.
Yeah, but does it look like? It looks like it's from the '90s, not like.
It looks like ash.
All right. All right. Anyway, so coming back to this, in spite of not being released until April, Illumination's Super Mario Brothers movie continues to receive criticism for casting Chris Pratt in the voice of Mario.
Yeah,
And
because
Legend of
Travis
Zelda movie
Zelda.
could face criticism for anyone being cast as the voice of Link. While the sword-wielding hero does speak in the games, players never hear his voice, thereby making it easier to put themselves in his shoes. One of the criticisms of the 1989 animated series is that the hero was given a voice performed by Jonathan Potts, which caused a disconnect with fans. One solution could have been already suggested from an unexpected source. Actor Gaten Amaterasu, the guy who played Dustin in Stranger Things, who recently talked about hoping not only to eventually see an animated Legend of Zelda movie, but that the studio would make the film setting a vocally silent world. His vision had the film's visuals and musical score doing all the heavy lifting. I don't think that there's anybody in the West capable of doing that. There aren't very many auteurs out here who could pull that off. I don't think Link. I think if Link does talk, he should be a very few words. You know what I mean? Like I think he should. I see them giving Link a voice and him whining as much as Luke Skywalker does in A New Hope. That's how I feel like that's going to go down, right? If Link is going to talk, make him the strong, silent, stoic type, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, this is all
it's got to be Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Yeah, well,
Like
and we already know.
the amount of words he can do.
Your time is over, Ganondorf.
Your time is over.
All right, so we all know that it's going to be Damin Mills. Moving on. All right, so 39 more Regal movie theaters are closing in the U.S. amid the bankruptcy. So I don't care too much about the actual full list. Doesn't matter. That's not supposed to be highlighted. But basically, they've filed Chapter 11 bankruptcy in September. They detailed a plan to reject the leases starting February 15th and a new bankruptcy filing on Tuesday. Regal is the second largest cinema chain in the U.S. behind AMC with over 500 theaters. The company's plan to close locations during its bankruptcy is fairly routine. The Chapter 11 process actually makes it easier for companies to walk away from leases without incurring major penalties and to press landlords for better terms. So they told the court on Tuesday that about their plan to reject the leases for 39 locations, and that would help them save $22 million a year, and that it is still working with landlords to preserve other theaters. Quote, the debtors are hopeful that these negotiations will lead to lease concessions and modifications that will obviate the need for rejection and enable additional theater sites to remain open. An attorney for Cineworld did not immediately respond, blah, 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 blah. Cineworld filed for bankruptcy at a time when the larger theatrical industry is struggling to fully rebound from the pandemic. North American box office hit $7.4 billion in 2022, according to ComScore, down from over $11 billion in 2019 and 2018. Anyway, these are the ones that are closing down. Moving on.
Luigi the Meta 64 says movie theaters should have shown anime movies.
Damn. All those anime movies I could have seen and done videos about. Damn. You're so right.
Oh, I'm going to see one in a movie theater on
Yeah.
Tuesday, on Wednesday.
Damn, Green Line was faking when he showed us that thing during pickups.
all your first impression videos are fake.
They're fake. I didn't see the movie.
watched-
Notice you didn't see any filming in the theaters.
You watched them all on his laptop.
Obviously, what he's saying is that they should show more anime in theaters. All right. So this is just a confirmation. Johnny Young Bosch is returning as the voice of Vash the Stampede.
Nobody else is returning, unfortunately, it seems.
So Johnny Young Bosch, you should have taken a hint and exited stage left.
Yeah.
Also, Tenchi Muyo GXP Paradise Shido Hen anime reveals an
The
OVA
big ear
format.
that
Yeah, I was gonna
AC can't get over.
I cannot get over it. And the fact that they're still showing it, and the titties like way up, there's all sorts of things wrong with this person's anatomy. Anyway, but OVA format. So my question is, in this day and age, does that mean straight to digital? Or are they really still doing straight to disc? We'll have to see.
I feel like it's straight to disc, because if it's straight to digital, it'll be ONA.
Original animation, yeah. So hopefully, anyway, Kind of the Great Snow Sea reveals an anime film sequel plans. So this starts its run on January 11th, right? Now, granted, it's been 3 weeks since we last did a podcast. I know, so it's a little late here. But this article came out January 7th. So before it even started airing, it already had a film sequel plan.
Mm-hmm. It could have been the plan all along.
Now, the problem is it's full CG, but it's from Polygon Pictures, right? So it's marginally better than other full CG things. So moving on. Don't have time for any lingering. Sorcerer's Stabber Orphan Season 3 is going to air for 2 consecutive cores. So it's going to feel just like the original. Yeah. Blue Archive anime adaptation coming in the future. So we talked about this previously. Blue Archive, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was the Korean mobile game that when asked to censor their content to stay on the App Store or whatever, they instead opted to just raise the age rating to not sacrifice the titty.
The integrity.
So
which is a good thing in a way.
Here is anime cutscenes for the PV for the newest game. But if it looks this good, it would make a pretty damn good anime, I think. And if it's rated with titty, then like even better, right? Anyway, so the premise of it, you can read on your own. I think it's in here somewhere.
You got in the trap of scrolling down the artwork case.
Yeah, I did, because apparently the thing I was needing was up here.
You can read it on your own. Pause now and read.
Fuck it. Read it yourself. God damn it. I don't care. The Vexations of a Shut-In Vampire Princess reveals 2023 anime. Now look, I know what you're thinking. Oh, another blonde vampire with red eyes. Yawn. Yawn. But wait! Thick maid. Have you seen have you ever seen a blue-haired maid?
Yeah. Her name is Rem.
With titties?
Rem has bigger titties than Ram.
So
this was the plot point in Rizio. Did you forget?
Anyway,
Your
this is the
argument
thing.
fails.
I have no argument. The joke was that yes, you have seen them. Thanks for making it awkward. All right.
Well, you know who else you've seen? The main character. Damn it. Copy the link. Character. I think she has a striking resemblance to Yami, who's in both Black Cat and Telebru.
Oh shit! I'm moving. I'm trying to move the tab, and it's moving the whole window. I don't know, man.
Well, it's mainly the blonde hair, the length, and
the little titties.
Not the titties, the titties on the hair.
No, but also the fact that this is a small, petite girl.
Go to the top picture. It looks a lot closer.
Does the
oh,
pull up the
never mind.
overlay again? Does she
I
have
think
an
you're. I
aha
think you're
gate?
right. I think it looks just like her.
Does
Red
she have
eyes.
Did she have an aha gate in the other one?
Oh no, it can't
No
be her.
aha gate.
No
No
aha
aha
gate.
gate.
None of the hair on her head is stupid. All right, so that's what aha gate means. The world God only knows authors game industry themed manga 16-bit sensation gets an anime adaptation.
Asterisk. Being
What?
that he's it's just the artist, or wait, no, it's not the artist. Wait, no, he's doing the art, right? Didn't we?
The world
confirm
God
that?
only knows authors game industry theme. Okay.
No, it's in the body.
The official Twitter for the 16-bit sensation, Watashi to Mina ga Tsukuta Bishoujo game. Bishoujo game made by me and everyone. Great title. You know where they how much they felt like they contributed to the creation of the game when they say, yeah, this is a game it was made by me and everyone. Anyway, so Bishoujo game made by me and everyone manga series illustrated by Tamiki Wakaki
everyone
of the
and
world God
I.
only knows.
Illustrated.
Yeah, so it says it's illustrated by this person from the world God only knows. On December 31st, that its anime adaptation is now in the works. Details on the production, but see, this is for the manga, so it could be written and illustrated by the same person.
Let's find out.
You know.
Well, I find it odd that they'd point out just illustrated by.
Okay, well that doesn't matter. This is I'm sharing this for this. Who cares about World God Only Knows part? It's based on a fucking 16-bit sensation game. I think that's the cool part of this. Who cares? The manga is a collaboration project by Wakaki and two members of Japanese visual novel / game company Aqua Plus. So these two people. The two are legendary creators in the Bishoujo game world who have designed and illustrated characters for the Utawara Rumono series.
He does the story and art for both series.
There you go. And are credited as the manga's original concept writer. It was originally published as their doujinshi work. And its commercial edition has been published from Kadokawa for 2 volumes since September 2020. The story of the first volume is set in 1992 and centers on Meiko Uehara, a college student who begins a part-time job at a PC store. However, the store's management is only a temporary form. The main business of the store is a maker of Bishoujo games. When one of the staff members ran away, not a good sign, Meiko, who can draw, is suddenly appointed as sub-graphicer. But she has never drawn an illustration for 18-rated games before. Will she be able to complete the game successfully? I'm curious.
Doesn't it say 16-bit? 18 plus 16-bit?
Oh, yeah. So 16-bit games, the ones where they have the pixel art scenario.
How do you do 18 art pixelated? Like,
I'm just saying that those
how do you pixelate 18 art?
I'm just saying that it's going to be really hot pixels that she's going to be drawing.
How do you pixelate 16-bit art?
Reese.
When it's already pixelated.
That is not 16-bit. Hold on. Wow. Glad I'm not screen sharing that right now. Let's just do this one. I can show this. You never seen this before?
Looks pretty pixely to me.
Yeah. And do you clearly see the panties?
I can.
Erection achieved.
I can clearly see them. They appear to be a light blue.
I am not so shallow to get an erection just from panties. Thank you very much.
He's a seasoned veteran. He'll have
I'm
you
a
know.
seasoned veteran. I need more.
Oh, let's not show that one.
I need more.
Give it to us in chat.
It's not 16-bit, doesn't count. This is Reese right now.
More.
Fuck me.
I was just looking for that picture.
Okay, anyway.
More.
All right, so that's coming. That's coming in anime form. I think it might be fun to watch.
That's better.
Can we run this through the pixel art stable diffusion?
Oh jeez.
We could.
Oh my.
Frame by frame titty bounce.
Send the
oh my.
send the screenshots in chat.
So Goblin Slayer season, I already closed it. Sorry, just look up 16-bit eroge. Goblin Slayer season 2 is continuing, and it's going to be animated at Leiden Films.
Dude,
So-
they totally missed the headline. It should have been continues to rape in season 2.
So Leiden Films does not look to be using CGI for Goblin Slayer anymore.
Can anybody name anything from Leiden Films off the top
Berserk
of their head?
2016.
Oh no. They've learned from their mistake, I tell you. It looks fucking good. Shut up. No.
Shut up.
Oh, they did. You must be thinking of something else, because
Did Leiden Films do The Bastard? Or is that Studio Lied?
I mean, they did call. Oh, no, I guess they are listed on Berserk. I guess they are listed on Berserk. God damn it.
Did they do Yamada-kun and the Seven Witches?
Oh, they were producers on. They're not the studios on Berserk. They're not. I think you're thinking Milpensi is
Card
probably
Fight
the one.
Vanguard. Happy-go-lucky days. Farewell, my dear Kramer. Child of Kamiari Month. Terraformars Bugs 2.
Call of the Night, I think.
Blade of the Immortal. I was right. They did do Bastard. Yes.
Yep.
So there you go. It's gonna be good.
Slam dunk on you.
Yeah.
Oh, they did.
Idiot.
So does it work Code Black?
All right. Third season for Maiden Abyss anime has been announced. That's it. That's the news. I'm not even going to scroll through it because I don't give a shit. I'm sure it's wonderful. I just don't have time.
The interesting thing is they caught up with the manga.
Oh wow!
In season 2,
Can't wait for that Full Metal Alchemist ending.
Yeah, so it's
Can't wait for Hitler to show up in this.
Oh, they're doing the new Rurouni Kenshin too. Leading Films.
Oh, there you go. That also looks great. Go Leading Films. Work them to the bone. I fell for a Fujoshi shoujo comedy manga. Joins the Azuki lineup. So I'm just now realizing this probably should have been in release news. Oh well. You can now read this manga. Okay, VTuber legend, how I went viral after forgetting to turn off my stream, gets TV anime adaptation.
After I turned on my Hitachi.
Do you think it's the Dark Side Phil style? Or the I got up from my wheelchair style? It's a miracle! He's healed! So, good news for fans of light novels about virtual performers getting chaotic and rowdy. Oh, they're talking about someone that's not me. Comedy light novel series VTuber Legend How I Went Viral After Forgetting to Turn Off My Stream is being adapted into a TV anime. A commemorative illustration by this person and a mock live stream video announcing the adaptation featuring voice actor Ayane Sakura as VTuber Awayuki Kokorone. That seems a little derivative.
Cockroony?
No, Kokorone. Isn't that the dog one? Isn't that a name based on a girl that's a dog one?
Korone? I like Cockaroni better.
Okay. All right, anyway, it says 20-year-old former wage slave Yuki Tanaka now works among her idols, the streamers of Live On, one of Japan's top VTuber companies. As the gorgeous, polite Awa Yuki Kokorone, she delivers only the most ladylike content. But unfortunately, her subscriber count and savings are at rock bottom. That's why we're anything but ladylike on this show. One evening after Yuki
look at where we are now,
yeah, look at us. We're coming up a little.
Yes,
One evening after Yuki thinks she's ended her stream, she cracks a few cold ones and more than a few crude jokes while watching Live On's video archives. But her viewers hear it all.
Stream?
And the clips of her body drunken commentary go viral overnight. Yuki thinks her career is over until her manager reveals that everyone at Live On has been waiting for her to snap all along and gives her free reign to drink on stream. Must not live in Alabama. Now, free of all feigned purity, she jumps right into her new rowdy drunk character and is welcomed into the fold by her fellow Live On VTubers, who turn out to be just as crazy as she is. With her views and finances skyrocketing, Yuki's work for the first time in her life is actually fun.
It sounds like it would be fun for the first episode, and then after that, it's like, oh, you've already.
I don't even think I need to see the first episode.
Yeah.
Anyway, moving on. Educational manga Dog Signal gets TV anime in fall 2023.
Brad, you could relate.
He's
No,
signaling
I actually can't.
You got two dogs, and you could use the education to figure out how to train that bitch.
That dog is trying to signal PETA to get him out of this relationship.
I already forgot the joke I made when I looked at this.
Can't take anymore.
I legitimately, I'm spacing on the joke I made. Whatever. Something about the fact that this is clearly some yaoi shit with those hands. Anyway, moving on.
With a dash of bestiality.
With a dash of something like that. So if you like your yaoi with a dash of bestiality, give this one a shot. So Misty and Brock are returning to Pokemon for Ash's final episodes. Question: do you think Ash will actually give her a bike?
No.
And if he doesn't, will he be Me Too'd? And that's how they get him out of the series.
And do you think he's actually
back in a end of Master Quest?
Oh, spoilers!
What? Do you think he's going to marry her? No, he also he's also going to reunite with the Squirtle Squad.
Nice. He's going to squirt all over them.
But is he going to finally say, you know what, Team Rocket? Here's Pikachu. You've earned him.
Right?
I don't need him anymore. Drops him like fucking Toy Story.
He's served his purpose.
All right. Now, if only Lance were here. The Tale of Outcast anime is going to cover the original manga's entire story. So there you go. If only anybody cared about the story. Also, another not Tales of thing. Tales of Wedding Rings is going to get a TV anime. That's a thing.
That took a while.
Ask Lance if the gameplay changed in this manga. Okay, Attack on Titan Final Season Part 3, anime set to premiere on March 4th, and will be split into two halves. So
rip your shelf and box sets.
Part 3 and Part 3.5.
Well, I think they literally only have 2 volumes left. There's going to be 2 like hour and a half specials max.
Oh, right.
You think? Or is that confirmed?
You don't think that an anime only ending might happen?
Nah, I don't think so.
You'd think they could get that done like a film, and they just say, "Oh, well,
no,
why
no.
does it take
the
two
way
halves?"
the way they've been adapting is 1 chapter per episode, roughly. That's the true ending.
Yes. So you're thinking it's just
those are tiers of acceptance.
Are you thinking it's just 2 specials, or is it?
I'm
been
thinking it's
confirmed?
going to be 2 special because they literally say special.
Prediction
On my part. This is all prediction on my part because they have
Just
2
say
volumes
special.
left, about 9 chapters. Because the last volume had 5 chapters. They're going to be cover about a volume per each. We're looking at maybe a 90-minute special for each.
All right.
Well, even in that case, joke's on you because you're going to be stuck with a 3rd volume on your final season, part 50.
Well, I'm thinking
Well,
they're gonna.
I feel
when
like they're
Funimation
probably going to
releases
release.
it, they're gonna release them together.
Yeah, I think they're probably going to release a complete thing. And
Call it final
Well,
season.
no.
part 3.
I'm saying
No,
even if they
no,
release parts 1 and 2
no,
of the movies
I'm
together.
saying I bet you Funimation will release seasons 1 through final, the whole show, in one box set. It'll be called like the Colossal Edition or something.
They might
and it'll
do
be
that
shaped
later.
like Walmaria.
Oh Jesus!
And it'll be a fold-out digipack that just goes on forever, and it could fit all the way around. And you're like, look, it's the wall. You know, they connect at the end.
Don't give them ideas, you son of a bitch.
and then there's a door that you can kick in and be like, haha, I'm the Colossal Titan.
Haha, I broke my box set that cost me $7,000.
Oh no, my digipack.
So I'm sure they're gonna do that. Don't get me wrong.
Probably
But I'm saying
Don't
to
get me
compl-
wrong. I'm 100% certain Funimation would do this.
However, they have to complete out their limited editions, right?
Yeah.
So the
Yeah,
final one is going to be 3 spaces like long minimum. So
watch final season part 3 as DVD height. And the real question is, if they do actually do the complete season 1 through final season,
they'd have to include
would
the
they
OVAs
include
too.
junior high?
No.
Oh.
And would the set be better or worse if it didn't?
Hold on. You just gave me an idea. I just gave myself an idea. Would it, if it's gonna be just like these 2 movies or whatever, hypothetically, would they include the OVAs in that final set?
Duh.
Since they've already dubbed them.
Fuck.
All 8
Have
of
they
them,
already
8
dubbed
episodes?
all of them?
All 8 of them? Yes.
Fuck.
Man,
Whose
they're
dick
running
do
out
I
of
gotta
space in
suck
that
to
last
make that
box.
Because I have not seen all of them yet because only 4 of them or whatever got released over here.
Yeah.
I have read the light novels. Cruel Mistress of the City. Spoiler alert, she doesn't spank anyone. Sorry.
Anyway, I think you're screwed either way.
I don't think the Mistress of the City or whatever is in the OVAs.
But not as screwed as Australians. Australia bans import and sales of how not to summon a Demon Lord Omega anime.
You mean not getting screwed?
So they refused classification of the show's 2nd season, which basically means that it can't be released.
Over there or
it's
imported.
rated RC, refused classification. Cannot be sold, hired, or advertised or legally imported in Australia.
Yeah. That means you
So,
got
what else is new? Anime is illegal.
It's another W for Sterling Grift.
Right. Sterling Grift.
So
there was a Boneros. Connie Boneros, wasn't that her name? Connie Holy shit, my memory is good on things that don't matter.
So legally inputting, what's illegally inputting? Just like a friend sending you a copy in the mail?
No, I guess they're saying that importing means bringing it into the country.
Yeah.
So,
but what's so what? If you were to bring it with you physically on a plane,
don't you
they
know
would seize it?
Us toxic alpha males can only be held back by anime today. You regret it. I don't know, man. I'm pretty sure that it's just illegal to sell it there. and whatever. And knowing how they've operated before, it seems that even just importing the child sex dolls will get you before you. No, they go through customs to get there. So
yeah.
So they will probably catch you and consider it. Remember, to quote Sterling Griff, shows like Goblin Slayer feature the rape of children, and they show children enjoying being raped. Now, I don't know about you, but I missed that episode. And that is how they will put you in front of a tribunal, and they will ask you to confess to your sins of loving child rape because you watch anime and you bought an anime that they put on the no-no list.
But Your Honor, show me in the episode where the
doll touched you.
Like literally have them show the thing to the jury and say, "Is this children? Are they enjoying it?
Does she look like she's enjoying that?
Is it meant to be sexually gratifying?"
In response here, demand for Japanese manga bucks Australia's downward piracy trend. So take that, Connie Baneros. So basically what this is actually kind of an interesting article because it previously on the podcast, we have talked about the concept of piracy is a distribution problem, right? If you can't access things, and I've always said the way that you defeat piracy is to make the legal option better and more convenient, right? Mm-hmm. So if I can watch anime on YouTube, but it's 144p and in Spanish subs with Japanese audio,
in 8-minute chunks,
HD in English, and all I have to do is pay $5 a month for whatever, I'm gonna do that one. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that we've talked about this for a long time, and it seems that that's actually what this article says. Basically, piracy has not gone up or down in Australia in any meaningful way, but what is being pirated has skewed heavily to Japanese manga because they keep banning it, right? So movies and music and stuff is more and more readily available, with songs and movies readily available on streaming services. Illegal downloads have moved to less available media. That's the bottom line. Anyway, I thought that was an interesting tidbit, and I didn't segue very well into it because it could have been great, but I failed. Sorry. Also, a fan petition demands Chainsaw Man remake. Now, Reese, you're watching Chainsaw Man. Is anybody else watching it?
I watched it. It's done.
I watched like the first 6 episodes. I need to get back to it, but yeah, I've seen parts of it.
I've watched all
How
of it.
do you feel that this show has gone?
I thought it was all
good.
right. I mean, I understand that they did skip things, but
now the difference, Reese, is you haven't read the manga though.
I have not read the manga.
No, I have not read it. I'm just saying, as somebody who went in blind, how do I describe this? Remember we talked about like movies used to have like this soul to it, right? I talked about Unbreakable and how like I could feel every shot felt intentional. I wanted to like Chainsaw Man, but the whole time I'm watching it, I'm just thinking like, what is the point? Like, what's the point? I haven't really enjoyed it. Speaking from that perspective, I kind of understand the sentiment that people might want it to be remade, especially if you did like the manga. E. Castro says Chainsaw Man anime was pretty all right, but it didn't capture how fun the manga was.
So that's like, just from seeing the clips, I actually kind of agree with what this was saying.
So it feels to me, I think this might be the best way to articulate it. It feels to me when you watch Transformers growing up and it was animated, and it was like you were having a good time while you were watching it, and it was an experience that like really made you feel alive as a child. And then the live action movies come out and they're still fun, but it's more about flashy explosion. You know, like the budget goes into making it look pretty versus making it good. You know, maybe Transformers isn't the best example, but you understand the concept.
So I think a better parallel.
The wrong thing.
I think a better parallel to what this article is talking about is in the same way that so Simply G had this take a while ago about how One Punch Man by redoing the art to look Giga Chad and all that stuff, it kind of takes away from the comedy aspect because they're focusing too much on the aesthetic and I'll call it the cinematic appeal of it. And with Chainsaw Man from the clips, I thought, wow, this looks like it's kind of a Hollywood movie type production thing, but it kind of gets rid of that. I'm not going to say that humbleness or something, but it feels like it's overdone, overly dramatic. I was talking to someone about Ufotable, how I'm like, it feels like, Ufotable's style on Fate and all that compared to like the 2006, because my friends were talking about how they actually liked the 2006 in some ways.
Ufotable, did they also animate Bakemonogatari in that whole series?
No, that's Shaft.
That's Shaft, right? Yeah. So
Ufotable does Demon Slayer.
So yeah, right. Something that I really felt when I was watching Chainsaw Man that missed the mark. Something I really felt missed the mark was the problem of in anime, the character designs, especially for the eyes and the noses, right, and the mouths, the typical anime mouths that are really small when they're closed, really big when they're open, right? That is dialed if you have your chibi and photoreal
your chibi meter,
right? You've got your chibi mode, and then the dial as you try to becomes the fidelity gets higher and higher to where it's photoreal effectively. I felt it was too close to photoreal. It doesn't look
exactly.
photoreal.
It takes
Don't get me wrong, it does not look photoreal, but I feel like my ability to get behind and enjoy the characters, what it reminded me of was Jinro the Wolf Brigade. Is that what that movie's called?
Yeah.
Jinro Wolf Brigade. Yeah. It reminded me of that, where like those Satoshi Kon style movie, not Satoshi Kon, but sort of Perfect
Oshi?
Blue kind of had it. Yeah, Mamoru Oshii more, right, with Pat Labor and those kind of things, where the characters have like that eyelid drawn, you know, like where they actually draw not just the eye and like, you know, this flesh around it, but like the actual line for the eyelid, you know, and it feels like, yeah, it's drawn extremely well, and it feels, you know, like the movement is really fluid and everything, but it just loses that spirit in the same way that original Lion King versus the CG remake kind of loses it, you know? And so that for me, I felt was what stood out on a non-subconscious level that sort of took me out of it personally.
Yeah, that's kind of the feel.
Yeah. So anyway, about this.
So let's actually read the article now and see what we're actually talking about.
They said a disrespectful fan was apparently so upset by the anime adaptation of Chainsaw Man that they started a petition demanding that it be remade. The ignorant otaku clearly being unaware of the amount of money that goes into a typical animation, let alone one that already received well above that amount. Pardon me. The Japanese fan opened their petition at change.org. You know, that thing that is
the best site for
that has solved so many as per
goddamn
usual, and
thing.
demanded the Chainsaw Man anime be remade with a new director. Now, I saw this tweet. I thought this was fucking hilarious. That petition to remake the Chainsaw Man anime is hilarious because what more could you want from the adaptation? God directing each episode? This other person says, Mappa said, reanimate this bitch. Look, the animation is fucking great. Don't get me wrong. That looks goddamn incredible.
Mm-hmm.
But I need more than just fancy graphics for something to be good. You know what I mean? So
you need Makima to pull the Griffith move.
I'm just saying, you know, like I would rather, and I think that is one of the reasons why One Punch Man is so endearing, is because it was created by somebody who could not fucking draw. The drawings aren't good. So the story is strong. He didn't try to be more than he was, but he focused on the thing that he was good at. And he was so compelled to create that even though he kind of sucks at drawing, he made what he wanted to make. And then, because the story was fucking awesome, it got to the point where Yusuke Murata came along to redraw it with some of the most phenomenal art that's ever been seen, right? Anyway, so describing the animation as an unfaithful interpretation of the manga, the petition took issue with several aspects of the anime, such as poor animation quality and forgettable music. Additionally, lambasting the performance of protagonist Denji Seiyu Kikunosuke Toya. The person also believed the vision of the director Ryu Nakayama was different from the creator, Tatsuki Fujimoto. Blah, blah, blah. Anime adaptations tend to differ greatly from the source material in various aspects, so such deviations should come as not much of a shock to those familiar with the process. But possessing over 2,100 signatures, a petition is likely to achieve absolutely nothing, as most tend to.
Yeah, it's a signature count. That's why nothing would happen.
But
so,
I will say that, just to go back, I will say, like, I kind of get where they're coming from, but I'm an adult who just says, I'll move on. I don't even care. Yeah, that could have been better, but whatever. Like, for example,
where's the change.org petitions for Berserk 2016-17?
we talked a little bit about Air Force One a couple podcasts ago. I watched that movie on the plane when I flew to Atlanta, and the movie could have been great, but it just kind of misses the mark, in so many ways. So
are you talking about the original or the actual sequel?
What's up? No, I'm talking about
the actual sequel hasn't even come out.
The actual sequel is a rumor. It's just so funny that we had to make it a
You see the time traveler now?
Yeah. So I watched the original one, and it's like had a different crew come together, that could have been the next Die Hard. You know what I mean? Like, it honestly could have been fucking awesome, but it just falls apart. Anyway, I won't harp on it too much. Did you want to say something for them before I?
Yeah. So your One Punch Man example. So that's actually kind of the same thing here, though. Like, even though he has the strong story to support it, it's like the overly like the highly rendered everything almost takes away from the original charm that his webcomics had. So that's kind of like two different sides of the scale, if you will. But yeah, so with Chainsaw Man, I'm just like, even though you said like the animation's great for this one, when it comes to like the rotoscoping, it feels to me like all the clips everything has looked like mainly rotoscoped with any action. And it's like, when they do that, because they have the perfect reference, so you have like a ton of these like folds in the clothing, so it's like you get this hyper realistic-ish line work in a way, but because they have that perfect reference, they can do a really cheap, crappy ass line that doesn't even fully connect and all that stuff for every frame. So that's why, despite it looking good, it still looks cheap, which is kind of what the article is saying. It's like, the animation quality, which most people would be like, what are you talking about? It looked like God came all over the screen.
You don't think it'd be polished a bit more for the home video release?
I mean, they often don't seem to do a ton as I don't think they're going to go back to that metric and like redo that many frames, or not even redo, just polish them up.
Who's
wow.
this?
Howdy.
Somebody's late.
Wake up, sleepyhead. How's it going, man? I think he has mic issues usually.
You cannot speak without a mic.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
You're a little low.
I was working. Can you guys hear me?
I hear you. Yes. Speak up, man.
Oh, I think that might be on y'all's end because I've got everything maxed on mine.
Okay, you're good now. You're good.
But that's fine.
So we're talking about a fan petition that demanded that Chainsaw Man get remade.
I take it you have not seen it.
Okay.
All right, that's it. That was the thing.
Oh no, I haven't.
Okay, so
actually, the other thing about that is like in the like low key scenes without action, everything is so highly rendered that it looks like a drama rather than like, oh, this came from like a comic-y thing, right?
I have a comment on Chainsaw Man. I'm seeing a pattern with who likes it and who doesn't. People who don't watch a lot of anime that I know have loved it, but people that do are complaining about it.
I liked it, and I watch a hell of a lot of anime.
But
yeah,
Reese, you
but
also
I'm just
like
saying. What I'm saying is that as a general rule,
pattern broken.
As it, fair enough. But as a general rule, the people that I know that like watch a lot of anime on a regular basis, different anime, not just I saw Dragon Ball or watched the Cowboy Bebop.
That is me. I'm watching 17 shows this season. Thank you very much.
He's the only one out of us that watch, and by us I mean like Brad and me. He's the only one that watches outside of like 2 shows at a time, if we can even do that.
I'm pretty sure I'm over your count, FDM, if you take out all your rewatches on Mal.
Oh, you're talking.
Oof.
Oh, right.
Oh no.
Reese is just pulling out the big dick comparisons here.
I'll probably surpass you by next year.
I mean, yeah, at the rate you're going, you're definitely going to surpass me.
I wish I'd have started doing that because I'd have one hell of a list by now.
Like if I include my rewatches, I'd be like over 100 more days, at least.
So why are they wanting people to remake it? Have you already covered
apparently
that?
they weren't happy with the production value and the way that it was directed.
And the adaptation-ish.
And the adaptation, because apparently as far as I know, they skipped like some mini arcs or something because they went to halfway through volume 5 or volume 6. I mean, and they could have just gone if they would have gone at a proper rate, like say My Hero Academia, they would have gone to volume 3.
Yeah, but mainly it's just like the vibe is different than like if you were to read the manga.
Well, that's with a lot of shows, and from what you're saying, they rushed it.
No. By vibe, it's like you're as Brad put it, you have a dial of like photorealism, and then you have the moe, or what do you call it, chibi-fying thing on the other end of the dial. Or whatever.
So, and it just feels like it's like the character designs are too real for the premise of the show and the seriousness that is being conveyed, So now I want you to take a look at Power's mouth there. Does she have those teeth in the anime?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. The shark teeth?
So we had a philosophical discussion while we were prepping to do this show a couple of nights ago, where we asked, was that thing that you said, no, let's not remove it? Yes. Yeah, so we had a philosophical discussion about this, or rather a joke was made. So now, outside of this, I legitimately, seriously have considered starting an OnlyFans for the podcast using Stable Diffusion to draw the content that's going to go up there. And I was thinking what we could do is we would have, I'm not 100% sure how OnlyFans works. I've never used it. It feels on the surface to me, and it sounds like from conversations with some of you guys that this isn't how it works, but it seems to me like there's public posts and posts that you have to have
like a Patreon
contributed, like Patreon, patron only posts, right?
Yeah.
So I thought it would be really funny to have posts that we just randomly do with Stable Diffusion, automatically just upload that shit. Everybody can see it, but the worst comment of the night would be the prompt that we would put into it each week, and that would be locked behind the paywall of like $1 or whatever.
Oh wow, so you're gonna be a cheapo.
Well, I don't. Well, I'm still in the phase of working this out. But while we were looking at this, I thought chainsaw blowjob Right, so I brought it in to Stable Diffusion with the ultra real porn filter, and it does not seem to understand my ridiculous request. And it created some truly interesting images. I'm not sure what's even happening here. But these are among the things that you could see.
I think you should. I think instead of doing blowjob, you should have done chainsaw fellatio.
Oh, well, let's try that one next. So anyway, I tried it in the ultra real porn one and got these, and I tried it in, I think, an anime one and got this. I am not sure what I'm looking at.
And you're expecting people to pay $1 for this?
Well, the thing is that they'd have already paid it before they saw it. So,
as a means, no, not for those. Those are the free ones. As a means to, to support the channel and the podcast in another way, that might be an option. We might go just as a fun one, right? And here's the thing. Now, let me make this very clear. If you already have an account on OnlyFans,
we're not judging.
Please hold on. Huh? Please confirm that there is no way I will look at the name and connect it back to your account in the chat here.
Unless you want him to do that,
I do not want to know the sick, degenerate shit you're going to ask me to put through Stable Diffusion is coming from somebody who I see their comments every week. Okay, just saying, if we could keep that barrier there, I will be the purveyor of your disgusting filth, but it has to remain anonymous.
Dude, what if they
AC
what if
is
they
okay role playing with you as long as he doesn't know it's you. Take that.
Dude, what if they send you a selfie and say, put her sucking my D in this?
As long as I don't know their face from their profile picture, right? All right, cool. Anyway, so
I can only see
if you're
this
interested,
being incredibly entertaining. When are you starting?
Yeah, look, dude, I have done. So for those of
we
you
have done things with
this,
we
have done things with this that should not be possible and have been scarred
and should not
look,
be
I'm just
seen
saying,
by the light of day.
Stable Diffusion is an equal opportunity sexual orientation thing. Okay, so there's going to be some gross shit showing up.
You're planning to make some D content?
I can't show it, but one of the things I searched because I thought it would be like very podcast on brand was Chinese boy inserting Tiananmen Square tank into urethra. And the first result was very disappointing. And the second result was even more disappointing for entirely different reasons.
I'm really glad I wasn't there for this.
Hold up.
Anyway,
you wanted to generate
something I wouldn't want to search.
I don't know, though, because OnlyFans wasn't made for like pornographic content. That's just what it ended up getting famous for.
I don't know. I think that was a retcon. I think that was a retcon.
No. It was designed. It was supposed to be like Cameo, so to speak.
I think I'm
90% sure that's what it was supposed to be.
Beginning.
Yeah. And then they tried to distance themselves from the porn, and then eventually embraced it because that's where all of their revenue's coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, in other news, do you guys remember we talked about the show?
Please don't waste your money on
Oshimai?
OnlyFans listeners.
Oshimai? This is the anime. I don't know why I think of Dexter's Lab. DD, get out of my laboratory. Ooh, what does this gender-changing gun do? You know, kind of. That's what it feels like. So, this is the anime that's coming out this season about an otaku hikikomori, right? Whose mad scientist sister turns him into a girl, right? So, just so you can kind of see what we're working with here.
Wow, they all look like the same picture.
Oh no, Tomo-chan is a girl.
Also bringing up that this is animated by Studio Bind.
We'll get to that. Hold your nut, Reese.
Which one? I have two.
So continue to scroll to the Omake. So
I thought
you
you were going to say I have three.
All right, so anyway, again, it's a story about a guy who becomes a girl. right? Magically through science or some shit.
Through the power of anime.
Yeah. So anyway, from Anime Senpai, this new trans anime is already controversial. Right. So,
wait, how is it trans? Just ignore me.
No, exactly. Right. So, as the winter 2023 anime season gets underway, Onimai, I Am Your Sister, a comedy anime series, has also garnered interest from those seeking more representation of transgender themes in anime. The series, produced by Studio Bind, is only studio's great job. Is only the studio's second creation following the success of Mushoku Tensei, but also no compromises are done in animation quality. However, the series is facing backlash on social media for various reasons. Just want to reiterate, this new trans anime, that's how they wrote this, okay? Onimai, I'm Your Sister, follows the story of Mahiro, an otaku who has spent the past 2 years as a shut-in, rarely leaving the comfort of his home. His younger sister Mihari, a mad scientist, decides to perform an experiment on him, turning him into a girl. As Mahiro grapples with her new identity, Mihari works to support and guide her. Remember, this is new trans anime, right? Eventually helping her to leave the house, and Mahiro starts feeling better about himself. I guess he's a he, her. No. So apparently, I love how they went to their trouble of it's trans anime, so therefore proper pronouns are important. It's like, look, it's a really weird flex for the trans community to try to adopt this series and say it's trans representation when the character was forced into transitioning against their will, and because they still identify as a male in the quote-unquote wrong body, do you not think that it should still be using the he him pronouns?
And also, can you call it by the definition
when
the way
keeping it
trans
real goes wrong, or whatever that
person changing their gender?
Lance, say that again.
Well, this person just magically completely swapped, which means it's not a male becoming becoming a female. This is literally a magical thing where everything's just completely biologically changed.
I mean, it is a male becoming a female, but it's not a male taking hormones and growing breasts and thinking he's a female. Is that what you're trying to say?
Isn't the one you just described what trans is, since you're transitioning? Yes. This was just a snap of magic.
Science magic, believe it or not, does not exist. And you don't just get to swap bodies and get your neo vagina.
We all know if that was a thing, you'd be a girl.
Anyway. All right, so it's already controversial. Onimai, I Am Your Sister, produced by Studio Bind, faced backlash from some fans upon its release. While the animation quality of the show was not the source of the criticism, it seems that the show simply did not appeal to every anime fan. Yes!
Oh no!
Are there any other series that don't appeal to every anime fan? Oh my god! How could it? This was evident in the responses on social media, where some viewers expressed frustration that trans representation in anime seemed to always be sexualized, while others questioned why they couldn't get the type of representation they wanted.
Maybe this show isn't for you.
This is not what we meant when we asked for trans representation. Hey, beggars can't be choosers.
You got Dahmer. Look how good that was.
So, one netizen took to Twitter and said, "Oh my God, why can't trans girl get any type of representation without it being sexualized?" While others wrote, "This is not what we meant when we asked for trans representation in anime."
Right.
And this is why I refuse to respect anime fully. Now, I want to throw this in here real quick because I couldn't help but be right about everything. So Kumail Nanjiani accuses Hollywood studio executives of racism, unwittingly exposes the anti-white agenda by saying, quote, "People don't want to cast non-white people as bad guys." cue multiple quotes of me saying that they can't have any flaws in movies, so they become the most boring characters, and all the villains become complex, straight white males who are the most interesting characters in the show. Yeah, so just saying, called it. And also, you make terrible trash when you cater to these types. The people who feel that they can do no wrong.
I can't wait until the anime studio says, "We've heard you guys loud and clear. We're on it. We're gonna re-air the first 2 episodes and correct it," or whatever.
It'd be funny if he just stays a male.
Because they said it's not what we asked for. It's like, oh crap, we have to give them what they asked for. Oh,
so they just play the exact same thing again.
Carpenter shop.
So it says, it seems that some fans had expected a coming of age story featuring a trans character. Why would you think that? Literally, the world does not revolve around you. You think that just because there is a character who switches bodies to the opposite sex, it's a story about me.
They have their own preconceived. They have their own preconceived headcanon.
Yeah.
It's
So
like
who
it
is
has
the
to
sword
follow
and
what
reincarnated
I
as a
thought.
sword representing? I mean, he transitioned into a sword. I'm just like, where's the representation there? Who's that for? I mean,
for
I guess
swordkin people. For tools.
Sword sexuals.
I just realized that.
The sword
that.
swallower crowd would like to have a word with you.
Oh God! I just realized that Attack on Titan is a good trans anime because
oh my God, dude!
What?
Do you think there will be a sword swallower and I got reincarnated as a sword? That would be hilarious.
You know what? I mean, that'd be the closest thing to a blowjob he's gonna get in that shit.
A body
sword
job.
war.
Anyway, it seems that some fans had expected a coming-of-age story featuring a trans character, but instead received an ecchi anime with top-notch animation. Even after watching the story and reading synopses, it doesn't give the clear indication of what to expect from it. Really? Oh my God!
Wasn't there one not that long ago
one,
where this? Wasn't there the one not that long ago where this dude's best friend got turned into a chick and they started going out?
I fucked my best friend.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it.
My
The
friend
one
got
that
turned into a black
got the bad
gal, so I fucked
translation?
my best friend. Okay. All right.
Don't swallow that sword, Lance.
Literally. Oh. Just put the switchblade in.
It came early.
Have you noticed so far that they haven't complained? They complained that it was ecchi, but they didn't complain that the character's age was.
Not yet. Don't worry, not yet. Not yet.
Oh,
so I just want to point out though that from the very first hint of this coming out, this has been the synopsis. His younger sister, a mad scientist, decides to perform an experiment on him, turning him into a girl. At what point would you believe that this is anything other than like a fish out of water body swap thing? At what point would you get the idea, oh, he's just like me. His older sibling forced him to transition. Like, come on. Like, even after watching the trailer and reading the synopsis doesn't give a clear indication of what to expect from the series, which may have contributed to the confusion and disappointment among some viewers. In conclusion, trans representation in the anime industry has been a topic of debate among fans for a long time now. While some have called for a more diverse and nuanced representation of trans characters, others have criticized the way trans characters are portrayed in some shows. It's important for the industry to continue to listen to the voices of and concerns of fans, and to strive for more inclusive and respectful representation of trans characters in anime. At the same time, it's also important to remember that they are like 5% of the world's population and don't matter. No. It's also important to recognize that not every show will appeal to every fan, and that it's okay to have different preferences and opinions. Way to virtue signal like with every sentence in that last paragraph. Anyway, so yeah. Oh, it's already controversial, right? Why? What? I was very clear for the only fans. Onimai is
He
controversial
wants to
anime because
cringe
it gives a bad
OnlyFans.
meaning on what cute is supposed to be. Right. It's supposed to be attractive. And no, you're thinking of moe. Moe means attractive in an endearing way. Or tall round eyes. Sex changes are never cute. Males never look cute wearing female clothes. Females never look cute wearing male clothes either. Dude, those are some fighting words. Footnum is gonna find you.
Oh boy. Mayo Cheeky's getting shit on.
That time I got reincarnated as a Gen Zer.
Oh no.
All right. Anyway,
I mean, if you're under the age of what, 20, you're a Gen Z, right?
I wish I could say the story ends here.
Oh God.
So here's the
really?
here's
We're
that
not free of this?
god tier animation.
Damn, girl.
They're putting it where it counts. I think that's the older sister. I'm not
Is
sure.
this the episode where they say, so this is how you use your boobs?
Looks like the older sister also experimented on herself.
I thought you said the younger sister was the mad scientist who changed the older sibling.
No, I think it was the older. I don't know. Oh, no. Wait, actually, hold on.
Because see, you've been swapping back and forth, and now I'm confused.
Hold on. Let me explain. When the male character got turned into a female, he didn't get turned into a female the same age.
He got turned into an older
into
woman?
a middle school girl rather than a girl his same age. That's a plot point in it. So while he might physically be older than his sister, and I don't remember if he is or not. I don't care. But while he might physically be older than her, she appears older once he turns into a girl because he's been turned into the body of a younger girl than she is. Do you understand?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Anyway,
all right.
Crunchyroll removes gendered language from the English localization of Onimai.
Are you kidding me?
Is anybody surprised?
How can they call this trans rights bullshit how can they call this trans rights stuff, in bullshit, and then go off and say, oh hey, yeah, we're just going to remove all verbal representation?
No, they're trying to get out of any backlash from any side.
Basically, they're trying to Kobayashi Maru their way out of this.
You can't win.
Yeah, so they can't, right? But this is for the sub. They haven't even dubbed this yet.
Oh no.
Okay? Yeah, it's gonna only get worse. And then look, this is the
oh
thing.
my God, my dick turned into a
but
clip.
seriously think about this. This is the thing that is so cucked about the world right now. You can either ensure that this show flops because the trans community hates it for being too sexual or whatever and not giving them what they want, and also giving them a bad name over the fact that this character is being forced into it and they're like supposed to parade it around like, oh, representation and all that shit. And then also the community that would have enjoyed it, the normal people who enjoy anime, the normal anime fans, we're not normal people really, but the normal anime,
normal in this community.
The normal, what do we call it? Men of culture, right? So the normal people who would have enjoyed this, you're now going to fuck them over as well by making it a political statement to walk the fence and not use gendered language, and then only fuck yourself even harder when you finally dub it, right? So you're literally determining that this is going to fail because you're afraid of 5% of the population.
Okay, there's a rule of thumb when going into a creative property. You cannot please everyone.
Yes.
And right there was a blanket statement
that
said everything
movie
you just
for one person.
Me.
It does turn out better.
Only. No, so Crunchyroll's habit of licensing censored versions of anime has been under massive fire ever since their purchase by the pro-censorship Sony. But a recent edit by the streaming platform to the English subtitles for Onimai, I'm Now Your Sister, a recent edit for this show I think they fucked up here. for subtitles for Onimai, I'm Now Your Sister has made audiences more concerned than ever before. An adaptation of mangaka Neko Tofu's original work, Onimai, I'm Now Your Sister, follows the story of Mihiro Oyama, an anime-loving shut-in who, after being subjected to one of his scientifically inclined sister's experiments, wakes up to discover that he has been transformed into a middle school age girl. So it's called Emoto, right? Emoto.
That's younger sister.
Oshimai,
Yeah.
Onimai. No,
Oh,
Onimai. Oh my god. Oni-chan wa Oshimai. Oni-chan is older brother.
Yes.
So he is the older sibling. Anyway. Let's go. Oh, okay. Since its discovery by fans in the West, Onimai has been the center of constant controversies as its premise has led gender activists to falsely claim that the series is a transgender anime, while others have disingenuously labeled it as child porn due to its mere featuring of lolly characters. So one of the things that really irks me about this is how many teen movies there are, like movies where the actors are supposed to be in high school and
do you remember Pretty Little Liars,
underage,
where they're basically fucking in the tent?
What movie?
It's the series Pretty Little Liars that everyone loved, where they're fucking in the tent.
No, I didn't. I actually
no one to call that shit out because everyone loved it.
Who's just everyone you're talking about?
And the
I've
thing
never
is,
even heard of
the
it.
thing is,
It
as
was
well, with
fucking
this-
popular as shit.
No, but the thing is, as well with this, is they're like, oh, but that doesn't count because the actors were over 18. Okay, so show me the voice actors that voiced the character in these lewd situations that's under 18. Right?
And
It's
also,
like
let me make this point. Those characters are about as old as the condom you stick your dick in. If you want to
They're
go
what?
like that, because
Okay.
my roommate has a point here.
Oh,
Because
no.
he makes this point all the time.
This isn't going well.
Yeah, right. Okay, listen, and listen close. When an artist or a mangaka makes a character, that is when the character was created. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So
Let me stop you right
technically-
there.
A
So
metaphor.
Let me
technically
stop
they're
you
like
right there
three-
because the argument that you're making is that these characters are only seconds old and you've already jerked off to them. That's child
Hold
porn,
on.
my
Hold on. What I'm
friend.
trying to say is that you cannot
that's
age,
not the argument you're making.
you cannot
That's
age
really
a
fucked
fictional
up.
character.
The point is, no. The point is that the characters don't exist. There is
Exactly.
no person involved here. That's the thing here.
You can
Now,
say
again,
anything.
It's
Again.
all a thought crime.
Exactly. Now,
And these
continuing
people are
here.
trying to, and these people won't call off the woke bullshit.
Dear Lord,
from
it is
Hollywood
literally
that
one
they do.
sentence in this entire article. Can we please stay on track here? So sadly, the series
was your
Bad Luck didn't
comment?
end there. Upon its January 25th premiere on Crunchyroll, it was soon discovered that the streaming platform had bizarrely attempted to erase gendered language from Onimai's English subtitles. This change was shared by Twitter user, this person, and was made to a scene in the series' second episode, Mahiro's Time of the Month. Gross. Wherein Mahira, which I'm sure they mean Miharu or whatever the fuck her name was.
Mahira?
Miruha. What the fuck was her name again?
I don't care.
How can I never remember the stupid show girl name? God damn it. Fuck.
That person's name.
Give me one moment. What was her name? Mihari. Okay. So I don't know. They're going to fuck it up. It's Mihari, not Mahira. Notices that her now sister is slowly beginning to adapt to her new situation. Quote, girl sitting posture, Mihari observes in the original Japanese. You've become more and more girly. But in Crunchyroll's version of the episode, Mihari instead asserts, you even sit differently, before asking, you've really gotten into the swing of things, huh?
No, I think you
Probably
sit
because they don't have
different
junk
because you
anymore.
don't have balls anymore to work around.
In response to their initial call out, A different Twitter user confirmed that the gender-neutral translation was seemingly exclusive to the English subtitled version of the episode, saying, Crunchyroll subs, Spanish, like a girl, Latino, like a girl, English, differently, meaning you even sit like a girl, you even sit like a girl, you even sit differently, right? Now, I don't know what the difference is between the Spanish translation and the Latino translation. If somebody wants to explain that to me in the chat, you definitely could. This change appears to have been the work of a translation team, which included this person, who on the day of Onimai's debut took to Twitter to brag that her assignment to the it should say, God, you fucking hell, proofread, that her assignment to the show was able to put their gamer knowledge to good use in butchering the series location. The show I worked on is out. Finally, a show I could put my gamer knowledge to good use. Onimai's animation is actually incredible. I'm so chuffed I get to work on it. Whatever the fuck that means. Anyway,
that's like a British thing.
But the boss is gonna spawn at any moment now. So I guess
wow,
in this sequence,
such intricate knowledge you have graced the show with.
In this moment in the show, the character is reaching for a bottle to take a leak. I'm sure that's gonna seriously. This is clearly a fish out of water story. Like, how do I pee in this bottle without getting it everywhere? Providing insight into their approach towards Onimai, the Twitter user explained on January 7th that in some instances, quote, deciding to avoid a one-to-one translation helped elevate my translations whilst retaining the intended meaning.
Did it?
Just so I can say, look, I'm all for that. I'm all for avoiding one-to-one translations while retaining the intended meaning. I am all
retaining one-to-one meaning is great.
No, because the Japanese have strange
meaning.
ways of speaking.
No, not one-to-one. One-to-one meaning.
I think that conveying it differently with a different way of speaking, you can give more personality to the characters because English is an extremely versatile language compared to Japanese. Japanese, you can do like cutesy things like pronouncing things slightly different and Kansai versus, Hokkaido and all those different accents, right? But honestly, English has more flavor to it and can be used to create more.
You can use 50 other languages in tandem with the English language to make a sentence.
So 2 instances, I think deciding to avoid one-to-one translation helped elevate my translation while training the show. I'm just checking. That's it. It can't be helped. This is an emergency. So better check, for science. But the boss is going to spawn any moment now. I got to do it for the game. Like peeing in the bottle. Look, listen to me. The creators of this show clearly aren't hikikomori. Because
apparently they don't know what it's like to be an extreme gamer.
No hikikomori would even hesitate to piss in that bottle. It'd be second nature by now. So I always try to ask myself, what would I say in this situation? They added in a now deleted Fallout tweet. Now with this show, I'm like, what would I say as a fellow gamer, TM?
All of this and the reactions overpressed the point that we have come to a point now where people just can't enjoy anime and laugh at it for its stupidity and the things that make it good. They have to, for some reason, find a way to make themselves identify with a fictional fucking character to the point that it is, in your word, autistic. Because, Jesus Christ, you can't identify with this because it's a fictional character. Yes, the dude doesn't know how to piss in a bottle because he no longer has a penis. But Jesus Christ.
Theoretically, could still do it.
I mean, look, you're probably going to miss at the beginning, but once the stream is going, you could probably save most of it. I'm just saying. So inevitably, the localizer's intentional disregarding of Neko Tofu's original vision drew criticism from fans, particularly those who have grown tired of the West's self-aggrandizing attempts to improve foreign works. In turn, the Twitter user responded to massive backlash unleashed against her by both doubling down on her work and insulting those who disagreed with her. Quote, "What did you do today, kiddo?" the translator asked, imitating a conversation between two individuals. "Oh, I was watching this anime and the translator didn't translate the line the way I would have, so I went to find them on Twitter and left them a mean comment. Wow, I'm so proud of you." Oh man, you so burned them. Damn. I hope they.
I'm so
I
proud
hope the
of you, my
burn wards
future
aren't
activist. What?
overfilled. First of all, I'm surprised to learn that people actually go out of their way to find the translators on Twitter to begin with. I really don't believe that this is actually happening. Like I feel like what's
Because
really
it's so
happening
fucking retarded?
is that the translators are going on forums to see what people are saying about their show and are mad that people aren't liking their work. Adding even further fuel to fire, the Twitter user would later admit to being a newbie translator. Question: how do you tend to translate sounds of exertion like Yoishoto? Newbie translator looking for more ideas to add to my arsenal. I tend to struggle with onomatopoeia since I've never been into English language comics. Ultimately, I mean, that's a good thing if you ask me. Would declare that they were locking my account for a few days until the angry e-boys give up on harassing me. I just saw this fucking thing on Sakaku Complex that the person said, "It's not locked, it's localized to remove all the bad comments."
You know, they wouldn't be having this problem if the society didn't encourage this fucking I want to say childish, but that's not insulting enough behavior of I can bitch about something and start a snowball effect over nothing. Because anyone could ignore these, these little faux pas, whatever, slip of the pen, wrong translations. If we didn't have a fucking woke society using it as a fucking baton to beat everyone over the head with. Because it could be funny and stupid rather than abusive and retarded.
Luigi64 says Studio Bind sucks since they are a Sony company. Is that even true?
Oh my god. Luigi is just a zero tolerance policy when it comes to Sony association.
One time they were in the same room as Sony. And they're accomplices.
That store sold Sony TVs. I boycotted them.
Their Blu-ray, their shows have been released on Blu-ray, and Sony pioneered that technology.
Yeah. Luigi's not gonna be buying any Blu-rays. He only buys DVDs because Blu-ray was made by Sony.
I think they made DVD too. This
did
already
they?
proves that accurate language translation matters in both dubs and subs. There should not be a debate. Fans and potential customers are important in putting out product. Never make changes for people groups you can never please, let alone do not exist. Japan should listen to 1 million plus fans, not 10 of the easily offended people who are never fans and who never would have bought it.
Screams loudest. It's got nothing to do with how many.
As
people
I have always said, the loudest voice is the one that you hear. And people who have the least amount of information and are the most emotionally driven scream the loudest. Then Luigi Message 4 says,
"Oh my god."
Luigi Message 4, Moe is supposed to be budding. Cute is attractive in an endearing way. Pretty means attractive in a delicate way. If you say so, I disagree. Moe is a non-sexual attraction to a character. That is how I describe it. That is how most people use the term. Cute is not the same thing. It can have a similar. In the Venn diagram there is some overlap. I will give you that. How about that? All right. There you go. Words have different meanings, different from context. You are basically saying we need to replace onigiri with jelly-filled donuts. I basically said that, didn't I? That's basically what I said, wasn't it, guys?
You can only be the extreme. Like that. That's
zero. It's either 0 or 100.
There's no slider in Stable Diffusion,
Okay,
right?
hold on. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Let me see if I can pull up a clip that we might get flagged for.
No, you got to make sure you might get words.
That was a good translation.
Thank you. I did. You know what? Someone needs to hire me for my wording skills.
I don't know, man. That sounds like a failure to start.
I speak Inkoikoko. I create words.
Hold on 1 second while I.
All right. Well, AC beats off. How is everyone doing? And hello, chat.
I've been fiddling with my
penis.
New computer. Yeah, exactly. No, with my I got new hardware.
That's an AMV. That isn't going to help me. I'm looking for a clip from an anime.
We're giving you time to beat off while Funimation fiddles with his hardware.
Yeah, I got some new hardware because. I guess that's a pickup. I got an 8 terabyte drive finally.
Oh wow, nice, dude.
Yeah, so now I don't have to have 50 smaller drives.
I forgot to take a picture of my 4K player.
All your hard work is paying off, huh?
But the problem was I didn't have enough SATA ports, so I got a SATA expansion card, and that is working.
I'm watching
like
this at 16 times speed so that I can have you not talk about some SATA ports. Hold on, I think it's right here. I'm gonna disprove Luigi the Metal 64's comment with one example that's anecdotal. Hold on, it's before this.
Is it just me or is his head's really small in the middle of his frame?
This fucking mouse disengaged again.
Is it wireless?
It is. It's wired only by Bluetooth.
It is.
Yeah. Okay.
I like the
I've got a mouse.
Where you plug the thing into the USB port. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's nice having USB ports.
Is there another signal and or device in between it and the receiver?
No.
The dongle?
No. Okay.
Oh wow. Okay.
All right. Here is the best. Here's the best line. I insert this into your jelly donut debate. Tell me that this wasn't better than whatever it could have fucking.
Kiss the ground, bitch!
I mean, tell me that him saying literally anything else that was an actual 1-to-1 translation was somehow better than that. Like, I rest my case, jelly donut boy.
Which argument are you trying to dispel?
The jelly. I basically said that we need to replace onigiri with jelly-filled donuts. That's basically what I said. What I said was English is a flavorful language. See, he got confused because jelly donuts are flavorful. And onigiri is pretty flat.
So did he not say turn this frying pan into a drying pan in the Japanese version?
That is a good. Well, I mean,
see that right there was quality.
Anyway, so
you leave the best line in Pokemon alone. Second only to Arcanine. Use flamethrower. It's a motherfucking Growlithe.
So, following her eventual return to the public eye, the Twitter user would poke the bear one last time, admitting on January 17th that the hilarious thing is, even the so-called 1-to-1 translations I gave as examples aren't even 1-to-1.
That just makes it even worse.
It's almost like the world is filled with autists, and they're 0 to 100, such as this, and therefore, if you even hint that it's not 1 to fucking 1, I'll murder you. Right? This is how it's going on. In addition, a different show, Inukai San's Dog, or whatever that show is called, Localizer brags about horribly westernized and inaccurate anime translation. So, Inu, what is that? I am Inu.
Inukai, like
Inukai-san's dog or whatever.
Reincarnated as his neighbor's dog.
Yeah,
reincarnated as Inuyasha.
Who licensed this? Was it Sentai?
Maybe.
I think it was, right?
Let me look.
Because Katrina Leonidakis, we previously reported that she got fired or laid off from Funimation. Right?
Are you kidding? She's behind this.
This is it is Sentai.
Yeah, so it seems like she got hired at Sentai, which makes sense, especially if she's local in Texas to go across the street. You know what I mean?
So who's doing the?
So Western localizers have once again been caught doing questionable translations for anime, as a certain familiar suspect has not only been inserting absurd Western phrases into their work, but has also been bragging about doing so and serving as the epitome of what is wrong with translation in the West. A helpful Twitter user shared a screenshot of the localizer's Twitter remarks describing their work in Inu ni Natarasuki ni blah 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 blah. So the Inukai-san's dog.
As their finest work.
I am unfortunately doing some of my finest localization work on the anime about the high school girl who is legitimately sexually attracted to a corgi. I'm sorry I yeeted you, okay? Any other time, I'd love to be all up in her dress. Neko Tani looks like she needs eye bleach. And here I thought you'd have the resting bitch face for the rest of your life.
You know,
I'm not sorry for what I did to Inukai 3, she said.
You know,
This
has
may
anyone ever
surprise
seen like a
you.
chihuahua or a smaller dog hump your arm? You think that it was someone that liked you before they died and now they've come back as your animal?
No. Somebody's audio is going off in the... I hear myself at a delay.
You're being watched in real time.
It was Random 11. He muted himself and
No.
went away. I don't.
It was Reese. I did the echo cancellation thing.
Okay. All right.
Can I ask you, fine gentlemen, the origin of the word yeet?
I don't know.
I mean, I googled it, and there's like one source. In the one way is like originated on Vine, and I was like, yeah, I'm sure that would be. Oh. I'm sure that would be used by the Japanese in especially
Hey,
in
that
this anime.
that right there needs to be your opening statement for your
I rest
OnlyFans.
my case. All right. Anyway. All right. So Katrina Leonidakis replying to this person said, "I'm honestly curious. So you're transforming the translation because you don't like material given to you on an officially published project? Why not take another project instead? This may surprise you, but I love the material. I love the girl who's sexually excited by corgis. Oh.
Damn, that's one hell of a
Translation is
confession.
not for you. Translation, you're not the intended audience. Who is? Who is immature enough to want to see the word "I'm sorry I yeeted you"? Who is the intended audience? A grade schooler?
This
Is the
sounds
show
like a
appropriate for
dub
them?
script, but she's putting in the sub. The sub is usually closer to the rough 1-to-1.
It's supposed to be.
They've
but
been
look
trying
what-
to do this
What we've been
thing
talking
them
about for the
where
last half an hour,
sub
that's obviously not the
matches the
case.
dub.
She said
Are
Twitter's
you sure about
dying.
that?
No one will see. So this must have been. Yeah, this is from November.
I know
January 15th.
Funimation used to have closed captioning.
I hope the mic movement's
So
not coming in.
in November, when Elon Musk was buying Twitter and stuff, and everybody's like, I'm leaving. Oh, I'm on Mastodon now. She said Twitter's dying, so no one will see how badly I want to be the translator for this hilarious train wreck of an ecchi next season. So, LOL, what's wrong with these people? Referring to the... Anyway, another user suggests the localizer is taking large liberties with the translation, cited various examples. From my life as Inukai-san's dog, I managed to get outside, but she had me on a leash, so I couldn't do anything. He's talking about how he couldn't go back home. Sure, I had to pee outside, but what else was I going to do? She had me on a leash. So yeah, that is
Hey, Brad, just real quick, do you remember back when you gave her the grace of backing down on the one thing she did?
What I said was, at least she was able to admit that she was wrong for not using the legacy the legacy line for
Higurashi.
Legacy terms.
Legacy terms. Nini stays.
Yeah,
It's
I feel
Nini
like
or
she's
bust.
eroding. I feel like she's eroding what little credibility she had.
Yeah, isn't it funny how every time I give somebody benefit of the doubt, they stab me in the butt? Like, isn't that funny?
So is that how you
this is
get your
another one.
rocks off? You give people the benefit of the doubt and then they rape you?
Yep. I never expected Inukai-san to be friends with the Gyaru. Calling her a bimbo is completely. I mean, how is Inukai-san friends with that gal bimbo? I kind of like that line actually. Score 1 for Katrina Leonidakis. I hope.
You were saying just 3 seconds ago.
I hope Brittany Venti voices this character.
Yeah.
She's not the type of person I normally hang out with. Again, needless hostility when he just means they'd never get the chance to interact. I'd ever want to hang out with. I'm also concerned about whether the flowers I'd been caring for have withered. This is no figure of speech I've ever heard. They must think they've gone and outlived their own son.
Holy, that's a stretch.
Wow.
Hey.
The localizer in question is the same individual that translated Sadako's Nini nickname for her brother Higurashi. Yeah, Otoko Noko. No, wait, and was fine with an Otoko Noko being made transgender in the Western translation, which also got redacted. This blasphemy to English translation. Translating has sadly existed countless years for Funimation's political agenda. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway,
so yeah, Brad, when Lupin Part 7 gets scraped by Sentai, will you be super happy when she's doing the translation that turns into the dub script?
By then.
I'm not happy about her being at Sentai and working on this at all. I do not need to see. I don't need to see an anime character say something and then the Japanese response is like "hold on," or like what do they say? Like is that so? And instead, in the English dub, they go, "Huh, bet."
Oh no!
Anime is ruined.
That's lit.
I think a wise man once said, "Anime is dead, and we killed it."
Yeah. Wink, wink. Link in description.
Nudge, nudge.
How much did you get paid to say that one?
Whatever he tiered on Patreon.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, guys, remember you can get AC to do anything for money.
Okay, that's a new offer.
I think that was.
Right.
I think that's
Random,
been the long-standing offer.
You might have an interesting. We might have an interesting conversation here.
Can you say that into the mic?
I think we might have an interesting conversation here.
Oh.
Okay.
An artist is stripping J.K. Rowling's name off Harry Potter books and reselling them, keyword, to fans who oppose the author's vocal anti-trans rhetoric. I fucking hate Hitler. I read Mein Kampf, but only once I scratched his name off. Anyway, illegal. It just seems ridiculous to me. Like,
so whoa, wait a minute. This is beautiful. Think about it. It's like making a YouTube video everyone's gonna hate, so they share it to make fun of you. He's getting these books and passing them around to spread the work.
No.
And all we're
Seriously,
going to do is read the story. Who the fuck wrote this? Oh, yeah, it's online.
How fucking retarded are Harry Potter fans that somebody is buying the book, therefore giving money to J.K. Rowling, and then selling you the book after they scratched her name off of it. And they're thinking, ha!
Got it. Got him.
Like literally any of these people
That is
could
the
have
world we
done it
live
themselves,
in.
right? Fuck me. I mean, unless he's buying them from a used
Why not
bookstore or
just read it
something.
online at that point?
I love
So
how
illegal-
they're actually able to separate the art from the artist that hard, but without realizing that they can just do that without scratching the name out.
It's like, you know what? She says all these horrible anti-trans things. So I don't want to see her name. I still want to hear all of her words. You know? Like the vocal anti-trans rhetoric is like, man, out of that same mouth came the wonderful story of Harry Potter on paper. I'll read that. Like, anyway, so a legal expert is saying it's not copyright infringement, which says to me that we can sell art boxes and it's not copyright infringement as long as we are reselling the
That's all how you look at it.
So we have to sell it with the anime?
With the anime. Yeah. Which
That's
means we can charge
tough.
way more.
Yeah.
I don't know, because
Okay.
there's definitely been like some law precedent on
Selling copyright.
well, I don't know if
work.
there's been law precedent, but there's definitely been some
Are you
cases that have
fucking
come up
serious?
um
Okay.
with
Okay, go ahead.
Random 11, listen, buddy. It's not whether or not it's wrong or right. It's whether or not the rogue crowd wants to attack it. Is
I
today's
think
world
you've
we live
missed
in?
the point entirely. the
uh
purpose of the question,
Me?
the
I'm
purpose
just having fun.
of me bringing this up is the legal aspect of it. It's not about the woke shit. I mean, yeah, I've already acknowledged the
Oh my
idiocy
God.
of.
You've missed the point.
No, he didn't. You have.
I'm just having fun.
Just be quiet and listen.
Also, AC's mic completely cut out for me.
So
well, you're on a delay, Lance, but
yeah, there's a minor delay happening.
the
go ahead.
there's been a couple cases that have come up with in terms of video game what do you call it, mods, where like a person wanted to make a new game using a game engine that someone else made, right?
Mhm.
And where is the line that, well, like, oh well, they need to download the game, so I'm not infringing on anyone's copyright. And I don't know if it actually went to court now that I think about it, but there was some legal paperwork drafted about, I can't remember what game it was, but someone had made a game, and this is coming up again with there's and I don't know if they'll care, but someone's making a mod for Skyrim that puts
Play
Oblivion in Skyrim. So
Is
basically,
Oblivion,
Oblivion's
a
the
world?
previous version. So Elder Scrolls Oblivion came out,
Okay.
and then it was Morrowind, Oblivion, and then Skyrim. And so they were trying to write mods for Oblivion, but the engine was so old, it was hard to write mods or something for it.
So
So
they
instead,
put
they
Oblivion
thought it was
in Skyrim in order to use Skyrim's engine.
yeah, they thought it was
They
easier
made
to
their
put
own
Oblivion
remaster.
in Skyrim. And so I don't know if they're going to get shut down or anything. I just heard about it the other day. But
Mhm.
something similar happened in another game, and they got shut down. They got shut the fuck down because the company behind it was like, no, like we'll let you use our intellectual property for doing mods, but
some things
when
it
you-
makes sense to. Well, I don't know if the company should shut them down, but like for example, let's just say, and this is probably isn't the case, but let's just say that Skyrim was made in Unreal Engine, right? Unreal Engine is free to commercialize, isn't it?
there's like
It's-
a cap
Is there?
if you sell X number of things. I'm pretty sure they
it's
switched
free
to
to
that
use
model.
until you go commercial effectively.
Okay, so that's what it is. Because I thought it was like Unity. Is Unity the one that's free?
They both do the same thing, I think.
Oh, they
Yeah,
do?
Unity
Okay.
was first free, and then I think the other one changed their model to not lose as many
I
people
thought
to
it
Unity.
was. I thought it was that one of them is free and the other one is if you go if you go.
Oh, they both have the same model. Blender
I
is the
guess
one
you're
that's
right.
like
They both have the
100% free.
So regardless, so from a legal standpoint, I find this very interesting. It says here that a trans artist is selling them with black and gold cover without Rowling's name, and they're selling the full set on their web store for $1,600 Canadian.
The other case, actually, there's a better case that's probably closer to this than the video game thing, and that's the
one piece full
Pac-Man.
Well, I don't know if they ever got shut down with those that one piece person, but it's again, what's legal and what a company will allow are two different things, right? But
this trans artist has some very hairy arms, and I'm
Miss
calling,
Pac-Man's a good example of that.
I'm calling bluff on their transness. This is an entrepreneur, if anything.
So there was the case of Little Nas and the Nike shoes that they made with like his blood in them or something.
Why? What?
And yeah, and Nike sued him over it. And they kind of settled out because it was going to be a limited run anyway.
Wow.
And I think Nike, like, I don't know if they made him destroy the shoes or if they let him sell the little bit that he had, but they basically told him you can't do it anymore. I don't remember, but basically it was like a fluff thing. They settled out of court. Nothing was like determined legally about it.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess in theory the publisher could sue. I don't know if they'd win. There might be a transformation fair use. I don't know. The fair use aspect of it is compelling, I guess, because you could argue it's criticism.
So keep in mind, this is a $1,600 footage you're seeing right here. This is the how to get $1,600 montage.
Yeah. Well, the other thing about it, though, is, like I said, it's only illegal if the company says they want to fight it, right? So,
yeah,
will
that's how that
the
works.
publishing company want to
Oof,
step
that's
out?
not centered.
Awful end label.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, that's a good question. Is like, will the publisher come out and say, "Wait a minute, you can't do that to her"?
Yeah, like, oh well, actually,
This is
we
oppressing
don't want
women.
we don't want you to sell our book for $1,600 or whatever.
Are they taking her name out of the
Maybe they're
about
just
the
gonna
author?
wait. Maybe they're
Yeah,
just maybe
they ripped
the
out the whole
publishers
about the author.
The publisher should just wait a few months until they make some serious profit and then sue for the profit.
Well, I mean, if they sue, they're gonna get a bunch of shit for going after a trans person, right? Or being like anti-trans.
Dude, this person is faking. Look at their arm hair.
What if they transition to a man?
And magically they grew arm hair that manly? No.
I've seen women with arm hair that bad.
Look, Italians aside, just
only in Canada.
Doesn't happen. All right. Anyway, so it says here, a Canadian trans artist is ripping off J.K. Rowling's name from the Harry Potter books and replacing the cover for fans who'd rather have the book without the author's name on them. The artist said in a January 4th TikTok video that they are a trans artist and bookbinder. The video showcases Flom's process of rebinding the books. It involves the cover and a page with Rowling's name being torn off and replaced. So that's why they took out the first. That's why they took out that first page here.
They took out like
it
the
says
first
it
three
says
pages.
J.K. Yeah, because they cut out
So
this
did
one.
they rip
because
out
it
every page
says
that said
J.K.
just kidding
Rowling
because
right
it's
here.
abbreviated into JK?
All right, and then they got out this page as well. Oh God, you butchered that one. Anyway,
How much are they selling these for? Is my curiosity. This train wreck.
$1,600 Canadian dollars.
Jesus Christ! And I
full
thought,
set. How many books are in the set?
Yeah, it is a full set. 8 or something, isn't
8?
it?
So 8 books.
Yeah, to be fair, you are.
Apiece.
It is a whole set, so that is
So-
actually a bargain. It's a bargain.
7 books.
Yeah,
$1,600 is too much for that.
No, it's a
That would be
bargain. It's a
$200
complete
per
bargain now
one if
that it's
it
the
was
full
8,
set.
So 200 and change per book.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And this
Like,
is probably
$200.
like when you buy the full set, you get like a little rebate too. So you're spending $1,191 US for this whole set. Anyway,
A defaced, destroyed, blasphemized set you get to pay a bunch of money for when you could just buy the regular book and just, ignore the name on the front. Yep, the world we live in.
yeah, because it is people are literally shaking over the idea of letting somebody else have an opinion that they don't like.
As
Yep.
I said, they're able to separate the art from the artists enough that they actually want to read the thing.
Yeah,
But,
I can't believe how popular Harry Potter still is because I thought it was trash.
Oh no, you'll
growing up.
still get mean looks if you shit talk it.
Yeah, no,
Found
people
that
do
out.
like I've always like I am very kind to Harry Potter fans, but deep in my heart, I think less of them when I see them with their paraphernalia walking around.
now, to be fair, we're running under the assumption people are actually interested in this thing, and it's not just this individual.
I only
but,
support it because I'm raging anti-trans now.
I mean, like these are the same people. You have to bear in mind, not all of them, but these are the same people that wanted to do the Quidditch thing, where it's like we want to remove like Quidditch from like Harry Potter or some shit. They tried to host
Why?
like.
Explain this to me.
So the Quidditch, the sport in Harry Potter, like
Yeah. What about
But
it?
why?
Why did they
wanted
want
to?
remove it?
They wanted to like. I think it's like obtain the rights to it. I'd have to look it up again. It's been a while, but like they tried to like remove it from like J.K. Rowling's like credit. Like it's not
Why?
actually like.
What are they gonna do? Try to sue every fucking book that
'Cause
has
they're fucking
face
weird,
falling?
like-
You're really gonna need to break this down for me. On what grounds did they want it removed?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Because she's a turf.
No, fucking. What does that have to do with Quidditch? Why specifically Quidditch?
No, they wanted to like obtain, not remove it from Harry Potter, but they wanted to like they wanted to use it without having her name involved. So they were
For
trying to
what?
like make their own damn sport of it, and like I don't
In
know,
real
obtain
life,
the
you mean?
rights because they're fucking weird.
I don't understand. Okay, so the reason
What he's
I'm
saying, what
asking-
he's saying is
the reason I'm
that they're
asking-
trying to change it up enough and create their own sport so they don't have to relate it back to JK.
No, I don't think they were trying to
reason
change
I'm
it up. They
asking
just
is
wanted to
Well,
take-
they want to separate it from her, is what Green Line is
Hold on,
saying.
hold on.
The reason I'm asking is because Hogwarts Legacy leak, this is shared by Mirage Leonardo in the Discord, suggests iconic Harry Potter activity was cut from game. The developer
But-
behind the game confirmed that it will not be including Quidditch in the game. So I was wondering, because I read this, like, look, Mirage Leonardo, I love you. You share way too many articles in the thing.
And
a lot of
99% we don't even cover.
a lot of, as you've noticed, just for the record, I look at all of them when you send them. But I'll just tell you, most articles from comicbook.com are literally, hey, stay on the page long enough to read this entire first paragraph and then some before the answer, right? And it's usually not worth it. 99% of the time it's, oh, it was Quidditch, I don't care, right? Move on, you know? So I didn't read past figuring out it was Quidditch. So I'm asking because it's like, is there a reason for it other than just they hate her for?
I'm pretty sure what the Quidditch, the real life Quidditch, they were trying to do like with that Mario Kart, real life Mario Kart thing. And when
That
Nintendo
sounds so fucking dangerous.
and like, but like they called it Quidditch, but they're not obviously like trying to do something. It's like a form of soccer and rugby all together.
Basketball.
Yeah, it's basically kind of, you get the idea. But they were trying to distance themselves so they could legally do it. But
That's what I was trying to say earlier.
But like it's like what that real life Mario Kart looking that thing.
See, the problem is
where Nintendo told them
it's not
to
Quidditch.
BTFO.
It's Quidditch TM registered trademark.
Yeah.
Of J.K. Rowling.
Yeah. Right.
And they want to have this and separate her from it, is what Green Line was saying, and this is
Which is why they wanted to make it like an actual legitimate sport among colleges.
Yeah, what little research I've done now is I found that they tried to change the name. You'll have to excuse me; it was forever ago that I heard about this. So,
Well, I was
from
just
what I
curious
gathered,
because this was on my mind because it was shared and I looked at it today.
The reason I think it's not in the game is because they would have to create a whole set of game mechanics for Quidditch specifically.
Actually, it says there that players can use broomsticks to traverse the world. So I assume most of the difficult stuff.
Yeah, but still the game mechanics for Quidditch
that right there is
a whole other system.
Is a very small amount to have done when it comes to that kind of motion.
It's like traveling by horse, only you can go through the sky, basically.
Okay.
Movement isn't that big a deal when you enter in mechanics where an item is being passed from one player to the other, and you have to program in
the randomizations of the bludgers and the snitch and all that.
I don't know. I honestly I can't.
The hitboxes, the rules.
I saw the first movie. I think I remember the scene in there. It just. I don't know. Anyway,
I can't wait.
When Harry Potter said the N-word. Wait, what?
I love the Harry Potter thing is like something people already covered, but I can't wait till someone finally just goes off on Nightmare Before Christmas, because that fandom will cut you.
Okay. It's not.
I think I said my piece about my personal thoughts on the Harry Potter fandom growing up and being a big part of my childhood.
Well, look, that's cool if you like it. Okay,
yeah,
it's the part where
she's gonna pat him on the back. I'm sorry.
It's the part. No, it's the part where you've got like the
where you go way fucking overboard.
Yeah, it's when you show up and you've got like the Harry Potter themed scarf, and then I'm just like, oh, okay.
I don't have any of that shit.
So you don't have any friends, huh? Like, anyway, anyway,
these glasses are prescriptions. Thank you very much.
That's why you liked it.
I prescribed them to myself.
That's your glasses representation. Yes, he's like me. No.
Anyway, so they showed up.
Oh, wait a minute. Am I in that? Does I wear shades?
Oh my God. They showed up. Oh God, I don't even know read. Okay. So they sell the full set for $1,600 Canadian dollars. People can buy a single book in the series for $230 Canadian dollars. A set of hardcover Harry Potter books on Amazon, it only goes for around $200.
Right.
Oh, Flom also offers a service where people can have their own copies rebound. So if you took notes or jizzed in it, you can restore those memories with a new.
But what if you jizzed on the page with J.K. Rowling's name?
That was like the fondest memory. That was like your first nut on that page.
The artist said the project started out of spite and boredom.
How old is this book? Did they commit a crime when they masturbated into it?
Oh dear Lord! Engaged.
It was a day one copy.
Seriously, can you imagine? Do you think they've sold a single copy?
Oh, these people are so stupid.
Like,
I don't know.
This is like 1,000% markup on these things.
200 to 1,600, 8 times increase for
800% markup.
Doing all that to a book where you tear it down, redo the cover and everything. That's a lot of work, but that's a lot of work for no fucking reason, because you are destroying an intellectual property just to make a woke point.
Look,
I'm pretty sure everyone knows.
I'm totally in favor
of idiocy.
I'm totally in favor of the person's right to destroy the intellectual property.
I'm not saying that.
Even create a new product of it and sell it. I'm actually 100% for that. The only thing
I'm not attacking that. I'm attacking. I am.
Shut up for a second.
Let me finish my statement. I was talking.
Everyone knows that it's a dumb thing to do that.
Okay, so I'm just getting cut off. Continue, Izzy.
No. Look, all I'm saying is that I'm totally for everything that is happening here. The only thing that I'm, critiquing here is how retarded it is that this is somehow seen as sticking it to J.K. Rowling.
So you're not totally for the whole thing. You've
no.
stepped
Literally,
on
it's
yourself.
like the concept of the only reason that you even know J.K. Rowling's name at all is because of Harry Potter.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, the name would never enter your consciousness had it not been for Harry Potter. And
J.K.
so they're going to
Rowling,
remove
J.R.R.
her
Tolkien.
name, but not Harry Potter. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that you associate J.K. Rowling with. It's such a retarded, like, literally, it is just a petty fuck you. Like, fuck you, J.K. I'm going to hashtag tweet at her and everything so she knows I took her name. And meanwhile, she's laughing her way to the bank. Oh, yeah, he bought another $200 set and sold it for it.
You bought another set, thanks.
Yeah, great.
Oh,
It's like watching.
allow me
like,
to blow my nose in these $100 bills.
I pointed out in my
What's
statement
that
earlier.
GIF of them crying?
It's like watching a
and wiping
YouTube
their tears
video
with money. Is that Robert
just
De
to
Niro?
dislike it.
Go ahead, Lance. What are you saying?
I said it's the same premise of you don't like a YouTuber, thus you watch their content. It doesn't matter. You've watched it. You've helped them. It's that same stupidity. People try to think, oh, I'm going to watch this to leave a bad comment. Thank you for helping.
Who's that comedian who said, it's like, I don't have any haters. A lot of people watch my content and they leave hateful comments and stuff. But if you're going to go out of your way to watch everything I produce, bitch, you a fan. Like,
Exactly.
You a fan.
I hate this band. Let me go to every concert they have.
Bitch, you a fan.
All right.
But with this platform and with people's interest in books, it's become something that is bringing attention to a trans Jewish artist's work and will eventually bring about donations to trans charities, they said. Well, man, I hope you're cutting out all the goblins from the books.
Hold up, they're transitioning from being Jewish or what?
No.
You said
Hold
trans
on, hold
Jewish,
on,
and I was
hold
like,
on,
what?
hold on.
Thank you, Putnam.
Let's see. Hold on. You can buy the hardcover books for around $200, or you could buy theirs for $1,600. Yeah, sounds about right. Rowling has been criticized for her transphobic remarks by activists and fans of the Harry Potter franchise. In June 2020, Rowling wrote an essay on her website about her views on gender, invoking an anti-trans myth about trans people in bathrooms. Rowling in 2020 promoted a store selling anti-trans merch saying, quote, trans women are men. In the same year, Rowling went on a Twitter rant about how, in her opinion, transgender activism hurts women and lesbians, which resulted in her being accused of being a TERF, or a trans-exclusionary radical feminist. I only hate her for the radical feminist part. The bookbinder might be operating in a gray area of trademark laws. Mark McKenna, professor at UCLA's law faculty, told Insider that Flom's work is not in violation of any copyright laws, but there might be a trademark claim. McKenna says it would be tricky for Rowling to prove it. Oh.
Well, because it's reselling, that's like me buying Dragon Ball Z and then selling it to some jackoff on the street.
Yeah,
like,
no,
I don't need a license for
This
it.
is like you selling your collection at, like you die tragically and your parents sell
Yes,
your
I'm
collection.
selling my collection after I die.
No. You die tragically. Your parents sell your collection and somebody gets your monstrosity where it's the UK box, but it has the US box set inside of it. Like,
I need to instruct that in my will to undo that.
So the Supreme Court's Dastar decision prohibits claims based on confusion about the origin of the book as a work of authorship. If they're binding and selling physical books, there's an argument that the claim is about the origin of the physical books. But Rowling would have to show that the use of her name is not just a statement of authorship, but a trademark. And that's not a slam dunk. Wow. Anyway, I'm just saying it seems like a green light to sell art boxes. I'm just saying.
I'm just pointing out that it's hard to prosecute someone when they're, just look, what he's doing, I agree.
Please archive this for me because I got cucked on it just now because I've used archive.
It really doesn't break anything that, the world does. It's like being able to repair your car or modify it there. But where I'm calling, and I want to be clear, the bullshit on this is that we've gotten to the point that people think this does anything, and then this guy has the audacity to want to charge $1,600 for this garbage.
Look, more power to you. Honestly,
if you can get idiots to pay for it, great.
No, seriously, look, I wish I was ballsy enough to do it myself, because that there are woke people who would shell out tens of thousands of dollars so that they could masturbate in their own mouths about shit like this, right? They would do it. You'd be filthy rich as long as you can pretend to be the trans Jew on TikTok, and
So are you saying
you can make good money?
That all you have to do is take advantage of people who aren't smart enough to look at the world around them for what it is, and then turn that against them for a profit?
This is a Jewish conspiracy, Lance?
Oh, that was fun. All right, continue.
All right. How dare you infer my words correctly? All right, so real quick, hello, Danny. I'm happy to see you here. I hope you're doing well.
Oh, Dan from Discord.
Yes, Danny.
Oh, what's up, dude?
Danny from South Africa.
Sweet.
Yes, Danny from South Africa.
I'm just trying to.
What's up, brother?
ADV
someone's hungry.
Tomato sauce, Vincent levels.
We literally had an argument about this before podcast.
What?
Oh no! Did you and Daddy AC get into a fight? I'm so sure.
No, Random 11 doesn't like it. Sounds like I'm dying.
I bet he hates me then, because Jesus Christ.
AC is a supporter of death.
As long as it gets us views.
Okay. All right. So
your stomach sound or an ASMR.
You hold on until the podcast starts to die. For $5 a day, you can save Reese's illness. All right. So Lance, you remember we talked about the Pokemon playing fish?
Yes. I wish
apparently the very same fish
is dead.
Have commit credit card fraud against the owner in Japan.
Yes.
Should we call this a phishing scam?
Best article ever.
So Pokemon Scarlet and Violet are the newest paired games in the Pokemon franchise, and so there are a lot of YouTubers streaming gameplay of them these days. What sets Muteki Maru channel's Pokemon Violet stream apart, though, is it's played by fish. Yes, it's a different team of fish than the ones who beat Pokemon Sapphire 2 years ago. That team is retired now.
They're probably dead.
Retired. I think there was an article about him retiring them, but I'm pretty sure one of them died.
Fish don't last long.
But still, Muteki Maru channel is all about streaming fish gameplay. How can fish play games, you might be asking? Well, the answer is not very well. No. The answer is that their owner, who runs Muteki Maru channel, sets up a camera that visually divides the fish aquarium into sections, with each one corresponding to a different button on the game system controller. A, B, up, down, left, right, right. As the fish swim through the tank, the camera sees where they stop, then translates the corresponding designated button press into an input for the game. In short, the system allows the fish to use the system's controller, even without directly touching it. However, the unexpected side effect of that is that this allows the fish to use the controller for non-gameplay functions too, which led to an absolutely crazy chain of events shown in the video below. Viral video. My fish spent all my money. Look at my Visa statement. Everything starts off normally enough. The fish are swimming about, making their in-game avatar run around the Asado Desert. But all of a sudden, a problem occurs. As many gamers have already discovered, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet don't exactly have the most stable performance, and the fish's game crashes. As they continue to swim, the error message is confirmed, and the switch jumps back to the home screen. So the game is no longer running, but the fish are still sending inputs to the controller. Unfortunately, their owner isn't present to watch this all unfold live. Can you imagine like watching this happen live and just be like, oh my God, they're gonna make a purchase? It's like in The Office when they're watching the DVD like screensaver bounce around until it goes into the corner, and you're just like, yes, $10,000.
You know, anyone with one eye and half sense
the
would
fucking
think to
super
put
chats start flooding in, like, yes. You know.
Okay. Here's something. When you go to make a purchase, I don't know about on the Nintendo service, but under a lot of cases, they'll make you sign in. I wonder if that was the case. How the fuck did this fish know the password?
Considering some guy in Egypt took control of my Switch account, probably not.
So the game is
honestly, I think this is fake.
I feel like it's a PR stunt too.
It definitely could be. Now, instead of their inputs,
I'd have to...
and I just want to point out, Lance believes that the fish are fake from the beginning. He has called this out and was going to do an exposed video for us. I remember.
I mean, I watched all that. I watched every bit of that shit.
I can't wait for this video. Don't tell us any more about it. Let's wait till the video.
There was a YouTube video that I watched recently about Tommy Tallarico.
Okay,
the guy that is behind the in television Amico thing, and he was on. You know, he does the video games live stuff and all that shit. And he works on video games and all that. And because of the Intellivision thing blowing up, people have been kind of like looking into him, and because he seems to be lying about a bunch of shit. And this video I was watching was like an hour long, like expose on this guy. And one of the things that he said was in the video, like, everything seems to be a lie. Every time he looks into something, it's a lie. And so he said to himself, well, I'm going to start looking into the obvious things, the things that you think, well, he can't be lying about that. It's so easy to check. Someone must have checked. And he checks. Case in point, he claimed that he had 7 Guinness World Records. And so he starts going into like, oh, okay, what records does he have? And it turned out that he had like one that said something about, you know, the most symphony orchestra video game concerts ever or something. And it turned out that, well, actually that wasn't a real award. That was like, he paid $10,000 and they gave him the award because they're not really accepting new applicants for that award. They do that apparently. So you can basically buy your own record.
It's literally like it's a con. You just pay for status.
Yeah, they'll make up a record
when
for
you. When you pay to do a TED talk, and you're like, yeah, I did a TED talk, and it's like
the TEDx
how much? Yeah, how much did it cost?
Are you suggesting that if we just pay attention to the inputs, that they won't match up, and it's like, oh look, we completed the game?
Yes, that is where I'm going with this. Basically, long story short, he had
how your exposed video needs to happen.
he had 7 of these things in a video of him showing off his house, and it turned out that what had happened was they gave him an updated version because people were complaining about his old version because it was worded in a way that was like, well, no, that's clearly not his record, and so they worded it more clearer so that it was like, oh no, it might be, even though no, it still wasn't. But anyway, so they gave him new versions of his old records, and he kept the old ones sitting there.
And that's why it counts as 7.
And that's why he counts it as 7. But if you looked at it, it was the same thing. It was just in a different.
Oh my!
You know, it was a duplicate. And so, and he's like, literally, no one paused this video and looked and read what was on these plaques. No one did that. It's so simple. Just pause the video, read the plaque. And
so look, honestly though, like the thing about con men is that confidence will get you places. You know,
con.
Yeah.
That's what a con. That's what the con in con man means. Confidence.
Okay, continue.
Yeah. So anyway, there's an episode of 30 Rock. You guys remember Matt Damon's character that plays?
No.
What's her name? Tina Fey. Tina Fey's like long distance boyfriend, who's a pilot, right? And so Matt Damon occasionally is on the show, but he's like the long distance boyfriend, so he's not on very often. And he wears a pilot's uniform, like a fancy, like if I remember correctly, it's like a general, like military decorated pilot's uniform, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he has a line, and I didn't even see it. I just saw the fucking ad for the episode when I was watching The Office, and it was kept showing it. Where basically he says something is like, you can do that or something like that. And he goes, oh, if you walk briskly in a pilot's uniform, you can go anywhere. And he says, she's like, really? He's like, I've been in the White House while the Obamas are sleeping. Right. And it's like, it's really true that if you look like you belong and you exude the confidence of being there, like the guy from Random 11, what was that guy from the Game Awards or whatever who walked up to receive the award
for Elden Ring?
The Bill Clinton kid.
Yeah. What did he say on stage?
Bill Clinton is his.
I'd like to nominate my former rabbi, my reformed rabbi.
I'd like to. What do you say? I'd like to
nominate my reformed rabbi, Bill Clinton.
Yeah, so it's like, is most people? It's like a, what do you call it? A life hack or something. Most people in life are programmed that if your body language shows that you feel comfortable in what you're doing, they won't question it.
Exactly.
So it sounds like this guy that you're talking about has just, mastered lying, because he was so confident in the first couple lies he told that he got away with, and it gained him status, that I could just keep doing this.
I keep getting
the amount of lies. This video was an hour and like a half. It was so long. I had to break it up in like. Yeah. I watched it throughout the day.
Reformed Orthodox rabbi.
Yeah.
And the thing is too that the more you lie to yourself, the more you start to believe it.
Yeah.
So this guy, when he thinks about being, a 7 world champion, a world record holder,
Guinness World Record.
In his mind, I am that. I remember when I was a kid, I couldn't have been more than like 6 years old.
Oh God,
maybe 8 at absolute maximum. My brother and I were watching cartoons or something, and I remember thinking, like I'm psychic. I told my brother I'm psychic. The next commercial that comes on is my favorite commercial, and the commercial comes on, and it's a commercial I really liked, and it just happened to be a commercial I liked, and I like for a second I was like,
did you con yourself?
oh my God.
It's my favorite commercial.
It's like the whole phone joke and then the phone
space
rings.
and time. Now here's the thing though. It was like the 4th time I said it before it finally was one that I liked. And it still took me by like, whoa, oh my God, am I psychic?
Am I retarded? Am I 6 years old? What?
I just remember
what is
having
life?
this moment. I said, no, I meant the next one. I meant that like 4 commercials go by before it's what I even remotely liked.
At what point did he slap you?
And I was like, and then I remember having this moment where I had to be like, calm the fuck down. What are you thinking? And I was like, holy shit. It was really easy to convince myself of something for that split second that was complete horseshit. So I just think it's I think, like I said, people can convince themselves of anything if they lie to themselves constantly enough. You know.
It's also why Reagan was so entertaining in Mob Psycho, because he presumed confidence everywhere he went.
Just a couple of the other lies that quickly that this guy got away with. He lied about creating the oof sound from Roblox. His company did.
Believed that.
His company did. Well, his company owns the copyright, but he said he created it himself. He didn't. It was someone that was working for him. He had nothing to do with it. He lied about working on Metroid Prime, specifically with Shigeru Miyamoto.
Wow.
That seems to be a complete lie. His company did work on it for a little bit, but was let go well before production really got going. And he also said that he was one of the first Westerners to work on Sonic the Hedgehog. When Westerners have been working on Sonic the Hedgehog all the way back into Sonic the Hedgehog 2, which Sonic the Hedgehog 2 was developed in the United States. And I mean, Michael Jackson and his whole crew worked on number 3. It seems like the best guess that this guy was making the video is Tommy worked on a game in 2009, a Sonic game in 2009, and that somehow made him one of the first Westerners to work on a Sonic thing. So it was just crazy.
I mean, if on a long enough timeline, if Sonic remains relevant 1,000 years from now, then yeah, he is one of the first.
Yeah, relatively. 1,000 years from now, relatively, he will have been one of the first.
Before we get archiving failed or archiving error, I've got a question.
You got it too. Okay,
I want to see the semantical thought process that led him to think and believe that this would all pan out in any way.
It's called
because who the hell?
I like how this quickly became more interesting than the fish.
Right?
No one called him on the lies. That's basically it.
Yeah,
but
it's like when people do that to themselves, they have a thought process that makes them they convince themselves that in some stretch of the imagination they can pull it off. But I'm just
he decided to choose half truths, so then it was not completely a lie. It's still a lie, but that's all there is really to it.
But so with this fish, the only way I'm buying
we're talking about
is
fish, aren't we?
if someone literally watched the entire stream of this happening, followed the fucking fish, and made sure that the inputs made sense to what the fish was doing, because the amount of it has to go into the store, it has to pick something out, it has to then go and say, yes, I want to buy it, then it has to go and say, I'm going to put in my credit card, and then apparently it backed out and then came back in and did it again. Are you not?
So what you're
seems
saying,
fishy to me. I don't know.
If you would like to helm this project, we could expose this grifter.
No, I don't have the fucking time to do that.
No, that's somebody else's problem.
I can't wait until PETA gets involved and says they're abusing these fish.
If you look at the tank,
I want to know.
I'll let the people that want to believe. All right.
I want to know what's going to happen when one of them die on stream and the FBI have to get involved because there was a murder of a fish. And I'm just like, we got to find out what caused it. Was it a heart attack? Was the game too scary? Did the menus cause it to have some sort of seizure?
Did the act of flushing it down the toilet cause its
Can
death?
they actually see the game, though? They're just seeing the game pad.
They can't see the game. They don't even
Oh my
see the
God,
game
they're
pad,
playing
really.
blind? We have blind fish playing Pokemon? Truly revolutionary.
Is that different from how you play it?
Lance identifies as a fish now.
As a blind fish.
As a duck. It's same.
Hey, look, she wants to do unspeakable things with that fish.
The blind duck. All right, moving
Are
on.
we done with this?
No, I'm putting in some articles, so I don't have to do it later.
Damn it! If only we had that one.
If only instead of working with Pornbot 9000, you were creating an app to do this for you.
Where are the
I
porn
have
bots?
considered it.
Well,
just like,
now
what a
summoned
waste
them,
of
Reed.
This podcast is titled "I'm a whore, you're a whore just like me." Where are the porn bots?
Not
This
a big
stage
dog.
is-
You kind of missed something.
Okay. Anyway, so back to this. I'm sorry.
Considering all the bullshit that comes out of this podcast, you think
all
they
I'm
would always
saying
be here.
is the new doc includes. No, I'm not screen sharing. The new doc includes the images.
Oh god.
Okay,
I was gonna say it's a shame we don't have that one voice clip that Reese generated that was like, "Gotta take a piss" or
what?
Because I could use that clip right now. The audio clip from
You're saying
Thank
you
You?
need to take a piss?
yeah, because I wanted to use that clip to transition me out here smoothly. All right,
Okay.
see is.
As many gamers
I'm
have
so
already
glad we
started,
all had to stop what we were doing to know that Footum is about to go waggle his wiener. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for
that.
phrasing it that way. Okay, now instead
It
of
was
their
all for
inputs
you,
moving their
buddy.
avatar randomly around the map, they're randomly moving the cursor around the home screen and settings menu, and chaos ensues. One of the fish act of unintentional mischief they get up to is changing the nickname registered to system from Muteki Maru to Ro wow 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 wow. It says
Nice.
Ro wow 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 wow. Remember that yen sign. But the bigger shock is when the fish's swim puts gain them access to the Nintendo eShop. Good sentence there. Since Muteki Maru has a password saved, all it takes is a single button press with the cursor in the right spot for the fish to log in. And his password isn't the only thing Muteki Maru has saved. Yep, he's got his credit card information saved too.
So that just blew Random Eleven's theory right out the water.
Though their random inputs result in
no.
them logging out of the store at least once, eventually the fish log back in and select the option to add money to Muteki Maru's account balance, charging 500 yen, $3.90 US to his credit card. Uh-oh.
No, and that's the other thing. Like, it was one purchase, it was a nominal amount, like, or the guy wanted some attention and put in some inputs.
Next, the
by
fish
himself.
log in to Muteki Maru's Switch Online account. This actually turned out to be beneficial since it earns Muteki Maru a handful of login bonuses. Wow. However, it appears the fish are out of the mindset that since they're the ones who logged in. Sorry, it seems that they are of the mindset that since they're the ones who logged in, the login bonus items belong to them and is theirs to do with what they like. So they throw them in the trash. So after scrolling through some options, they decide to spend some of their points to buy a cosmetic upgrade for uses with the Nintendo Switch ports. In Japanese, the light blue color seen in this hairstyle is called Mizuiro, literally watercolor. So it makes sense that the fish would pick it. After that, the fish decide to, and successfully, download the Nintendo 64 driver for Nintendo Switch Online. Only then, apparently deciding they've had enough fun, do the fish navigate back to the home screen and put the Switch into sleep mode. Between putting a yen sign in the system's new nickname and shutting it down after finishing their purchases and downloads, it almost feels like the fish were doing this all on purpose. Muteki Maru has sent a refund request to Nintendo, and it's a good thing he's got the whole thing recorded on video, because without visual evidence, it wasn't me, it was my fish, probably isn't something most customer service reps are
Honestly,
going to
would
believe.
you even refund it?
It's
really?
Yeah, that's just
It's
negligence on your part.
$3.90.
Honestly, you just buy like a cute hat for the avatar or some bullshit.
In the meantime, though, maybe the in-game purchase was worth more than the money they added to the balance or whatever. In the meantime, though, the whole incident is a good reminder that just like you shouldn't keep your passwords and credit card info saved if little kids have access to your device, you shouldn't keep them saved if... Jesus, what a letdown. Your story was way better. Thank you, Random 11, for... If you have the link to that video, I will include it in the doc.
Yeah, I can get it.
All right, so I am going to not open any of these past this one because Reese has them open. So I just want to share this with you. Ascendant Animation has licensed and produced an English dub for Game World Reincarnation anime. Now, I'd like to give you the full title. Also, I learned something about highlights. Did you see what just happened? Sometimes I just have to refresh the page and they come back. Wow. This is something I could have learned years ago. So the Anime Festa anime adaptation of Rimimu's Game World Reincarnation, Sex on the First Night.
Spicy.
Keeping in with the theme of doing mainly hentai by Ascendant Animation.
The story follows an office lady who is reincarnated into her favorite otome game, Hoshi Furukoi no Astrolabe, as the villainous Diana. Prince Sirius gets close to Diana, although he is supposed to love the game's heroine. In an effort to prevent the bad ending, which leads to the world's destruction, she seduces him, believing that the prince will not like her impurity. So basically, if I act like a complete whore, he's going to find that repulsive.
In other words, he's going to be repulsed by sex.
But instead, when I said, just stick your fat throbbing cock in me, he obliged on the first night.
Because no, what happened was you're a whore just like me.
And he said, yes, I am.
Yes, I am.
So she seduces him, believing the prince will not like her impurity. However, despite her efforts, the prince has a thing for whores and ends up falling for her. Anyway, so
he's a red-blooded American, like all.
Yeah,
going
American
down to Plowtown.
Sex on a first date.
Are you the town bike? Because I love it. Everyone gets a ride.
So Anime Festa anime programming block debuted in April 2017 and has changed names several times. Most of the anime series have two different versions. A broadcast version, the censored version broadcast on TV, and a premium uncensored version distributed online. WWII Corporation runs the programming block, and the company releases many of the anime in English on its Cool Mike website. The latest
I can't wait to watch the broadcast version on TV.
Hold on. The latest anime from Anime Festa will be based on Fufu Kokan Otoyori Sugoi Kongai Sex. Marriage exchange. Amazing extramarital sex compared to my husband.
That's quite the detailed
name. I mean, they gotta hook them right away. You know, give them what they want.
All right, I'm downloading this video you sent. Oh no! It's downloading as an MP3.
What the fuck?
That's my favorite kind of video files.
The audio only kind.
It's not a 4K video, right? Okay, cool. I can. Okay, sorry.
I ate a bowl of nothing but carrots.
Right.
It was
anyway.
4K.
Reese, it's your turn.
Oh, it's me.
We're on Reese stuff.
Yeah, that's the real reason Reese is doing the or not pickups. The
how do I do this again? Share screen.
Oh my God, you've been trained so well,
Google.
good sir.
It's been 3 weeks. Shut up.
He's got brain aids too right now.
New releases. Open all in tabs.
Ignore the search engine. So is this a search engine you use for porn or
Google? No.
No, that's called Pirate Bay.
I don't even use Pirate Bay. What the fuck's wrong with you?
That's called the dark web.
We all know reason to them short tempered.
We use more refined websites that you can download things from Nitro Flare.
Oh God.
Jesus Christ.
All right, so Fantasista doll. This is okay. First noting, this is the Sentai April slate. What the fuck? Fantasista doll Blu-ray. I don't know if I don't think this is a re-release. Yeah, it is a re-release. 2013.
Fantasista.
Sub only. I don't know why they didn't bother dubbing it at this point.
Remember,
why do they
it's
keep
just
doing this shit? Let's just release it. There's no dub.
Your boy Kong Ming.
That's the only saving grace of this whole slate.
It sounds like your boy coming. I know where you're going with.
Your boy Kong Ming.
Not even. It's just the your boy in the title. It's like your boy Kong Ming.
Your boy, this guy right here. Yeah, he's your boy. And then
he's our boy.
Dubbed also.
Yeah.
Is that what?
All right. Sweet.
Yeah. To Love Ru complete collection. Well, incomplete because it doesn't have the OVAs, right?
Yeah.
Wait,
now
is this a new season or is this just a
complete?
Complete. All 4 seasons. Dum.
Oh my God.
But what is it? As much as this seems like, oh no, me and Greenline, we got the first season, and now I'm gonna have to buy this.
Yeah.
Well, you gotta remember that the other seasons are probably gonna go on sale because they want to get rid of them, right? So that might be an opportunity.
Yeah.
I'm curious if they're gonna go back and have Monica redub the entire series for this one.
That sounds like too much work. It's
already been dubbed now, so it's
because Monica only came back for the last
actually.
season. Monica was only replaced for the last season.
Oh, is this gonna you said it doesn't have the OVAs or anything, so
no. It's like the first complete collection they put out. It's like, oh no,
how much is it?
Only this is it's right here.
85.
84.98.
Okay, well that's not bad. That's really not bad.
I'm not even signed in, so it's probably.
It's definitely not bad, but it's bad if you already bought like the first season or two.
Yeah, the first collection that was sub only, and then you
would still save. You would still save money.
The first one's dub. The first one's dub.
The first complete collection they did with all of it that was sub only.
Well, if you bought any of the sub only, you got cucked either way. But I'm just saying, if you bought season 1 of the dub, you know, you're like, oh, well, I guess I can just buy the whole thing in one go.
Well, if you knew that they were dubbing season 1, you figured they would do all 4 seasons, and then
I bought the first season because I'm like, They literally said if you buy more, we'll dub more or something like that.
But you should have just held out and waited for this thing,
and had the potential that it wouldn't get the rest dubbed. No thanks. But no. Like I'm saying, the white pill is the other seasons separately are going to go on sale probably. So it's actually fine. It's probably fine.
The white pill? What terminology is that?
That's a thing people say. There's black pilling, which is like, oh, life sucks or whatever. But it's like, here's the white
blue
pill.
Pilling when you're getting the bone?
No, that's a different analogy. Next. Gate is getting a steelbook re-release. Well, re-release in a steelbook form. So this looks pretty nice. This will look good on a steelbook, nice and shiny.
I was literally making an art box with this exact cover artwork on the one side, and then the next day they revealed this. So I'm like, I guess I'm not printing out the art box anymore.
Waiting for the Christmas sale for this one.
Yeah, hopefully it's still in stock when it goes.
Okay, so that was like what 4 or 5 things? I can't remember now.
On their April?
Yeah, 4 or 5.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 things. 4 things for April.
I really want that Gate Steelbook, but that goes against my.
And how many of them are re-releases?
3 of them.
Wow.
3
of the 4.
Damn, should have hired Katrina Leonidaka.
Yeah, and then literally a week later, the May slate comes out. Which, when this first came out, I mean, I thought, oh, here's the other half of the April slate.
What the fuck? They're redoing this?
Hold on. 1, 2, 3.
Is this 06?
3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 5 for the main slate. So this is the.
Is this
Fate Stay
the
Night-
is this the Sentai
No.
dub?
This is the Genion dub. Sentai never made a dub
Oh, okay,
for this.
okay.
It's the Genion dub. So they're re-releasing Fate Stay Night, which has been out of print for years now, which is great because I can finally upgrade my DVD set, which I literally just sold.
Okay, hold on. Just stop for a minute. Hold on.
Just stop.
Mirage Leonardo. No. The anime is... I need you to read these articles before you share them. Nier Automata is delayed due to COVID-19. What was the other anime that's also Unite Up or whatever it's called?
Yeah, Unite Up. Yeah.
Unite Up is also being delayed. Episode 4 is delayed due to COVID-19. That's all. Okay.
Well, Unite Up has a return date.
Yeah. So just saying.
This one does not.
Okay, but
Nier
the
does not.
concept, this has been a sticking point on the podcast for a long time. The phrase indefinitely has 2 meanings. The first one is forever, and the second one is an undisclosed amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so just be wary. These are clickbait. Now, on top of that, I just say yes. You shared the J.K. Rowling story. I thank you for sharing that. I thought it was interesting.
One out of many that were not.
Okay.
Anyway, back to Fate. So whoa.
Okay, back.
You just
Hold on. I'm gone. My fingers can only move fast enough.
You remembered the secret shortcut that Brad Sensei taught us.
Yeah, but for some reason it's not working.
Well, we can still do the explanation without the
Dude,
visual.
Is it not showing for you guys? What the fuck's
It's
going on?
showing.
Yeah, it's white.
It's totally showing. Just
You
to
whitewashed
give the
it.
Explanation. Just give us your explanation.
Okay, just say
I
it.
mean, do you want me to say? Okay, so
Yes!
so Reese said that this would have the upgraded video or something like that.
Hopefully,
Hopefully upgrade. And I thought,
Upgraded
oh no.
In terms of,
I want to make a comment too.
In terms of like 1080p versus 1080i, or
Here, yes. Well, basically. But so then I said, okay, well, so is my release bad then? And he said, no, I hear it's just the complete collection had a bad release. And then I go
Bad video.
Then he showed me how the comparison or whatever to the individual volumes, the half releases, which I have. And apparently those ones were 1080i. So I'm like, oh, so mine are even worse. But then it turns out that the complete collection they put out before that was changed to 1080p actually had it had literally identical visual fidelity. Like the compression artifacts was all like the same and everything. It's just that it wasn't interlaced. But apparently the interlaced one looks better because it doesn't have these weird frame pacing issues and all that stuff. So as long as you have a program or a player that has a good deinterlacer built in, you're good. That's the better release. And when I found out that the difference was in fidelity was non-existent, that told me that this new release isn't going to have better visual quality as in the 1080p is going to look native or anything because it was made back in 2006 or so. So it was upscaled.
But I'm saying better quality on the disc compared to the
Yes, they do have an opportunity to give us progressive 1080p.
That's what I meant by better quality.
I'm not sure if you're aware of what the issues were.
So Lance sent this.
Before we get too far from the Fate, Sentai Filmworks. I'm curious, who dubbed the one by Sentai Filmworks, the Unlimited Blade Works film, which is what I was referencing earlier.
I mean, that one was probably
that was the same. That was the same.
Oh my god, Lance! I don't know if you're delayed or what, but this is. We are not gonna rape you mercilessly again. So you must have missed the part when it first came up on screen, and I said, "This is Fate 06, right?"
Yes.
And then they confirmed, indicating we were talking about 2006
I didn't hear you say that at all.
Previously released by Geneon, which is why Reese said it was dubbed by Geneon. Sentai didn't dub this. We were referring to Fate 06, not
Lance was
Fate
talking
in general.
What Lance was just talking
He was
about.
he was responding to me when he said that.
I know.
What Lance was talking about just now was the Illuminated Blade Works movie that Sentai released, which uses the exact same cast. Which I think maybe
Michelle Ruff is the Saber, though. That's the only difference.
one or two different castings, but in general, it's the same.
Okay. So just to be clear, there have been many semantical rapings.
Since I was in there.
Well, at the end of the day, we were talking about the TV anyway.
I mean, if you're attempting to try, please continue.
Thank you. So are we done with Fate now?
Yeah. So I technically got cucked and I'm not cucked with my releases, but
but the part sets have bad subtitles.
Good thing I watched the dub. Are the like the subtitles like they have actual errors?
I can't remember. Bad subtitles. It's just that "I am the bone of my sword" doesn't make sense.
Please tell me my set has people die when they are killed on it. That would make it worth it.
I am the bone of my sword, and now people die when they are killed.
Yes. Okay. That makes no sense. Moving on. So, Demon Girl Next Door Season 2. This is a new series.
I actually enjoyed this show.
2022.
It's like Kobayashi's Dragon Demon, then?
I guess. I don't know. That's a weird looking.
No, she's the world's worst succubus.
Oh, is that like a?
And she's played by Monica Rial.
That's her.
I don't care about that.
A pepper.
The one holding the fork.
Is that a pepper grinder with like the thing, like got the same cut off horns?
It might be a Honko seal or like a bad dildo.
No, that's okay. That is the demon girl's like ancestor who teaches her about the world and does a terrible job at it. Believe it or not, the show's actually kind of funny.
Okay, it's like I can show you the.
And
world.
basically, the fact that you call it a fleshlight just makes it even funnier because they use it for everything.
I basically said it's a jelly donut.
Oni Pan.
Hey, that's not one we covered.
Oni Pan comes out.
Watch
Japanese sub only. It's a short series. It's only like 150 half episodes. Okay. So that's coming out.
I'm disappointed.
Boo. Sub only.
What we looked at.
Wolf Girl and Black Prince. I think this is a re-release.
Re-release.
Yep.
Yeah.
2014. Sub only.
Yep.
Majestic Prince Complete Collection.
How long until Sony buys Sentai, you think?
This is the original, right?
That would be awful. Don't give him. Don't give him.
Scroll down.
All right, Suicide Pact.
Bitches.
Yeah, I guess this is the original.
Plus the movie.
Wait a second, I have a complete collection of this, don't I? So they have a second.
Wait, which show is
complete,
this? I'm sorry, I was too busy on my joke.
Majestic Prince.
Majestic Prince.
Oh shit! I don't own that.
Great.
How much is it for the complete now? What, $70?
Right here,
52.
It does $51.99.
Well, they had a complete
Why 51?
before, I think.
Why not 51?
I mean, I guess now we can't
Moving on.
have a 49.
Tell me about
Moving on.
Yashahime, Princess Half Demon Season 2 Part 1 Limited Edition Blu-ray.
It's 71. You want to question why that's 71?
God damn it.
Yeah, I'm actually starting to wonder. Has anyone other than noticed that's really never been a thing?
Every second that ticks by is a second off of the full amount of sleep I should get before work.
Next
we are
I'm so sorry that I am giving you quality gold by being here.
Let's mute Lance for a little bit. So
let's just
you racist cunt.
He's racist.
48 for the standard edition. And then the DVD version is $35.99.
I don't know why they still make those.
Okay, I do
Record
have
of
a question,
Ragnarok.
a legitimate question about
No, I have to buy this because I watched it on Netflix.
This is on Blu-ray only, no DVD version.
Is it
so at least
only
you don't have
6
to-
episodes?
10 episodes, 12 episodes.
Oh, okay, good. So it's got like the full thing. Because
That was only 2 years. That was only 2 years before it came off Netflix. Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh.
Season 2 starts in very soon. It's gonna be 2 cores apparently. Rip. Discotheque, Treasure Island, 1978.
Oh, no.
47.
Wait a minute. What? Didn't I already buy these?
No.
Wait, Discotheque's putting out an anime? Dude!
What?
Luigi the Meta, how fast did you contact him?
Did we use our podcast magic to summon this event?
Damn,
Thank you guys. I contributed.
Tonight.
I wish I got a response that fast. God damn.
Oh.
No, okay. On Blu-ray.
I think I bought all of these and I just didn't realize that it's been 3 weeks since the podcast.
I think these went up this next week. No, so Lupin the Third, Swallowtail Tattoo. The first of a handful of
I'm just
shitty
shocked
specials.
that there's still more.
Huh?
Lupin's a good show.
No, I'm surprised
it's being
because
released by Discotheque,
there's
right?
no end to it.
Yes.
Discotheque, wow, they're putting
It's
out
going to keep. Look, calling it now. It's going to keep up with One Piece.
Oh no, duh.
No, only Japanese. Fuck.
Oh, you're kidding. Why?
Wow, their second anime, they're already screwing up.
Oh. Boycott Discotheque.
Oh, sorry, this is the third. Because it is Lupin the Third.
Gunbuster. OVA series.
I legitimately cannot remember if I bought these or not.
I don't think you have because these just went up literally like a couple days ago. So this one has a dub, brand new dub apparently.
Oh, I forget. Is it fun?
Apparently. Yeah. And then we got another live action movie. I don't know what it is. It's just another one. Japanese only.
Oh, that's funny. Marcelino was right. Right Stuff is down for maintenance.
Oh, seriously?
It's a good thing you had those opened, Reese.
Yeah.
Holy
That's
shit.
great.
Can you imagine how fat this would get by the time we do next podcast?
Wow. I'm fucking good.
Yeah. Save the day,
I'm
Reese.
so fucking good. Okay,
Oh, that's
so
why your Fate didn't reload.
yeah.
Yeah, that is why.
And whenever I tried to go to freaking write stuff again, I was like, what the fuck is going on? I didn't know if I had a problem with my connection or something or what. But yeah, okay, so Zoku Steiner.
They know the podcast is happening, so they shut it down.
So the thing is, the first season had that friggin' like liner notes
Standalone booklet.
Yeah, this one does not have it. That's because they included it as a QR code to get a digital copy of it.
Are they?
No!
Are they? Are they forcing you to?
Aren't you thrilled?
Are they going to jack up the price to force you to pay for the digital code that you might have not wanted?
That's what the $1.99 is
What's-
over the $49.99.1.
So
but it's
previously,
$38.99, Lance.
season 1 of Sayonara's
No, I was making a reference to earlier, you stupid motherfucker.
There wasn't liner notes on the earlier one. What?
You leave them out
What?
of this conversation.
What one was
Huh?
the $41 one again? I can't remember.
It doesn't matter. Please.
I don't
Let's
care
not
either.
return to that.
No
Let's
one
go.
cares. We're just having
Okay,
fun. Move
so
on.
next we have.
Dude, I think you just closed the tab.
Rip.
I did.
I think
What
you
about
just
it?
skipped one.
No, I closed the Setsubo Sensei one and the tweet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe.
That's all I closed. I'm not stupid. God, leave me alone.
I just watched the replay. I think he's safe.
Oh my God, Luigi!
argued.
Nozomi is with Right Stuff.
You're right.
Meaning they are also a Sony company.
I mean, they're also probably going to eventually turn into Crunchyroll.
Sadly,
but
goodbye, anime. It was nice.
Aoshi, I guess. I don't know. They forgot to put a space in there.
I've heard people pronounce this different ways. Aoshi, Aoshi.
No, you're thinking of
Whoosh.
Aoshi.
I know.
It's a soccer show.
Nobody gives a
Let
shit.
me have
It's
my
called
joke, damn you.
Nobody cared about foosball. This comes out in April, so this is Crunchyroll's April slate.
Or as we like to call the podcast,
soccer
Rape-roll.
I want keep your eyes on the ball or something. Keep your eyes on the balls.
Keep your eyes on these nuts.
Watch these
Keep your
boys
eyes
kick
on
them
the
balls.
Keep your eyes on the prize. I don't know. One Piece Collection 31. Is that Muteki Maru?
Whatever.
No, that's not a fish.
That's Luffy.
What is that? What the fuck is this?
Cat.
Thing? That's a cat?
It's Neko.
Is that Lord Jiraiya?
That's a very honest line.
Wait, that's Zoro. He's got the band on his stomach. It's Zoro. Wait, is that actually Zoro? He's got the scar too.
Please, for the love of God, move on.
If he threw away
His name is Neko something.
This goes to 747 to 770. That's a lot of episodes.
Good luck,
So
One
I
Piece
guess
Legend
fans.
of the
Good luck.
Galactic Heroes.
These season 3.
These nuts.
Nekomamushi. There you go. That's his name.
What the fuck is on here?
Thank
What
you
the
very
fuck is
much.
this?
That piece of commentary.
Why is there
They're on the Halo from Halo.
Yeah.
Why is there cleavage in space?
God. I'm glad I didn't make an art
Reese?
box for the first 2 seasons.
That is a wonderful idea for a porno. Cleavage in space.
Space.
Cleavage to Space Odyssey. Oh wait, that's Senshi Movie.
Oh, 12 uncut episodes in space.
I mean, you're getting the
Fuck's
whole
Alright.
sandwich, or
I have a clip to play when you get to the next one.
Hey, here we are.
Read
This
the
one?
title of this one.
Cowboy Bebop 25th Anniversary Special Edition.
What? It's almost like
Nobody wants something called the Boogie Woogie box. Nobody wants that.
Well, they
And the
can
thing is,
boogie
here's
woogie
the
all
thing.
night
Here's
long.
what's frustrating about this. All of these are literally the exact same thing. These discs is the same as this, and it's the same as this with different skins. It's the same thing. Guess what? This vinyl here. Oh, this one's red. Guess what? This one's blue with a little bit of a swirl, and this one's like Technicolor. Ooh, they're the same thing. You're just re-skinning it and charging more because you're adding in some other crap people don't want. Nobody wants this. Nobody wants a unique display rigid box with metal class. Nobody wants that.
AC, the whole reason behind this is it's the 20th anniversary.
So they're saying here, oh, we all have to carry that weight because none of the sets will ever be made. Guess what? At the 30th anniversary, guess what? There will be another set. Okay. I guarantee you, 25th anniversary, even, 25 years ago, Cowboy Bebop came out, and then they're going to almost just pretty much pretend that that this whole thing never happened.
Happy 5 years on the podcast, I guess.
wow.
Wish.
Good job, AC.
The most obvious
That was
prediction.
podcast 25, by the way.
Yeah.
Podcast. Most obvious prediction ever.
You podcast
But you got it right.
Hey, FTM, you
Got
can
it
add
right.
this to your collage of shitty logo banners, like your 16, your sweet 16. You can add this piece of shit.
No, the Boogie Woogie box is already in it.
That's true.
I mean,
But
at least
I
we
will
get
add it.
that.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
the real
damn.
special edition.
Thank you for doing that.
By the way,
Oh, there
I
it is! The cleavage in space.
Oh, it was under our
But Brad-
noses this whole time. That's why it's a classic.
This one doesn't come. This one doesn't come with
There it is again.
the vinyls.
Considering what's on that
You know
cover,
what else it
someone
doesn't
might.
come with? The movie.
Yep.
Yeah, me and Footnum were talking about this.
You're
yeah.
serious? You cannot be serious. I was expecting that.
Oh,
You'd
started.
think that would
You're really
actually
saying
warrant
Green
right?
I
Right?
started reading this, the series, and it's oh, please don't, God, for the love of God, don't say the Netflix series. I was like, okay, never mind.
Netflix.
That's what you're gonna think I was gonna say.
That would actually be a downgrade.
Netflix live action adaptation.
I want to go back in time 5 years and buy the Boogie Woogie edition.
Oh my god. Now, so keep in mind, this is the standard edition of the special edition.
No, this
right?
is the special edition.
No, because
this
the next
one's the limited edition.
Oh, sorry. One is the
Does it
does
come
this
with
one
the
come with the
movie,
vinyl?
which should be
Oh, wait a
given
minute.
to
Oh no,
Wait a
look
minute.
at that
What is
logo.
this?
I didn't even
A chip,
see
yeah,
the
chipboard art box with the. Seriously,
Fuck,
if
no,
it's-
hold
Okay,
on.
so hold on. The thing is, I don't think this is going to be actually a DVD combo set because
Okay.
the
I cut this out
Okay, I
of
was
the
gonna
clip that I just showed you guys, but I went on to say, hopefully, when the 25th anniversary edition comes out, they've learned from their mistakes and don't do these oversized bullshit sets again. So look,
At
I am
least
now
that.
going to podcast Magic the 30th anniversary, and I'm telling you
include
now,
the
I
movie.
will not buy it if it says 30th anniversary on the packaging. That fucking ruins it.
And
just
look,
like the
it's
Yu Yu
window
Hakusho
boxed in
set.
on the
Yeah,
front art.
look at it in the lower right corner there. It just you're gonna cut off part of it just to put that.
Like even if it wasn't on the cover, it's on the goddamn spine.
And the thing is,
you see the
no
most.
no matter what new art you, I'm not saying this art is new, but no matter what new art you generate, like the front cover, I think is some new art, right? If you go back, no matter what new art you generate for this set, you pop it in and it's still the old show.
Yeah.
And the old show is fucking
Yeah.
fantastic. Do
Exactly.
not
It's
get me
probably
wrong.
the exact same discs anyway.
Yes.
From 5 years ago, or the
And
the
I just
first
want to
rendition
I just want to
that came out,
remind
like,
you
9 years ago.
5 fucking years ago, Funimation said, "Oh, we could get you to pay $600, 600 buckaroos for the Boogie Woogie box."
Buckaroonies.
Like, come
Okay, I'm
And-
looking at
and
the
now
images
Blue
of
Long
this.
ready.
Grease.
Better go
$3.
bounty hunt some. Better go bounty hunt some criminals, because we
I don't-
got here some fancy schmancy bullshit you don't want in the form of lithographs.
I don't mind that steelbook looking cover, but the other one, the second one, like the middle one there, yeah, that one's bad. I like the standard or the special edition.
No,
cover
it's
better.
not bad. It's bad ass.
I think the
That
standard
one's
is
better.
better art.
It's bad
She
ass.
does have a less than perfect ass.
The standard, the special edition.
Ultraman's
I
got
have
a
a
better
place.
ass.
Are you saying the hood looks better than the trunk?
Sure.
Can we get an
Or the-
upskirt?
All I'm trying to say is that the standard edition
the stern looks better than the
has like
keel.
this amazing cleavage shot, and they just get rid of it.
Can we get a close up there, Reese? I need to see the. I need to see the.
What?
I need to properly degrade more. Please give me the count. Is it me or is she wearing those on like not even close to the right same height there?
It's all scrunched down here.
Oh my god, she looks like such a mess. I hate that outfit.
She's an independent woman.
Now, you got to remember as well, it's not just the Boogie Woogie box that came out. We had the Funimation exclusive limited edition, the vinyl piece of
The
garbage,
Amazon exclusive, the Funimation
Amazon
exclusive,
and then the
steel
Boogie
books.
Woogie books.
And,
Oh yeah,
and
the
the
Steelbook.
Best Buy Steelbook.
Wait, really? There's a Best Buy Steelbook?
You
I remember
have
the
the
Best Buy
fucking thing.
I didn't get it on Best Buy, whore. That's the Steelbook. That's the only Steelbook. Anyway. So right, we have the Amazon, we have the Funimation.
Castro says, "You are psychic."
Oh. So, Funimation, Amazon, Steelbook, Boogie Woogie, this crap. Enough. That I don't want to get this,
wait.
even if it looks okay.
But wait, you get the gimmick of being able to swap the cover art.
The cover art. No, it's got a window. It's like One Punch Man.
It's too much. I should have the power to swap the
sticker
cover of
is
the
still
thing nobody
there.
will see because it's in the fucking bookcase.
They still have this 25th anniversary. That doesn't change.
If this was like electronic, it had like a battery attached, and it was like one of those picture frames that changes a picture every couple of minutes, even that would be better. And those things are a stupid gimmick that I hate anyway.
All right, so
Wow.
while we are also here looking, let's say, so this is just the Crunchyroll's article about the gimmick.
The slate.
Oh,
yeah.
also this set now includes a one other special
5
feature
art
that was
cards.
not on the other one.
Yeah, you know what it is? The 25th anniversary retrospective.
Yeah, 25 years.
Wow!
God.
What
Included the 20th.
Like, I'm just saying, I don't know if it was in episode 25, but during our coverage of the Boogie
I think it
Woogie
was
Box
24.
debacle,
I think that was episode 24.
I am pretty sure that I said, 5 years from now, they'll have the 25th year long retrospect. I'm pretty sure those exact words left my lips.
Yeah. They're filling
Dude, can you imagine?
They're slowly filling up that fifth.
Oh my
disc.
god, that's the only reason. Yeah, right. But what they're doing, the commentary is going to be 5 years after the last commentary we did. Wow, so different. To be fair,
different.
the only commentary I would actually think is worth buying is if they trash the Netflix series.
I was just gonna bring that up. Like their response to the Netflix series is all it is.
What if they get the cast of the Netflix series to do commentary for the show they weren't in?
Exclusive Netflix commentary on the original show. You wanted that, right?
Yeah, I did. And then the other thing, the other reason why we're here is they're apparently re-releasing Dragon Ball Z Resurrection F Collector's Edition.
Why? Of all the things.
Walmart exclusive.
Okay, no, but get this.
What?
Get this. It is the exact. Okay.
It's literally.
Bear with me now.
Does it have the clear
It is
sleeve over it?
called. It is called the Collector's Edition.
Which means this is a digipack in a slip.
Does
in a clear
that
slip cover.
or does that not at least invoke at some level that it should be limited in quantity?
Yeah.
Look,
in anger that why did
limited
people
edition,
pre-order this?
Granted,
If it gets reprinted.
but do you not think that it should invoke at some level that there should be a limited number of them?
Yeah.
It should.
At some level, because I'd like to get all these old limited editions I missed out on. But yes,
so
generally
you already
speaking,
have this
scroll
one
down.
now.
I have. Scroll down. It still says Funimation on the spine.
It's literally reprint.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and get this. Go to Walmart. If you search Resurrection F, the old one
It's still available.
is still available from
That's why
third-party
I'm
sellers.
baffled. That's why I'm baffled.
And you
So
can
there,
Desperate
look,
hose,
what's-
bros,
this one has a
desperate
different. It's got the. This one has the cover over it in the picture. That's why it has
it's
the
got
extra
like
stuff.
the lettering
because
or
there's
whatever.
a slit. There's a slip, a clear slip that goes over it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is literally the same set. That it's going to just have a different UPC.
I bought it on sale in store. That's how bad it is. But I hate this set because it's a completely different format than all the other movies and everything. Because, like you said, it's a digipack in a clear slip. But the spine has no character and all that stuff. And they call it like, oh, it's a collector's edition. And like you said, it's still in stock. They can't get rid of the damn thing.
Yeah.
Like, no
well,
one
this
wants
one
it.
is sold by
And
third
you
party.
can still have the digital copy.
Isn't this one sold by third
The
party?
thing,
sellers, or
the
does
thing
it
you probably
have
can't
this?
redeem anymore.
It says like sold by GRUV Entertainment, whatever.
Groove
Entertainment. I don't know. It's all caps, so I'm assuming it's maybe an acronym or something.
This says it's a pro seller. So yeah,
Compare
anyway,
also
but it's just fucking.
All sellers.
Better start lowering that price if you want to move that before it becomes even harder.
Yeah. So
honestly, I wish I never bought the set too. It looks fucking trash in the collection.
No.
Well, that's the thing.
Should have just got the standard edition.
Back in I want
fucking
to.
Mouse disconnected again because I haven't.
But
been
back
using
in
it.
the day, the first one, it was just standard. That was the only one available. So it looked like garbage next to it. That's what I mean by like the formatting's completely different in the spine.
Yeah, I bought this. I originally got the standard edition of it, and a friend of mine bought this and hated it so much. He said, "Look, I know you're going to end up buying this one too." He said, "You just want to trade?" So he traded me the limited for the standard
worst deal
version I have.
Worst deal ever. And the thing is, those movies aren't
So I
cheap.
was like, "Well, that's
for some reason they're charging like $40 for the
standard editions have been 1-to-1 bootlegged.
Oh, even better.
The standard edition's out of stock.
I saw. I was at a flea
can
market
get
not
the
that long ago, and I
shitty
saw
re-release.
Out of
some, and I was like,
stock,
"Oh, boy."
expecting more. It says.
Yeah, but then there's a shitty re-release that doesn't have a slipcover. It looks like.
Screw it. I'll get the bootleg with the slipcover. I'll take it.
Honestly, at one point, I think it was Battle of Gods, when I was trying to work on the bootleg series all the way back when I still lived in California before I moved to Arizona. I was trying to record a video, and I took off the slipcover from both, and then I had a moment where I knew which Blu-ray was the real one, but I didn't know which slipcover was the real one anymore. So
they
it's
probably
very
just
likely...
got all of their stock from doing the Patreon exclusive tip over and over again, just not returning the slipcover. Also, this is a thing that is regrettable. Funimation released Mach Go-Go with the 97. Speed Racer. The original with the original and
yeah,
the
we know the Speed Racer
one.
head that you were stupid enough to buy.
I know. I'm just telling you guys that I was stupid enough to be one of the only people that has the 97.
Look, I want the Japanese Mach Go. I'd love to hear it. You know, I'd love to own it, but I was not willing to buy that stupid bust.
The other thing that's tragic is that it was released DVD only for the 97 series. So you get the Blu-rays of Speed Racer, but the 97, it's like, yeah, get cucked.
All right, so I got to move us along here.
Want to see some more cleavage in space?
No, it's all right. If you guys would like to support us, one of the ways you can do that is through Stealth Weeb. Many merch available. Fun times to be had. Some of them need to
speaking of, where the fuck's my order?
I will get to you, my friend. I have not forgotten. So just
I
a
almost
heads up.
did.
Yeah, just a heads up. One of the blanks that I print the shirts on has been discontinued. So there's a couple of shirts on the store that if an order comes in, I have to manually process it by putting the shirt design on a different shirt before it gets sent to you. So I will go through the trouble of, I think this might be one of them. I will go to the trouble of replacing the shirts with a different design, a different brand that are the same color. And in fact, some of them actually look more like, for example, the Naruto one that I have in here somewhere. Probably on the 15th.
Oh fuck! It would have been great to have that friggin' slime one, so I could have worn that to the movie on Wednesday.
The Naruto
Thanks.
one here, the color that I'm going to be replacing this with actually looks even more like the one in the series. I'm very fortunate.
Hold up. Reese, you want the slime shirt because you want people to recognize that you like
No, I just want to be a
series?
friggin' nerd, and yeah. Problem, bitch.
No, I'm just saying you're going to the movie, which has like a limited screening anyway.
Yeah.
The exclusive
They aren't
people
gonna
in
know.
the audience
They aren't
going
going
to
to know that you're a fan unless he's saying he wants to one up the other.
The thing is, the funny thing is, I'm
and it would be
probably
a good
going
way
to be
to
the
promote
only
the story.
person in the theater seeing this goddamn movie.
Reese, when is the movie?
Yeah, there was only one
When is
person
the
with
movie?
us.
It's already out.
It's like 7 o'clock.
When are you
at night
going?
on
Oh.
Wednesday.
Yeah, I don't think I can get to see you by then.
That's what I'm saying. It would have been nice, but no, it's not going to work, is it?
Oh, I didn't realize I could just scroll
Is
through
that
these and have
logo?
a
Can you
seizure.
put is the logo on the back as well, or is it just the front?
Just
No,
on
it's
the
just the
front, just
front.
like it is in the
Why
show.
would it be on
0 out of
the
10,
front?
Brad
front,
failure.
How dare I do it the right way? Anyway, so you guys can.
I don't know. I like big logos like that on the back, just personally.
Yeah, but that's not how it is.
You
in the
can
show,
wear
so
it
I didn't make
backwards
that way.
if you'd like.
Yeah, you can would be like an idiot. And
You
wear
know
it
what? If you want to
backwards.
custom order it, I'll print one on the back for you. All right? You can ask me. I'll do that. I have done that for people, not that specific request, but similar request. I have done it. All right. Now,
Oh, it's possible.
other ways
Okay,
you
cool.
can support us. OCA Podcast Store. Now, I have had the gross misfortune of learning that only feeds an actual website. So I was trying to produce merch for that, but apparently, now
Someone
my
beat you
logo
to the
looks
punch.
better, but apparently, OnlyFeet is in fact a real website.
No.
So I just have to say,
Random 11.
if
Why
you've
would you
got
start
some
this?
good-looking feet, and you can convincingly use ChatGPT to sound like a woman, a flirty woman, I bet you can make really, really good money.
I don't want
on
to.
this
I don't want
website.
a toe job from these
Make
dudes.
AI
No, I'm good.
generated feet on it, okay?
I'm
Have
not
you
gonna do
seen AI generated feet?
it. Lord,
I can imagine.
let's not. Let's not do
Anyway,
this
so
tonight.
but you can still get many shirts.
Well, you know what? Let's not be defeated. Let's do only fisting or something, okay?
Let's not be
No, I'm still gonna
defeated.
put the merch up. It's just gonna be
Oh.
it's gonna be a little bit more, difficult to market it because it's
Only feeds a real
ours uses
thing.
ours does not use this font. Ours uses the OnlyFans logo, the old one, for the only part, right?
So ours is going to look more authentic.
Ours looks better. Ours is a better fucking logo. I'm sorry.
Why don't you?
know?
Why don't you?
And I
sell
don't
it-
see.
Wait,
I
hold
don't
on,
see
hold
a
on,
trademark.
Hold on.
You see a
Wait, hold on.
trademark there?
Hold on. How about you sell them your
The logo.
updated logo so that you can use it without using, and then you can get royalties from them.
How about you sell them the logo that is literally the OnlyFans logo,
That's what
but
I'm
you
saying.
got the same font and
That's what I'm
changed
saying.
it.
You
and
sell
therefore
OnlyFans.
Conversation from earlier.
OnlyFans has the
That's what I'm saying.
Copyright.
You sell OnlyFeet.
OnlyFans.
That's been
Let's not
updated.
I don't
click on
see
that.
a TM.
Let's not click on this site.
I
on
don't
screen.
see a TM on here. I think
Wait,
I'm in the clear.
That's a different logo.
It is. It's the new logo that sucks.
Yeah.
The old one was better.
Oh, you were a fan of the old logo?
So
was a fan.
the
I
other
like
thing
the
is
old
that in the
logo.
old logo for OnlyFans, it has a lock with like a keyhole in the O. I'm thinking about changing the keyhole to like a footprint or something for OnlyFeet to make it that much more different. Anyway, I'm thinking about putting that up here. I
can't
did
buy that shirt. It
actually,
gives me
believe it or
anxiety.
not, I did actually work on Thick Thighs Matter, but I'll be real, it's not evoking the Black Lives Matter logo enough, and I'm having trouble with it. So I haven't released it yet. I have also
No OnlyFans shirt. For
I have
me.
also done lots of work on what is an Anja woman. But I I need to talk to Random 11 about building a AI model of pictures of Ty's hair and goggles so that I can.
I thought you were gonna like get him to generate like sexy Angie woman porn for you to put on the shirt. I was like, what?
You can not do that.
Reese is like,
I
please
actually
do it.
don't want to
please.
do
I think that's just you projecting.
I don't
Lance,
want
that-
trans Angela woman on my shirt.
You don't want an Angela along with the penis.
Dude, that would sell like
but
hotcakes.
she's
then,
not
you know it.
in the prompt. All right, moving on. This bra and panty set is a JoJo's reference.
Nani?
So that's the reference. I guess.
How old is that image?
Jolene? What is she like? 16?
Jolene.
Yeah, but every 10-year-old in
Please don't-
JoJo looks
don't
like they're 40.
offend
So
Her, it's a completely different.
I know. No. But I'm asking how old is the image?
What are you
want
wanting
me to look up the metadata so
How
you
old is
can
that dot
figure out if it's
PNG?
old enough to jerk off to? Like, what? I don't understand this request.
I'm just having fun with the world's logic.
No, your logic makes no sense. We've been over this.
So Lance, I don't know.
That
what you
was
want
that
me
was
to-
basically a play on a joke, and you know it.
Lance, I don't get what you wanted me to
What the
get
fuck
from
am I
this.
looking at?
Lance,
So
I
an
don't know
artist
what you-
recreated a Hokusai's Great Wave out of 50,000 Lego blocks.
Oh wow.
Lance, what did you want me to
feel
get
like
out of
someone's got
this
a lot of time on their
Unlimited
hands.
Blade Works article?
He was trying to say,
just
haha, Sentai dubbed some, but he didn't understand that we had clarified it was for 6.
No.
You're the one
AC
I need
putting
to
words in
rage
my
about
mouth,
getting it.
and he did. And once again, I got cut off while I was trying to say something. So just move on.
I just now noticed the thing in the private chat, so I'm sorry for not seeing it like 30 minutes ago.
No worries, bro.
Okay. I already addressed it. Is this animated? No. I was gonna say that would have been sick. All right, now if you're feeling slightly cucked at somebody else's ability to produce this, I have for you
Legos together.
I have for you the toddler edition. Hokusai's The Great Wave
Is it-
off
is it
Nagawa
with,
woodblock print flashes into Lego art.
Not gonna lie,
I'll be
Lego
real,
art is
I-
badass.
I probably would buy this just to hang up. I'll be honest.
Like the entire frame and everything is Lego.
wait, really?
Yeah.
That is so
It's
fucking cool.
The smooth bricks.
Well, it will be a better frame than whatever you're gonna try and put it on.
Anyway, moving on. Okay, Japanese makers of Tropicana. There's been a lot of legal articles tonight. Japanese
Holy
makers
shit.
of Tropicana are
1,800
finding.
pieces. Jesus Christ.
Okay.
Japanese
Sorry.
makers of Tropicana are fined 19 million yen for 100% melon juice with only 2% melon juice.
No.
Why? Who's surprised?
So
I want to suck on them melons.
Oh yeah, Lance does that.
As you can see,
Lance has a cup for that.
It says 100% melon taste, but the actual thing says
can
only
drink from the nipple.
2% juice.
We know.
It's actually designed.
Oh god. I was like, why? Why are you interrupting me? Yeah, it's for the go to the Discord.
Go to the
OnlyFans
in Discord,
join the
I mean,
Discord,
whatever it is.
the Finer Things Club in the Discord. Find out.
So accountability never tasted so sweet. In September of last year, the popular juice brand Tropicana was put in the spotlight in Japan over a considerable bit of deceptive marketing. The matter was Tropicana 100% whole fruit melon taste, which you might assume is made of 100% melon by the name. In fact, you might even assume that from the carton on which only a melon is clearly visible, and phrases such as 100% melon taste are printed. However, upon closer inspection, this product contains only 2% actual melon juice blended in with 98% apple, grape, and banana juices. Banana doesn't have juice. With this realization, you might then notice that there actually is a slice of apple, a bunch of grapes, and a banana on the carton, albeit fairly well camouflaged among the melon. What? Oh, yeah, there's the banana. And then back on the back, there's an apple and a grape.
So cool.
A news report from last year showing the old package design to people on the street who unanimously agree it looks like only melon and is pretty sketchy overall. I'm just going to copy this in here since I downloaded it as an MP3 previously. By the time the news of this broke, a consumer affairs agency of Japan had already warned Tropicana's Japanese licensee, Kirin Beverage, to stop the misleading packages. They complied and redesigned cartons with a more prominently displayed apple and grapes, and by replacing phrases like 100% melon taste with 2% melon taste. No, with 100% fruit juice. The redesigned carton with the apple and grapes are now more visible. Honestly, it's the same carton. You just added a JPEG of an apple and grapes at the bottom. It's not even, you didn't even do anything for the banana. However, it appears that the Consumer Affairs Agency wasn't quite done with Kirin, and on the 18th of January ordered the beverage maker to pay a fine of $148,000 for violating the act against unjustifiable premiums and misleading representations. The figure was arrived at by calculating the sales of the product between June 2020 and April 2022 when the original package was in use. According to the Truth in the Advertising Law, the fine should be 3% of that amount, or to put it another way, 1% more than the amount of actual melon juice in the drink. When news of the fine was reported, online comments were surprised that Kirin had even gotten away with it for as long as they did. On the other hand, some comments came out in defense of the drink, saying that consumers should be more aware of what they're buying. What? I used to buy that a lot. To be fair, they never did actually say 100% melon juice. At least give us like 50%. It looks delicious, but this isn't right. It was written properly on the ingredient list, wasn't it? It's the people's fault for not checking what they drink.
Yeah.
I want to see this guy get suckered into a contract where he didn't read the terms and like he has to give away his penis or something. Has to donate it to a trans youth. You know, I never agreed that.
God.
You didn't read the ingredient list of our contract. It's your fault.
By buying this product, you agree to suck a dick. What?
Your weekly dick sucking appointment.
Only you.
It's like, whoa! I didn't realize I was getting that perk. It's like
I thought she was a woman.
I didn't know you like sucking dick. Oh no! I always assumed major corporations like that were really cautious about this kind of stuff. Pretty bold to try and sneak 98% of the juice past people. It is almost bizarre. It's, you know what's funny is the concept that it probably actually tastes less like melon when you can clearly see the apple and grapes. Like it legitimately probably tastes different, even though the actual blend is probably exactly the same. But
most certainly, definitely, possibly, could be, maybe.
It is almost bizarre to be so misleading about something like this. Personally, I'd be more likely to drink the stuff had they never pushed the melon taste so much and been honest about it being a blend. In fact, I tried some last September when the news broke and quite liked it, mostly because the melon taste was present but not overwhelming. It also seemed like Kirin was doing more harm than good with the misleading labeling. But regardless, it's good to know the government is working to keep companies honest. Good old
whatever bullshit.
So we can be confident about what we buy.
We can be confident that they're lying.
If you
to
buy
us.
that, and it's 100% fruit juice, and you like it, they're selling you on the lie that it's melon, and you like it. Who fucking cares? It's not poison.
Placebo.
They've probably ruined the drink for some of the people who really liked it before. All right, so I've got a couple articles here. I'm going to skip this one for now. Thank you, Danny, for sharing it, but I want to talk about that when I'm a little less tired. So we've got this one. This tech allows users to smell movies, video games, and anime. Should we also postpone this
I'm
one?
good.
Yeah, let's postpone this one.
Let's postpone this one. Okay, we'll come back to this.
This one's good.
All right.
The jokes write themselves for that one, but let's keep on.
Okay. So
These Nuts Simulator.
It's almost
We'll
3
probably
o'clock in the
skip a couple
morning.
of these two.
Joke's
One of
on you.
Japan's first
It's
uses of
almost
quantum
free for you.
computing.
This isn't going to be good.
Okay. One of Japan's first uses of quantum computing is rather ridiculous. Random 11, you still with us?
Yep.
Because you seem to think this wasn't that ridiculous. Japan has once again left people flabbergasted, this time by putting some of the world's most powerful computers to work doing something mundane, calculating work shift timetables for workers. Quantum computers have the ability to make calculations that would usually take 10,000s of years in several minutes. But this work is set to become one of Japan's first practical applications. The goal is to have the quantum computers created by Hitachi to automatically create work shift timetables for 100 plus workers at the same time, taking into account paid leave, required hours, and time shifts. Now, I would just like to point out, this isn't the first time a product by Hitachi has been used for other purposes. As you know, this is the magic wand massager. Anyway,
the same one scene where you massage your back. That's why it's so long.
On TV.
Japanese denizens were understandably puzzled, as some questioned if it would even be a financially feasible option over just calculating it under man hours, and even more were let down or surprised by the down-to-earth application of what seemed to be futuristic technology. There was also confusion over whether something like work schedules were complicated enough to require quantum computing, and that it still took minutes to figure out the best work schedule even with all the power. One Japanese user made a particularly black joke. Oh dear. AI, I'm here now, so A-san, B-san, C-san are all unnecessary. A simple and clean work shift schedule has been created. Oh.
Asexual,
Okay.
bisexual, and circumcised? I don't know what's A-son, B-son, C-son.
In math.
Continue.
In algebra.
I'm just joke. Ignore it. Just never mind.
Thank you. Moving on.
All right. Western censorship invades Japan. Animal ears might be considered bestiality. Okay. So we've talked a lot this podcast about drawings. About drawings, right? That thing that you manifest by touching a pen to paper or your favorite digital tablet, and how they aren't real. Well, now you could go to jail because they're underage and also have cat ears, and therefore you rape the cat by looking at it. Okay, that's the new brave.
I can't wait till someone gets arrested for shooting someone in Grand Theft Auto. That's the world we live in.
Don't joke. The get out of jail free DLC. What's that line from The Office? He's like, this isn't a, what does he say? This isn't a game. People don't just get out of jail free cards. Those things cost thousands. Anyway, a Japanese mangaka with a career in adult manga has come out with an experience where his proposed manga was turned down by an online publisher due to them adapting absurd Western standards, treating anything with animal ears, kemono mimi, and tails as bestiality. a new development in the sphere of censorship in Japanese creations that will leave many concerned.
Who cares what this one
Goto,
stupid company thinks? Sorry.
a
continue.
mangaka who made his break in 1988 and has mainly worked with Sanwa erotica, was faced by the reality of shifting moralities in Japan when he reached out to try and serialize his manga via an online application. God damn it! Via an online publication, and touched upon the topic in a series of tweets that quickly reached over 650,000 views. Where he
This is a
said,
prime example of one situation where a company, gets in the way of someone's creative freedom or whatever. And then what the internet does is it makes a huge deal of it, and in an attempt to make this become a strong reality. And it's hilarious.
So real quick, I have a secondary article here I'm not going to bother to read about a Florida man with the most child porn charges in the history of the country that came up.
Good
The
Lord.
guy's only 23, but I saw this. I wasn't even going to bother to cover it because it's like, we've gone over this too many times, right?
Yeah.
Obviously we condemn child abusers and people who are selling or
harming actual
indulging
children
in actual child pornography. My question always is, was it child pornography or was it a drawing? But in this case, it doesn't matter. The reason I'm bringing this up is because I saw this thing where they said things quickly worsened after police searched the criminal's house and seized 15 of his electronic devices, as just one of them caused Hernandez's child porn charges to jump to almost 1,200. 4 additional counts for having bestiality images was added on top of this due to a relatively new law that came into effect October 2022.
What law?
I don't know. Like I have no idea. I didn't hear anything about this. Look, this could easily fly under the radar of a person who's not into bestiality, right? But I'm just saying, like, I find this interesting. And I have to wonder, because every time I read these articles that Sankaku Complex puts out about people being arrested for child porn, I always wonder, is it really child porn or is it a drawing? And if this is becoming a thing here, right, due to a relatively new law that came into effect,
is it real bestiality or
this
just cat girls?
Right. Honestly, that's the world we fucking live in now, And the thing is that I feel like there is a strategy here. This is like you.
Oh God!
You have to be careful not to.
So what you're trying to say is that to our world it's okay to mutilate children and
mutilize? That's a new one.
Dude, we live in a world where people will gasp when they see an anime kind of thing, but it's okay to mutilate children and, force gender bullshit on the minds of small kids who aren't ready for it. But it's not okay to, like anime and stuff.
Yeah. So I would just, okay, that was weird. Sorry, you couldn't see that. Something popped up on the side of my screen. I guess I must have used 3 fingers and not realized I had a haptic or whatever they're called.
So does this make interspecies reviewers illegal?
Bestiality? Speciesality?
Have you guys ever seen the show called Border Patrol? I think it's Border Patrol.
I might have seen it on TV once or twice, just like in the background.
Yeah, so the basic premise is that they're border patrol agents at the Canadian-U.S. borders. There was a version with Australia, I think, at one point too. But the one I was watching was Canada-U.S.
Australia? What?
And
what border on Australia?
Do they? You mean like the sea land border?
The Coast Guard?
The airport.
The airport.
Yeah.
The airport, buddy. Anyway, so so they're at the Canadian US border and they're doing the customs thing and this guy walks through with a tail, and he's
So hold
coming
on.
into Canada.
When you say a tail, do you mean one of the ones that like has the little like army tag clasp that's like the balls, the ball bearings of the thing, and it goes on like your belt loop? Or are you talking like a real tail, like that, like a poached animal tail?
No, like a furry tail.
Yeah. Okay. So like the kind that you would be okay with somebody opening fire for them to have.
I cannot confirm or deny if it was up his ass. I assume not.
The kind
Was
of
he also
Didn't-
wearing a kilt
the
of
butt
some
plug
kind?
tail.
I think he was actually. I don't remember though. But anyway, the person was ordered to surrender his laptop, and they decided to go through the laptop because when you go through the border, you don't have privacy, and even if your laptop's locked, you have to give the password. It's kind of dumb. And they found furry porn on his computer.
Surprise!
Wait, hold on. We talking about drawing, right?
We talking about drawings? Yes, we're talking about drawings.
Okay, just making sure.
Yeah. And he got in some shit, and they didn't arrest him. I don't think, but they did make him like delete it, or if I remember correctly, or something. And they might have not let him in the country. I can't remember.
Okay.
But anyway,
So
he
this
got
is
into
actually-
shit.
This is
and it
actually
was just because of the
leading into my
drawings.
point so well. So keep going.
Oh, that's it.
Okay,
It was,
yeah, good.
It was drawings, 100% drawings.
So I would just like to point out.
But sorry, just to confirm, just to make it clear, in Canada, their reasoning was in Canada, it doesn't matter if it's drawings or not.
Right.
It's still bestiality.
Right. Canada is cocked. Now look, I want to point out here.
Don't come
It
here
is
with your
very
furry
hard intentionally. This is designed intentionally. It's entrapment in a way. They're trying to create a world where you can't defend the thing that isn't nefarious without sounding like you're defending the thing that is, right? Number one. And so it's designed in such a way where once you agree and start condemning the thing that they are claiming, and you say, whoa, don't lump me in with those guys because that shit's bad, right? And then all of a sudden, like, glad you agree. And then the net expands to the thing that you aren't condemning, right? So personally, I would just say, if somebody wants to wear one of those like butt plugs with the tail, fucking go for it in your own goddamn house. Okay. I don't care. I don't care whatever you want to do. As long as it's happening behind closed doors in your house, I'm cool with it. I really don't care. Right. Wearing it intentionally with like a mini skirt of some kind or something with like assless thong or something. I don't like that. Obviously, wearing that out in public is different, right? Because you're bringing other people into your fetish, right? Clearly. And this is, of course, why I have issues with like the drag culture and stuff where they're bringing the kids into it and all these other things. Because it's like, look, if you want to be trans or you want to, and not necessarily to link those directly right away, but if you want to do these different things, that look, I have said from the beginning, 99% of the genders are fetishes, not genders, right? Oh, I'm attracted to trees. My gender is da da da. It's like, no, you have a fetish. You have a weird fetish, and you created a gender to try to act like it's a normal thing people should respect you for. And so that you can tell people, yeah, I like humping trees, bro. Like, so that you can slip. Okay? That's why you're doing that. Okay. Now, again, if you want to rape trees behind closed doors until your dick is so filled with splinters that it seizes and you die of sepsis or some kind of disease, right? Or some bacterial infection or something. Go for it. I don't care. I welcome your death at that point.
But
okay?
tree lives
as
matter.
long as it's happening behind closed doors.
Yeah.
Right? As long as you're not coming out to the park and humping the tree in the public park where I am with my family, I fully condone your raping of trees. Okay? So I feel like we're in a world now where we're being put into a trap of this is bestiality. And it's like, well, first of all, my stance is no, it's a drawing. Because even if it's furry porn, even if it's a drawing of like realistic looking dogs, like fucking getting it on, and it's not like anthropomorphized and all that shit, even if it's that, it's like, I'd be like, that is a drawing. I don't fucking care. It's like, yeah, it's weird. It's definitely like straight up, like, have you seen the thing where it says like percentage of furry, right? And it has like 10%, and it's the anime girl with just the cat ears, and then it's like 25%, and then she has like the nose with the whisker kind of cheek marks, and then it's like 100%, and it's a picture of an actual cat, right? It's like, look, there comes a time where that needle, the nuanced level of between whether or not you consider something bestiality or not, or whatever, like there's a point at which you're going to stop agreeing, right? That's like, yes, 100% cat. Yeah, that's fucking bestiality. But it's like, well, what is bestiality really? Is it fucking animals, or is it being attracted to animals? Like, these are all things that a person has plenty of mental problems with, for sure. But when you are letting the drawing be considered this thing, then it opens the door. You let the vampires in, so to speak. And it becomes impossible to close the door. Right? So that's why my position on this has always been, if it is a drawing, I don't want to hear about it. I don't give a shit. I don't care if it's depictions of children getting raped and tortured, of all sorts of degenerate stuff. I definitely prefer that you not be around me or my kids, for sure. But as long as these are drawings and you haven't harmed an actual person, and as long as it's happening behind closed doors where I don't have to know about it, I am perfectly happy to let you just be a freak raping trees in your own house. Okay? Go for it. Right? So I think that this is a very troubling area that we're being put into intentionally, with the whole, like, oh, someday Japan will learn to make them of age. And it's like, look, I don't think you get this. Human beings have sex. Most of them.
They do?
Maybe I shouldn't say most of them. The average human being
says someone who's
like,
not
I'm trying to gauge who am I talking to here, who my target audience is. A lot of people have sex before they reach the age of 18. Some kids are fucking at like 14 with other kids, and it's not, lock them up. This pedophilia thing when the kids are your age. And we've talked about this before, about when teen movies, whatnot, come out. Superbad has a scene where McLovin, what's his name? Mintz-Plasse? Is this Christopher Mintz-Plasse? That doesn't sound right. When he is having sex with the girl, and it's like, oh, it's in, right? And it's like, that scene, his parents had to be on set for them to film it, because it's illegal to have a simulated sex act or whatever like that without the parents on set if you're not 18, and he wasn't 18.
Romeo and Juliet could have used that.
What?
I said Romeo and Juliet could have used that, huh?
Right. So you're telling me that you have a problem when there's sort of like hinted sexuality in anime where the characters are not real, and they go to high school, and they're in an age where kids are going through like
hormone
that
changes
sort of thing
and puberty,
anyway.
and kids are, kissing and making out and hand jobs behind the locker rooms. Like, when that's happening in real life and has been depicted to some level in all the media that's existed going back forever, in the movies with the teen movies and shit. And then oftentimes people say, well, the actors are of age. Not in Superbad, right? He wasn't old enough. His parents had to be there in the room for them to film that, specifically because he wasn't old enough. Now, look, it's not intended to be like enticing sexual, like porn substitute, right? Granted, but there are others. There are other teen movies where the sex scenes are intended to be somewhat gratifying in that way. The horror movies with the teen girls who are topless for fucking 10 minutes, right? This has been an established thing, and it's like, well, the actors are of age. So what age are the voice actors, right? As we've said before, this is the thing where, like,
Which is the only
it's
human
the hill I
aspect
will
involved.
die on. What's up?
It's the VA. That's the point. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
That is the point that I've made a million times. That is the only time where it would be a problem when it comes to anime stuff, is because the VA is the only human involved. Everything
the
else,
artist is also involved, but I don't think the artists are underage.
Well, yeah, well, true, but as far as
wait, hold on. Arrow manga.
As far as involvement in that way, the VA is the only human aspect involved. So at that point, if the VA was underage and involved in that kind of thing, then I would stand by anyone who attacked it, because it's like, yeah, that's an underage person being involved in a sexual conduct. But you cannot age, and that was the joke my roommate keeps making. And I want to be clear on this because I tried to make this earlier, and I guess I didn't say right, or we just got distracted. When a piece of art is put on a page, by our laws of society, age starts from the time something is created, or born or whatever. You cannot age this.
You don't understand, because the argument you're making is the opposite of the one you think you're making.
No, but it's a joke argument.
No, it would be a joke argument if it was reflecting the hypocrisy of the people who are saying it, but you're actually
yes, but listen, it is hypocrisy.
Stupidest way possible.
It is hypocrisy. I'm trying to say by looking at it like that, it is hypocrisy. Because a fictional character does not exist.
Okay, so here's what we need to do.
That is the hypocrisy.
I need to hire some sick degenerate animators to animate some baby porn. Right? Babies getting it on. But then we need to put it in a time capsule for 18 years. It'll become legal. like that's what you're saying.
I'm just saying it's a stupid idea.
It is.
I'm saying I don't say this.
We don't need to come up with this explanation in order to point out how stupid it is. So it gets worse when it comes to this new. Go ahead.
Fuck this stupid shit.
Well, I'm just saying it gets worse when it comes to this new concept of now it's bestiality for the characters to have cat ears or whatever, right? So. Coming back to this article, let's see what the guy had to say.
So, rip DA and Genshin, right, guys?
What?
You know who I rip?
Dia in Genshin, rip.
What about her?
All right, continue.
Oh,
her cat ears are bestiality, or whatever they're illegal.
My favorite anime waifu.
Yeah, I forgot what we were talking about initially. The article.
Let's just get to the end so we can go to bed.
Hold on. I'm bringing up the best anime waifu. God fucking damn it. My mouse disconnected again. R.I.P. Koto.
What was the other one's name? I can't remember.
Who gives a shit? The dolphin girl's
Yuri.
not hot.
Yuri, yeah, I'm Team Yuri.
No, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, cat girl all the way.
I'm Team Yuri.
So she's Fox girl, I think.
Whatever.
Oh, sorry, Fox.
But
I was Team Botan.
I mean,
Between the two
Botan Cake,
announcers.
100% of the girls in Yu Yu Hakusho are Smash, not Pass. But
Plus, Dolphin Girl's voiced by Jamie. So
yeah, fuck Dolphin Girl.
Dolphin
Reese, you
Girl?
should feel bad. If you want to like it in your own free space, that's okay by me.
Fine, I'll like it in my own home privately. I'll take the nurse too.
The nurse?
Oh yeah, the one where he says like, "What she's gonna grab my balls and cough," and he's like, "Scratch that."
Yeah, look up the Yu Yu Hakusho nurse.
Let's pull this off screen before I do. Oh yeah, I forgot her. She reminds me of "It's Going Inside of Me" from Guyver. Oh, did I not put that on screen? I said didn't.
No, you did not.
She looks like, doesn't she kind of remind you of the Guyver OVA with the female Guyver?
I don't know. Hiei tries to do everyone a service and to blow all her
the cold
vines away.
What? Okay. All right. Anyway, back to this. So let's see what he has to say. Speaking of which, for the Arrow manga I'm drawing currently, when I suggested having a sex scene take place at a shrine with a god's messenger that had fox ears and a tail, I was told because this is an e-magazine, we're afraid we might break the rules about no bestiality. And so adding the ears and tail was rejected because e-magazines follow Western standards. Sometimes things like this may happen. Okay, so here's what you do. You know in Dojin or whatever, how they have the big white penis or like the black like bars over just like the, you know what I mean? The insertion points. Just put that shit on the ears and tail for the duration of the
Jesus
sex scene.
Christ.
No one will know.
Get bored.
No one will ever know.
Even when I said they were a neko and not a furry, bruh, excuse me, they're not a furry, editor. It's a cat. Like, what the fuck?
I don't think you understood the assignment of this argument.
Even when I said they were a neko and not a furry, the editor was not able to immediately tell. On the topic of Kemonimi and Tails, basically the publishing company will outsource the e-magazine to a company working in the online publishing industry, and so the editor isn't able to immediately determine if it's okay or not. Normally speaking, you'd think they are overthinking it, but as soon as there is a report from the online publishing company saying that this is bad, it's easy to get the manga taken offline. For paper publications, the only parties involved are the publishing company and distributors like Nippon or Tohan for e-magazines. Lots of companies like Fanza or Kindle are involved in the dealings, you see. Speaking of which, my Arrow manga tankobons, which feature a lot of one shota and incest, are pretty much all removed from Kindle.
Oh, no.
I've never heard of this term before. I can put together what it means.
One shot?
No, it's an one shota. Big sister, little boy.
Yeah.
Because I want to say
that's what I'm into.
Oh,
Reese. As long as they're just fine.
I'm a shota. I'm a shota. I'm a shota.
Reese, is your sister?
You're also like 30 years old.
Your little sister.
well, that sounds like a refusal
sweating.
to answer.
Nervous sweating continues. They were registered there once, but suddenly one day they removed it from the shelves. It's quite tough. As soon as somebody raises their voice saying, "I can't believe you're distributing something as disgusting as this," it's gone. How should I put this? For publishing companies, at the very least, in post-war Japan, they have the duty, or at least the pretense, that the freedom of speech and expression should be protected. But for online publishing companies, there's no such understanding. If there are complaints, we'll strike you down. We don't care. While online releases of manga are becoming more common, while online releases of manga becoming more common is a good thing for distribution, the invasion of Western moralities is heavily affecting the digital distribution of Ero manga to the point that the genre will likely only continue to shrink if nothing is done about this tendency to expunge anything deemed offensive. All the more reason that we need to create an AI stable diffusion model trained on all your degenerate fucking doujinshi and fund our OnlyFans with your disgusting requests so that we can make money and stay in business on the podcast. Hashtag for the fans, hashtag the OnlyFans. Anyway. All right. A 28-year-old man was arrested after stealing a woman's pantsuit and setting her house on fire. Leave no evidence! A deranged thief was arrested by police after the deviant decided to break into a woman's house and steal her panties.
They can't call it a theft if they're all missing.
She won't even notice that they're all gone. He steals the entire drawer and tosses like a Zippo in the remaining drawer and just runs out the house. His escapades are not ending there, as he also chose to set her abode on fire, albeit 2 days after stealing her. Why? There's no point at that point. You're not covering anything up. You're just a murderer. The 28-year-old male suspect was unemployed and broke into the Johto Ward home of a random 36-year-old woman by entering through the window in her bathroom in the early morning of a fucking Christmas. Ho, 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 bitch!
Santa's coming down the chimney tonight.
Don't you understand? I'm taking it back to my workshop. Put the finger in. Off to bed with you.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
The thief killed
Let me replenish that cup of milk for you with some of Santa's cream.
The woman tried to stop him, but with a quick finger to his nose, he disappeared up the chimney. Okay, I'm sorry. Like, honestly, I think I've got the topic for our OnlyFans. I'm gonna do a Santa Claus, pervy thief. The thief pilfered the contents of her panties drawer.
Santa Claus hentai common.
Yeah, I'm thinking Santa Claus meets Rape Man. The thief pilfered the contents of her pantsuit drawers, taking 14 things total, but the woman realized some of her undergarments were missing later in the day, causing her to phone the police. I mean, if you took 14 things, I don't even think my wife owns 14 pairs. 2 days later, the thief returned to the scene of the crime. He happened to live nearby and moved the tire to the woman's front door before then igniting it, sure to have some wondering if he was perhaps a jilted lover trying to cover up his tracks. The woman, who was asleep at the time of the fire, escaped the building unharmed along with her 2 children, and surveillance camera footage helped to identify the suspect. Admitting to his crimes, the strange man denied that he intended to kill the woman by causing the fire, and also explained that he stole the panties from other women's homes in the past. Now look.
There's no mistake. It was me.
There's no mistake. It was me. I wasn't going to kill the bitch. I was just leaving a flaming tire on her doorstep, as you do. Now look.
At least it wasn't a flaming bag of dog shit.
Yeah. It seems like a pretty good segue, actually, into this article. Japanese college student admits he robbed taxi driver, denies in court that he was rude about it.
Was rude about
it. Excuse you? It's like, you're gonna say you didn't rob him? No, I take issue with the fact that I said, give it to me, bitch. I was very kind.
I said please.
Give it to me, bitch, please. Let the record show I said please. So suspect speaks up at trial to correct misquote.
And I said thank you.
I think it's actually going to be pretty close. Suspect speaks at trial to correct misquote that made him sound like a jerk while he was stealing. The Japanese justice system is famous for its high rate of confessions. Accused thieves and conmen regularly reply with, "There is no mistake that I did those things," when presented with a line of charges being levied against them. So I was thinking real quick about asking ChatGPT what that term is, because I bet ChatGPT would know. And then I'm going to make a shirt that says, like, there is no mistake, and then like change it to be like I don't know, like there is no mistake. I am based, or something like that, right? Like,
there is no mistake. I did come on that cabinet. Wait, what?
Yeah, okay. I don't know how to go with that.
There is no mistake. I do support physical media.
Yeah, there you
go. No, there is no mistake. I do buy physical, bitch.
There is no mistake. I am a weeaboo.
But on Tuesday, Suguru Takahashi had to assert that he did not perpetrate one of his alleged offenses. The 22-year-old college student was being accused of robbing a taxi driver in the city of Masuda in Shimane Prefecture back in October. Prosecutors said that Takahashi, who was in town attending a driver's license school, robbed the driver of 30,000 yen in cash, telling him, "Give me 30,000 yen." That's not how things went down, though, Takahashi insisted on the first day of his trial. Sure, he took the taxi driver's cash, but he wants the world to know that he most definitely did not tell him, "Give me the money." Instead, he said, "Can I have you give me money? I'd be okay with 30,000 yen. For you linguists, prosecutors quoted Takahashi as saying "dase," the rough command form of "dasu." When he says his choice of words was much more polished and polite. "Dashite moremasen ka?"
Trying to seduce the cameo. Will you give me 30,000?
Hypothetically speaking,
and like point up
if I
his
said,
pant
"Give me all your money or else I'll murder you." This is hypothetical now, okay? It's just not real. But hypothetically, if I said, "I'm going to stab you in both of your nuts if you don't give me all of your money," what would you do? Oh, you're handing me your wallet? Thank you. Like,
I appreciate
that's very kind of you. But what of the hypothetical thing? Oh, we can let that go. But thanks for the money, though. Like, it's an odd point to contend. It seems like it could be an attempt at on Takahashi's part to frame the incident as him humbly asking for financial aid that the driver then agreed to provide, instead of him trying to threaten or intimidate the driver. If that really were the case, though, it seems like charges wouldn't have been pressed. Also, during the trial, Takahashi reportedly admitted to robbing the driver, further negating the chance of playing off the whole thing as a misunderstanding. So maybe he really is just that particular about good manners or averse to being misquoted. Prosecutors claim Takahashi used the money for transportation and visiting adult entertainment providers such as hostess bars. A man of hostess.
Men of my dreams. Yeah.
Japanese Twitter commenters have had the following to say, quote, "So I misquoted people is where he draws the line in personal code of conduct. If you rob somebody, what you were saying at the time doesn't really matter. Dits, what's the point of splitting hairs like that? It's the principal, dude." He seems hopelessly dumb for a university student. Getting hung up on his exact words like that seems childish. I think he knows that correcting how he's quoted isn't going to lighten his sentence any. But I'm also the kind of person who can't let little stuff like that go. So I can kind of relate. So remember, there are some things that's always going to be impolite to do, no matter how courtesy speak. Is this the please? Can I masturbate, please? Yep.
What?
What?
All right. That was the one where the guy asked if he could masturbate in the convenience store.
He said, please.
All right. Woman arrested over bathhouse camera. Quote, the footage was for my son.
Right.
Let's see how it plays out.
That's a weird excuse.
Oh man, I'm wondering how many will she get life sentence for this? You know, an actual camera on an actual.
Oh
child?
my God. Okay, my eyes have just skimmed over some ages. I'm gonna just keep going here. A case of voyeurism at a public bathhouse has led to a woman being arrested for her perverted deeds, though her motive apparently wasn't selfishness, as she claimed she was getting the nude footage for her son, perhaps using this as an excuse to try to shift the blame and receive a lighter punishment. Nagoya police arrested a 37-year-old unemployed male and his 63-year-old mother.
Oh, okay. So when they say son, I'm thinking like little Shinichi that's like 4 years old or some shit.
After the mother tried to hide a camera in a public bathhouse, the woman has since admitted to her crime and explained the nude content was meant for her son, despite the existence of the internet. The two were arrested on suspicion of trespassing and for violating the prefectural anti-nuisance ordinance. The mother hid the camera in the dressing room on December 30th of last year and was arrested the same day, whilst her son was arrested 4 days later. Partly denying the charges, the son asserted that while he directed his mother to perform this indecent act, he didn't entirely collude with her. Customers and employees became suspicious of the mother due to her actions whilst at the bathhouse, leading to the discovery of the camera. Wow, that article just ends without any good. So let's move on to Chinaman loses part of his penis after leaving metal ring attached for 6 months.
I think he got off easy.
Now look, when you
he should have lost the whole penis.
China, stop! What are you doing?
I was going to say, Chinaman loses.
They live in
part of
perpetual
penis.
communism.
Unfortunately for him, it's the good part too. I can't imagine it going any other way. China citizens have not let up when it comes to causing self-inflicted penis-based injuries, as this time an old man lost part of his penis.
That'll be a category, penis-based injuries.
Self-inflicted penis-based injuries. How do I turn that into merch? There is no mistake. I committed the self-inflicted penis-based injury.
I think you could consider that a form of being
every night.
No. Call it the Chinese emo. It's his self-inflicted penis injury.
All right. Well, this old man lost part of his penis after being unable to take off a metal ring that was on it for 6 months. And sure to have many wondering why he waited so long to get it removed. Seriously.
He was
Like,
wearing
for real now.
it sounds like it was one of those cock rings you wear to try to help keep you up like and hard for a
Yeah,
little bit
and
longer.
when you
He
get
just
flaccid, and it just
yeah, what it does is
anymore.
it presses the vein and causes it to push more to the end, making it seem like it's
Yeah,
fucking
and
hard. Now,
when you don't get pee hard anymore, it comes off.
this right here was his attempt to have the 100% uptime on that boner.
No, you're
What?
For 6
you
months.
have missed. We haven't gotten to the part of the article where he's a dated OCA podcast viewer. So the penis never goes down. Hard 24/7 club. There's no mistake. I am fully erect.
There's no mistake. I'm always hard. Wait, is this about me?
What?
All right, so it says here the 2 centimeter thick ring was placed at the base of his
my
male
neck.
appendage,
My neck.
yet became stuck, and the old man was unable to free it. Okay. 2 centimeters thick has to be like the width of the
That's
metal
gotta be a
band,
tiny,
right?
Tiny penis.
Maybe that was his kink, using 2 sizes too small.
I think he was overcompensating, to be honest.
It's just a PR stunt to maintain his erect dignity. He said, "Yeah, I was stuck for like 6 months."
Apparently, thinking
just
it
couldn't
not
get
big of a
down.
deal, the victim left the fashionable item on his member for 6 months before requesting aid. Do you think he was actually wearing some sort of chastity device?
God.
And that, like, because
it was for the
honestly,
best.
your dick would probably turn black at some point, and you'd be like, "Oh, maybe I should see somebody about this."
Better amputate.
After experiencing intense pain caused by his ring, the old man gave in and sought a doctor. 6 months! Surgeons logging the incident noted the man's penis was overly swollen and that ulcers could be seen on the surrounding skin.
Oh, God.
How?
Too much information.
Despite this, the man oddly had no problem voiding his bladder.
Well,
Surgeons attempted to remove the metal ring with standard tools, but were unsuccessful. Eventually asking the fire brigade to borrow the jaws of life were used to save this man's penis. That's how they accidentally lopped it off. Even with such tools at their disposal, surgeons struggled in their endeavor. But eventually they sliced through the pleasure device using a circular saw.
Oh, Jesus.
God damn.
That's how they
Due
cut
to
off
the
her.
great amount of heat, Reese, our conversation from earlier. Due to the great amount of heat produced by the saw, the old man's penis had to be sprayed with water occasionally to help it maintain lower temperature.
Oh, with the gun barrel?
I have anxiety
gun
whenever I
barrel?
use my pocket knife to like get my zipper from being unstuck, let alone have that saw vibrating. And
I'm sorry, hold
slicing
on.
near my dick.
You're gonna have to rewind a little bit. I didn't follow.
Okay,
this
you know when you
logic.
wear jeans, right? And you have a
Uh-huh.
zipper, and then they've been washed,
have
and some
never
reason
had
the
my
fucking
zipper get
zipper end is stuck way down in the
Oh,
bottom.
okay,
and
okay,
it's,
I
like,
get it.
latched.
Okay, I get it. Okay, okay.
And then
What you're saying, hold on. This
But
is, let me,
are you wearing your pants when you shove the knife in there, though?
No. Here's
I
what
have.
he's saying.
Why?
This is what he's
Why
saying.
would you do that? Take
When-
the
when-
pants
when
off.
the-
about
when the lip-
this part of the zipper
Yeah, when the
going
lip is pointing down and it gets
all
down.
into the flap where you can't pry it out easily. So he's saying putting a knife in there to flick it out,
flip it out. Yes.
right?
He's
And I have
doing it
anxiety
the-
when I do that,
But you're-
let alone what they're doing to
He's
this
doing
guy.
he's doing it the hard,
Okay.
stupid way. You're supposed to just, bend the jean around it, around the head of the zipper, so that it comes free.
Believe it or not, with enough leverage, it will pop free without the use of power tools.
Right?
Okay, so even with such tools at their disposal, surgeons they had to use a circular saw due to the great amount of we had called the
I like the
dead
jaws of life
tissue.
idea better.
What?
I like the jaws of life idea better.
Dead tissue was discovered at the root of the man's penis from the absence of blood flow. Friendly reminder: the reason the commercial says to contact your doctor if you sustain an erection lasting more than 4 hours is because in the process of maintaining that erection, you are actually preventing certain blood flow that needs to happen, and it will atrophy. Okay? Just a heads up, this guy probably thought I could be erect all the time if I put a really tiny 2 centimeter fucking cock ring on. So they discovered dead tissue at the root of the man's penis from the absence of blood flow, leading to doctors removing the chunk of flesh, and sure to have the victim learning quite the lesson. So hold on. Loses part of his penis is a little bit of skin around the shaft? He gets to keep all the other parts? Damn, this segue is going to be really rocky. Staying in a hospital for 7 days, the swelling of the man's member went down and he was prescribed additional antibiotics, and 2 months later his wound had mended. Damn it, this joke would have been way funnier if he lost it. Chinese scientists developed bionic penis for impotent males.
And of course they had to use Ostafa.
Scientists in China have made developments in the world of male sex-based dysfunctions as they created a bionic penis that caused pigs to regain penile function. And some will be wondering whether or not it will possibly explode.
Yes!
Remember when we covered the 40 articles about shit in China exploding?
Yes! I can't wait for this article. China's man's penis explodes. Kills 3 people.
I just
including a cat. No. China's man's penis explodes. Takes the cat with it.
Oh. He had a flight for Orlando, Florida the next weekend.
Should you just imagine? Honey, have you seen the cat? No, but I need to go to the ER. My penis exploded.
Forget Neuralink. Penile. Well, in the United States, Elon Musk is developing Neuralink. The Chinese have developed bionic penis. The penile link.
This is how they combat bestiality.
So how do pigs lose penile function? You think it's because they get too fat?
No, they probably lost their butt testicles or something.
Oh, maybe. Yeah. The bionic penis, which is made of an artificial tissue that imitates the tissue needed to maintain erections. Oh, no. Oh, goddamn. My fucking mouse disconnected again.
Go, gadget, Dick Harden.
I'm going to regret this search that I will be doing off. Oh my god!
Go, gadget, come!
The inside of a penis looks very sad.
Oh my god! That needs to be on a shirt. Oh my god! What is that look?
Is that the urethra at the bottom?
Oh my god.
God, that's the next Dragon Ball Z villain.
It looks like a fucking monkey.
I'm thinking of like for a family movie. It was like the grandma character, but had the really big fucking glasses. I can't remember what movie this is from, but I swear to God,
it fucking looks like a Powerpuff Girls monkey. Oh shit! This is horrifying.
That needs to be on a shirt.
Why?
Because it's funny. Just like the sketch outline of the
of this
the cross section.
It's fucking horrifying.
So who's that? No, that's the inside of a penis.
There's a little gremlin inside of us. All right.
This is my little friend.
The amount of comments haven't. It should be noted that penis getting long and hard in itself is not eros. It is caused by blood flow. It is also not consent. Thank you for clearing that up.
That's the Augie comment for the night.
Oh boy, I need to go to bed. Oh god. Oh my god.
Yeah. Speaking of going to bed, I need to. I have work at 7. I need to get up.
This is the
by
last
7,
article.
so.
It's very short.
Okay.
Maybe it's
You're not allowed to leave yet.
So the bionic penis, which is made of artificial tissue that imitates the tissues needed to maintain erections, was created in hopes of it eventually being usable on males suffering from penis-based disorders or injuries, and also for more realistic dildos. Scientists of the South China University of Technology in Guangzhou discussed their work with the artificial tunica albuginea. A remark was, okay, so I like the idea that the real reason it was made was because there's so many penile insertion horror stories that it just became easier to build new penises than save
Instead
the
of
old
just
ones.
trying to
Right?
save the old ones, yeah.
Remember the Nigerian penises article?
Oh, Jesus.
It became easier to build our own. So anyway, this is what they had to say. Quote:
we can't rebuild him. We have the technology.
We largely foresaw the problems and results of the ATA construction process, but we were still surprised by the results in the animal experiments, where the penis regained normal erection immediately after the use of ATA. The greatest advantage of the ATA, we report, is that it achieves tissue-like functions by mimicking the microstructure of natural tissues. I like the idea of governments getting on board with this, and everybody adopts the bio penis, and then they charge you like a DLC, like you have to pay for the longer lasting erections, like.
We have to pay $10,000 per inch.
Be real. How much would you be willing to take out a loan for?
That's a good question.
Do you think taking
are
out
you
a $100,000 loan that crippling debt would be worth it?
Are you willing to sell your kidney to make your dick longer?
Those times.
Greatest advantage of the ATA, we report, is that it achieves tissue-like functions by mimicking the microstructure of natural tissues. This design approach is not limited to the biometric design of tunica albuginea tissues, but can be extended to many other load-bearing tissues.
Load bearing.
Yeah.
That's a fine choice of words.
Reese. This, but gal.
Oh
no. Are you gonna stable diffusion that?
That app scares me.
What if I just search what if I just submitted the tunica albuginea into stable diffusion? So Xi's team is now shifting attention to issues of male reproductive health, like erectile dysfunction, infertility, and Peyronie's disease, a painful disorder where scar tissue forms in the tunica albuginea. Ooh. Past attempts to fix damaged tunica albuginea, I'm sure I'm pronouncing that correctly, tissue involved making patches from other tissues located in the person's body, but their immune system would reject them or other issues would take place. Due to the difference in their microstructures from natural tunica albuginea, the patches were also problematic when it came to replacing the tissue in an effective manner. Polyvinyl alcohol was used to make an ATA as a response to this. Okay. As it has a curved fiber structure that resembles the natural tissue, and after determining whether the material was toxic to the human body, the tissue was then experimented with by inserting it into miniature pigs with injuries to their penis. How did they get those injuries, you sick fucks? Did you circumcise these pigs?
Well, I mean, what can't Jewish people, like, they're not supposed to eat pork or something, right?
Something like that.
So they probably think of them as their own sons. So I don't see why they wouldn't.
You wouldn't circumcise your own son?
Your pig. Your pig. I'm talking about the Jewish people, not. I'm not Jewish.
Oh my god.
you do like spending time in the oven, though?
Whoa.
Oh my god.
Okay. What's the next part?
We are far too tired to continue this podcast. The patches made from the artificial tissue were so effective in restoring erectile function that it was practically the same as normal tissue. With the results 1 month after the procedure showed that the ATA group achieved good, though not perfect, repair results. So I wonder if you did wear like a cock ring, like, you know, when you had intercourse, would you be damaging this tissue?
Probably.
Is it still worth it?
Does it?
The team is potentially more work to do.
I'm thinking of that cross section with tears.
We need to have like an anti-masturbation campaign. It has a sad face and is crying.
This is your penis when you masturbate.
Give your tunica albuginea a break.
I have a headache.
Me too. Isn't the only tissue that is commonly damaged, with the adjacent nerves and corpus cavernosum also being common victims? But could you repair the anus of gay men who have been reamed so hard, or straight men who are sometimes subtly syntactually wrong on a podcast? Our work at this stage focuses on the repair of a single tissue in the penis, and the next stage will be to consider the repair of the overall penile defect or the construction of an artificial penis from a holistic perspective. I can't wait to see when China perfects this technology and they produce what they believe to be the perfect penis. And like, is it going to be like dragon shaped? You know, like what's it going to look?
But only like 4 inches long.
The perfect penis. It's literally just a cast of the guy who's in charge. But it's like scaled only on the y-axis. So I like. Remember
they spend all the time on the shaft, and it's like, oh yeah, we gotta put the balls on this thing too.
Remember when we covered that Nintendo copyright struck that Source filmmaker artist's Patreon, where he made Bowser's penis
Yeah.
Right?
Well.
Like, do you think that with this technology, you could transmogrify yourself into having like a
You
stick
can
or
freaking
something?
mod your, you can
That's-
mod your dick.
Is this the cyberpunk future we're living in? Where you can have combinations. Was it various sizes and combinations? Genitalia.
Yeah, you can make it extra bumpy and like neon lights through it or some shit.
Oh,
When you
Neko
start
says,
fucking her, it begins vibrating.
"Love you, idiots. Keep up the good work." Lots fan, late
Leaders. Leaders.
Did I hear correctly that you somehow relocated yourself to Japan? Neko Volts?
I'm gonna freaking you got double condom because the rubber will scrape each other and break.
Luigi
Thank
Metal
you,
64
Aki.
says, "Do not double condom because the rubber, not rubber, will scrape each other and break." Naturally speaking, don't condom out because you can't feel shit.
What is a condom?
Okay. That's it, folks. Join our OnlyFans. Okay,
They're having way too much fun.
The alternative to the OnlyFans is I just make another not safe for work channel on the Discord and post the monstrosities there.
And like you have to be patient to get entry.
Enter at your own risk. But I think the OnlyFans is funnier. I'd love to get banned off of OnlyFans because Pornhub is taking their sweet ass time letting me get verified. I really want to start the podcast with "Welcome back to the OCA podcast," the only podcast banned Pornhub. Like,
No, I'm sure plenty of people have had the same idea and gotten banned.
really?
I had non-pornographic content removed from Pornhub because it apparently wasn't child-friendly.
Imagine
Put that
putting
in your
stuff
coffee and drink it.
that's not even.
All right,
your
I'm gonna
content.
need to see these email chains.
Yeah, you need the receipts.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I mean, because you're mostly blind, so if you were on like PlayHub or some other place,
PlayHub?
I don't know.
PlayHub.
I'm trying to figure out
fuck is
another
PlayHub?
website with a similar, possibly similar name.
Pornhub Junior.
Oh God!
Right.
Earlier today, when I was going to talk about the thing that happened at the hotel suite, Reese had brought up. We were talking about how did it come into conversation about Toys R Us?
Oh, we were talking about the dildo.
Oh yeah. I forget why. We were trying to look it up to see. You asked how much it cost. I took the photo. Here, I got the photo.
Because in the photo, you can
in
see
the photo,
there's
you can
like a
see
little the price
in the
sticker.
upper right corner. Yeah, it's the back of the price sticker. I didn't touch this thing at all. In fact, I almost slept with the lights on because I didn't want to push that button there to turn off the lights.
That's why it's on a cord, so you can just pull the cord.
Yeah, I thought about unplugging it from the wall. First thought was to unscrew the light bulbs because I was really tired at 3 a.m. But yeah, so anyway, he was asking me like, "Oh, did you take a picture of the other side?" And I said, "No, I didn't touch it." But curious to find out how much it costs. So I just typed in Dr. Skin Plus. And
on
could
Amazon.
not find it at first, yeah.
So he started searching it on Amazon. I was like, I don't think it's gonna be on Amazon.
I bet
Maybe
you
on
I could find it on
Toys R Us.
Amazon if I included the word posable shaft afterward.
It's probably an Adam and Eve special.
Hold on. Do you think you could blow up the image enough for your phone to be able to scan that UPC code?
This is what the podcast has devolved to.
And
guys.
use the Amazon app to scan it.
AC needs a new dildo.
All right, super chat me and we'll buy this thing.
Super chat me $50 and we'll open it up on podcast. We'll get the
He'll
black
demonstrate
edition.
it on the first episode of his OnlyFans. He'll demonstrate how it works.
Next podcast is going to be February, which is known as Black History Month, so it's got to be a black one.
All right.
Hold on.
But I was like, I'm
just
like 1/20th
overshot
black.
so I can
So
zoom
it's
in
going
on
up your ass.
Oh, no.
I meant the
Oh.
all right. Let's move on to the next thing before we get destroyed.
Hold on,
I
I'm
will
zooming
have
in
you
on
know, I
this-
am 100th black.
Hold on, I'm trying to zoom in on this QR code or this. I don't think it's gonna work.
Yeah.
Oh no. It says under the barcode, I can't read all of it, but it says CHOCOLATX. Is that gonna work? I don't think it's gonna work.
It's probably gonna be flatter and be able to tell the difference between the.
Couldn't find a match.
Yeah.
That's unfortunate. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Try it on Google.
Enjoy your freedom while you have it. We're all getting butt plugs from Uncle Sam.
Oh no. Your ass should be nice and loose, though. Good night.
Considering all the times I've been unfairly raped, yes.
Before we go, next podcast, are we going to be actually talking about 2016 Berserk?
Season 1.
That's 2016. Season 2 is 2017.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Because we definitely need to get there. Anyway, I gotta go to bed. So, in honor of China, I'm gonna bring back an oldie but a goodie.